Others transmigrate into wealthy female protagonists. This woman transmigrates into a wealthy family's stepmother. Gu Shui was originally the matriarch of the Holy Family in the Great Jin Dynasty. She was a woman of decisive action, courage, and wisdom. Even when faced with kidnappers, she could turn around and easily take them down with an iron fan. Just as she was about to casually reveal her 999 pure gold hairpin to dazzle the eyes of the kidnappers, suddenly, she felt the call of a book she had secretly hidden in her bosom for years. Accidentally, she transmigrated into the young miss of Xin Yuan Group. Unfortunately, this woman was a supporting character in a wealthy family. When facing the doctor, she had to suppress her temper and try to explain her transmigration to the confused doctor. This not only irritated her, but also made the doctor suspect she was mentally ill. But none of this could break her. She even remained unfazed by the lone warrior of this strange world. She learned over the phone that her young brother-in-law had caused trouble again. It was truly a troublesome matter, not even allowing her to have a peaceful doctor's visit, having to clean up her brother-in-law's mess again. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Such absurd things only happen in these wealthy families. Take a look at the wealthy sisters around you. Are they also transmigrators from ancient times? In the blink of an eye, Gu Shui, wearing her sexy high heels, leapt down from the 88th floor, accompanied by the doctor's surprise. Gu Shui had already jumped off the building, walking on the street, facing a whole new world and an unfamiliar body. She carefully explored the records of this body's owner's past life in the unfamiliar memories. The owner of this body was the young miss of Xin Yuan Group, sharing the same name as her. Arrogant and willful since childhood. Under her careful planning, she successfully had an intimate encounter with the Yin Corporation CEO, which was widely spread by reporters. It was widely circulated by reporters. But sadly, although she successfully married into the wealthy Yin family, she didn't have the actual power to control the Yin family and could only be looked down upon and bullied. At this time when she needed a man, the Yin Corporation CEO suddenly disappeared. Shortly after their marriage, he used disappearance as their wedding gift. Sisters, this is why you shouldn't be blinded by love. This also caused internal and external troubles for the Yin family. And it was at this time that I unfortunately arrived, replacing this willful young miss, becoming the center of this whirlpool. As thoughts rushed back, suddenly, a message came on her phone. Mrs. Yin, where are you? We really can't handle the fourth young master's matter. Gu Shui put down her phone, recalling her over 10 years in the Sheng family, where the children were both literary and martial, capable of conquering the court and dominating the battlefield. She never thought the Yin family's children would be so useless. Judging by his hairstyle, he seemed to be a good-for-nothing rapper. There's no way out. Since she can't go back, she might as well try to survive here for now. It's time to put this family in order and set these useless people on the right path. With a loud screech of brakes, Aunt Shui made her dazzling entrance. After arriving at the police station, Gu Shui fixed her deep gaze on the driver, swiftly removing the driver's belt. It seems she's about to play an intense game with this young brother-in-law. Outside the police station, cosplaying the inside, Yin family's fourth young master, Yi Wenbo, was sitting with his legs crossed, nonchalantly waiting for past events. Gu Shui's arrival shocked him. He never expected his originally arrogant and willful aunt to now be standing in front of him, becoming his bail person. Yi Wenbo believed that the woman before him wasn't worthy of being his sister-in-law. He suspected she was just putting on an act. As he argued with his sister-in-law, the sister-in-law raised the belt, about to have a close, deep and polite exchange with her young brother-in-law. The Great Jin Dynasty's matriarch has transmigrated. In her past life, she was capable in both civil and military affairs. Now she's being bullied. Her husband has gone missing. Her brother-in-law is frivolous. As the rightful matriarch, she must reclaim everything that belongs to her. Just now, Aunt Shui arrived at the police station. With a mischievous look, she picked up the belt and walked towards her young brother-in-law. Sister-in-law, what are you going to do to me? At this critical moment, the blonde guy made a dazzling entrance. So it was these two fighting that caused the matriarch to condescend to visit the police station. It turns out this blonde guy is the Jiang family's third young master, Jiang Jing. During the conversation, Jiang Jing started to provoke the Yin family's fourth young master. At this moment, the sister-in-law activated her protective mode. She immediately introduced herself, saying, "In the past, I was his sister-in-law. No sister-in-law has any power here. Do you know who I am? The blonde guy's eyes were full of disdain during the conversation, but he didn't expect to meet a tough nut. She came up and exposed this young master's various illegal activities. At this moment, the sister-in-law had a bright idea. She decided to bring this blonde guy home. Together with her young brother-in-law, the three of them would play a happy family cosplay game. During the conversation, the sister-in-law was about to take these two rebellious sons away. The sister-in-law thought, only children make choices. I want them all. Let's go. Who's afraid of whom? The three of them took their seats. Gu Shuai sat next to the blonde guy. At this moment, the sister-in-law thought to herself, Sheng family's children would have already been on the battlefield at this age, but these kids have good tempers. The young brother-in-law was complaining in front about being disciplined. Suddenly, Gu Wenba, through the rearview mirror, saw the blonde guy, staring at his sister-in-law Guangjia's fair legs. Burning with anger, Yi Wenba shouted to stop the car, demanding to switch seats with Gu Shuai. Is this how you talk to your sister-in-law? Aunt Shuai was very displeased. Sister-in-law, please sit in the front. Yi Wenba softened his tone and said, What's the big deal? I saw you staring at your sister-in-law's legs and the stars. Why are you coming over here? The third young master Jiang thought, It's none of your business. Yi Wenba also had a tough look on his face. After their argument, feeling tired, they started to face each other. The car window hadn't settled yet. Another commotion arose outside the Yin mansion. As soon as they got out of the car, the maid ran over in a panic. Madam, where have you been? Miss Jiang is here. You should go see her quickly. As soon as the words were spoken, Miss Jiang, who had been waiting for a long time, came rushing over with her belly. Regarding the so-called child in her belly, what a statement. Jiang Ming, a third-rate minor celebrity, claimed to be Yin Chao's lover, and pregnant with his child. In the past, she had caused plenty of trouble for Gu Shuai, putting her in a difficult situation. But she didn't expect that now. Gu Shuai was no longer the easily bullied White Lotus of before, but a high-caliber matriarch. Such a pretty clown. Wasn't even worthy of speaking to the lady of the house. She and her unborn child were thrown outside the door by Gu Shuai. The two handsome young men also mocked her a bit before following their sister-in-law inside. Unexpectedly, Gu Shuai had undergone such a big change and gave her such a cold shoulder. After entering the room, the sister-in-law eagerly invited them upstairs. At this moment, the third young master Jiang was still full of confidence and hope for the future, imagining that the adults would apologize to him. But he never expected that the moment he entered the room, a sexy belt would come flying at him. Young Master Jiang, since the Jiang family hasn't taught you manners, I'll take the trouble today to teach you what politeness and rules are. With that said, Aunt Shuai took his luxurious perfumed snakeskin bag and whipped the third young Master Jiang. This stinging sensation, I wonder if you viewers can feel it. The third young Master Jiang was struck hard. He couldn't believe she dared to hit him, and in such a humiliating way. Gu Shuai, how dare you hit me, this woman? Taking advantage of her husband's absence, she brazenly brought two handsome men into her luxurious villa. What exactly does she intend to do? It turns out that just now, Gu Shuai had brought the two troublemaking young brothers-in-law and the third young Master Jiang back to her own villa. After entering the villa, she locked the door and began to give special care to the third young Master Jiang. Each lash of the whip was Aunt Shuai's love for the third young Master Jiang. His handsome face seemed to be writing, Aunt Shui, please love me. Stop, it hurts so much. It seems Aunt Shui's love was excessive. The young brother-in-law outside was so scared his legs were shaking. This must be why she brought Jiangjing back. It wasn't convenient to whip someone in front of the police station. Yi Wenba thought to himself, inside the room, she's gone all out. Today, I'm going to hit a woman. It hurts, stop hitting. I need to go to the hospital now. Mrs. Yin, the third young Master Jiang, clearly couldn't endure Aunt Gu Shui's love. He was obviously defeated. In no time at all, the third young Master Jiang was lying on the ground calling for his sister-in-law. He even cried out for his mother, saying, I apologize, okay? Sister-in-law Gu Shuai only reluctantly let go after hearing this apology. It seems she truly loved the third young Master Jiang to the extreme. Sisters with boyfriends can also try this trick. One crack of the whip and you'll be rolling in gold. Treat your boyfriend to luxury and wealth. The third young Master Jiang had just knelt down when he started to retract his words. What apology? It seems if I don't beat you into submission, you won't apologize. Aunt Gu Shui gave him another lash, and very mercifully gave him a hint. Think about what you said today. The third young master Jiang then made a 360-degree right-angle bow. You can see this guy has a good dance foundation. The fourth young master Yin, standing on the side, was also at a loss by this scene. He stood there stupidly. After dealing with Jiang San, the kid, Aunt Shui came over to lovingly tend to her own face. Having found the young brother-in-law, she couldn't let her face down either. You also need to apologize to Yi Wenba. Yi Wenba was even more at a loss by this scene, standing dumbfounded on the spot. The third young master Jiang was still mumbling to Gu Shui at this time. He hit me too. Do I still have to apologize to him? I don't have the patience for whether you apologize or not. Aunt Gu Shui then pulled out his luxurious belt, preparing to launch a second attack. Yanxi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have fought with you. I won't mention the Yin family at the next banquet. Yanxi is also its Sunder boy. He says he doesn't care, but in fact, he doesn't want him to talk about these things more than anyone else. The matter is settled. Can I leave now? If I don't go, I might get a few more lashes, the third young master Jiang thought. Go ahead. With Aunt Gu Shui's consent, the third young master Jiang limped away with his tail between his legs. Aunt Shui thought, come back for cosplay next time. Now only the fourth young master was left standing alone, thinking, is she standing up for me? How does it feel a bit strange to say? Slap. As soon as the fourth young master Yin finished speaking, the familiar whip followed, striking heavily on his 48 abdominal muscles. Damn it, Gu Shui, what are you doing? I hit him because he bullied and disrespected the Yin family verbally. I hit you because you are from the Yin family. For a moment, Aunt Gu Shui suddenly became speechless, somewhat missing her own Sheng family members. It's because you, as a son of the Yin family, chose to fight such a low way to solve problems, without any regard for the Yin family's face. After being speechless for 3 seconds, Gu Shui immediately resumed her role as the matriarch. Sexy sister-in-law teaching online. The most embarrassing thing is not just losing face, but also losing the fight. To put it nicely, it's knowingly walking into a tiger's den. To be blunt, it's not knowing your own limits. These few words left Yi Wenba speechless. After saying this, Aunt Gu Shui threw down the whip, ignored Yi Wenba, and walked straight in one direction. You're not going to hit me anymore? No more. Hitting outsiders requires heavy editing to have a deterrent effect. It's different for our own family members. It seems that this Gu Shui is still a woman who protects her own. Seeing Yi Wenba's hesitant look, he might not have had enough fun yet. He can only play this tense and exciting game with his sister-in-law next time. The most important thing now is to treat the marks left after the recent passionate encounter. At this moment, Ms. Jiangming was so frightened that she covered her 36-inch chest. Mrs. Yin, I'm not feeling well today. Let's talk another day. She quickly rushed out of the Yin mansion without looking back. She thought to herself, has this woman gone mad? She's so different from her usual timid. Then Jiang Ming hurriedly returned to her car and called her. Things didn't go well, Jiang Ming said tremblingly. The person on the other end of the phone was called Chao Jiayin. I told you, Jiang Mingchang is Yin Chao's good friend. With Yin Chao missing, he's sure to come. Jian Rui will definitely come with him too. Hearing Jian Rui's name, Jiang Ming became extremely anxious and broke out in a cold sweat. What should I do? The Jian family rules the entertainment industry. If your wife Jian Rui finds out I'm pregnant with your child, she'll definitely blacklist me, if not kill me. So the baby in her belly wasn't Yin Chao's, but Chao Jiayin's. So, sisters, quickly check if your pregnant husband is carrying your child. A threatening voice came from the other end of the phone. Anyway, if you can't keep this child, don't expect to get a penny. But what Jiang Ming was worried about now was, is it really okay to frame Yin Chao for this child? What if Yin Chao comes back alive? My fate would be worse than offending Jian Rui. At this point, Jiang Ming let out a sharp cry. This Chao Jiayin on the other end of the phone remained calm and composed, and replied with a mix of 3 parts mockery and 7 parts indifference. Yin Chao is missing in Africa. There's an Ebola outbreak there. He can't possibly come back alive. Rich husbands don't come home. Yin family handsome guys are everywhere. This woman is as beautiful as a celestial being. But her husband would rather go to Ebola-stricken Africa than come home. Since the husband doesn't come home, the wife plays at home. Husband doesn't come home for 5 years, brings home his favorite flowers when he returns. Quick, see if there are any such lonely and empty rich wives around you. On the luxurious red velvet sofa that cost $1.8 million, the fourth young master Yin asked, "That woman who came today, is she the one the paparazzi reported staying at the hotel before and after my big brother?" It seems the Yin family young master's romantic affairs are well known to all. The paparazzi could feed their whole family just by reporting on him. The maid also answered with embarrassment. The fourth young master thought to himself, "Big brother has been missing for half a month, and that non-existent scandal was from 3 months ago. Now Jiang Ming comes to our Yin family's door with a belly. What is she doing holding a football tournament?" At this moment, the male butler jumped out to benefit all the sisters present. Fourth young master, Mrs. Yin, instructed to deal with the edge as well. Then young master Yin crossed his hands and lifted his silky white shirt, revealing 108 abdominal muscles. Nice to look at, hope sister Aunt Shui whips a few more times, to let everyone present feast their eyes. The fourth young master Yin asked while taking off his clothes, "Where's Aunt Gu Shui?" It seems this kid is also fascinated by his sister-in-law. Suddenly felt that young master Yin might not only be infected with the Ebola virus, but more likely to wear a green hat to see him off. The maid's sister thought to herself, while the butler awkwardly smiled and said, "The madam has gone back to her room to rest and told us not to disturb her." In the room, the sister-in-law, wearing a sexy black lace dress, was washing up. Suddenly, her amber eyes fixed on a spot. The man in the photo on the child was Yin Chao. Aunt Shui thought to herself, a man who has tasted blood is not to be trifled with. It's hard to imagine such a man would easily agree to marry this shell for assistance. However, according to the standard domineering Xiao falls in love with me plot, looking at the progress in the book, he'll meet the female lead Yu Xiao Xiao during this disappearance, and they'll quickly fall in love. When Yin Chao, carrying the noble Ebola virus bloodline, rolls back, he'll bring him back too, and incidentally kick out this disposable second female lead, along with the divorce agreement. At this moment, the phone rang, interrupting Gu Shui's reminiscence. Gu Shui hurriedly went downstairs and saw the fourth young master Yin about to answer the phone. At this time, the female housekeeper downstairs said, "Fourth young master, it's Mr. Jiang on the phone." The fourth young master thought, "This Jiang Jing really told my big brother." The fourth young master calmly picked up the phone and said, "Hello." A low, masculine voice came from the other end. "Fourth young master, please pass the phone to Mrs. Yin." It seems this time the target wasn't the fourth young master. The fourth young master Yin immediately responded, "Mr. Jiang, do you have business with her? If it's about Jiang Jing, you can talk to me." The man on the phone said, "You can't make decisions." These 5 short words exuded the cold, noble, and handsome aura of a big brother. At this point, the fourth young master's temper flared up. He said, "You dare to mess with my big brother, so I fought with him." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in front of him. The person in front of the fourth young master, Yin, reached out and quickly took the phone into their own hand. The fourth young master stubbornly said, "I can handle it myself." At this time, our sister-in-law had changed into a noble, pure white outfit, exuding a goddess aura. Standing side by side with the fourth young master Yin, she made him look even more like a jerk. Then she held the fourth young master Yin's hand with one hand and took the phone with the other. This jerk, the fourth young master Yin, even became shy because of this. If they're not careful, big brother might just lose his wife. Taking advantage of the situation, Gu Shui took the phone and calmly answered, "This is Gu Shui." Then, the second young master Jiang, holding a cigarette, sat on the sofa and said, "Mrs. Yin, about you hitting Jiang Jing, it's clearly throwing the Jiang family's face on the ground. I have to pay a visit." It seems this second brother of the Jiang family is determined to steal the Yin family young master's woman. When the Yin family young master returns home, he'll curse in his heart, "These bastards, actually stealing my woman." On this end of the phone, Gu Shui simply replied with 4 words, "Good, I'll be waiting." These 4 simple words highlighted this woman's mysterious, calm, and mature aura. At this moment, Gu Shui closed her eyes tightly and hung up the phone, thinking, "What the hell are these bastards? They're all after me." Then, the male butler at the Jiang family residence asked, "Second young master Jiang, are you really going to visit the Yin family?" The second young master thought, "Opportunity knocks but once. If I don't go this time, there won't be another chance." So he put out his cigarette and said, I'm going to the Yin family at 3 p.m. At the same time, he showed a smile that was 3 parts charming and 7 parts handsome. He said, with Yin Chao missing without a trace, it's a good time to check on the Yin family. This guy, under the guise of checking on the Yin family, is clearly going to see Gu Shui. But he doesn't know that at this moment, the 4th young master Yin and Gu Shui are having a deep conversation. The 4th young master angrily asked Gu Shui, "Why did you answer the phone? Aren't you afraid he'll cause trouble for you?" He also grabbed his sister-in-law's hand. The sister-in-law stared straight at the 4th young master Yin and asked, "So, you just wanted to take that whip from me? It's not in vain. Having a sense of seniority and respect is good. Understanding how to protect family members is excellent. But some things are too much for children to bear. Adults should handle them," the 4th young master said with slightly reddened cheeks. Who's a child? Who's an adult? You're only 20-something yourself." Gu Shui composed herself and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" She quickly withdrew her hand. The 4th young master Yin was somewhat dissatisfied and said with a hint of shyness, "Not yet." The scene changed, and the two began to have breakfast. Gu Shui said, "I hit him knowing the consequences. Think twice before acting. This is also how you should handle trouble next time you encounter it." It seems that this sister-in-law is indeed different from before. She's gradually aligning the hearts of the whole family, making them work together. The 4th young master retorted, "Jiang Heir is now the person in power. Him coming to deal with such a small matter means he's very interested in Yin Chao's disappearance." This statement hit the 4th young master's sweet spot. He then asked, "Aren't you worried he'll take advantage of my big brother's absence to deal with the Yin family?" He indeed can't deal with the Yin family, but he might steal from your Yin family. Young man, be more alert. Your big brother is very capable, but he's not everything. The Yin business empire doesn't run on him alone. The implication is that you're just a kid. You still don't understand the importance of cooperation. You think if you personally disappear or defeat one person, this entire family will vanish? The family has thousands of up-and-coming members, protecting the entire family. If your big brother has enough risk awareness, he would have trained a strong team to ensure that Yin Corporation can still operate normally after his brief departure. After saying this, Gu Shui casually wiped her mouth and said, "So, these are not for us to worry about." At this moment, the doorbell rang. Jiang Heir had arrived. Just as the 2nd young master Jiang was about to enter, Gu Shui calmly said, "This is very delicious. Wash another plate." Everyone can guess how Gu Shui used this plate of strawberries to capture men's hearts. At this moment, there was a loud thud on the ground. Jiang Heir made a dazzling entrance. He came striding in with his 1.9-meter frame. As he walked, he greeted Mrs. Yin, thinking to himself, "Before long, you'll be Mrs. Jiang." At this time, Gu Shui and her brother-in-law were sitting on the sofa, welcoming the 2nd young master Jiang. Upon seeing the 2nd young master Jiang, Gu Shui calmly said, "Mr. Jiang, are you here to seek revenge for Jiang Jing?" The 2nd young master Jiang, stroking his double chin, said, "We need an explanation." He touched his sexy chin, revealing his light-colored eyes, and continued, "Our Jiang family member was beaten at your Yin family. How can we let it go easily? Pay attention to this beautiful woman. She could actually jump down from the 88th floor and snatch the driver's belt to use as her cosplay prop. What kind of woman is she exactly?" It turns out that just now, after Gu Shui beat up the Jiang family's 3rd young master, the 2nd young master Jiang came knocking. The 2nd young master Jiang came to demand an explanation, and if possible, to get a wife along the way. Gu Shui asked in return, "Then what about your Jiang family members, who beat up our Yin family members? What should be done about that?" The 2nd young master Jiang pondered for a moment and replied, "Then what does Mrs. Yin want?" Gu Shui said, "Of course, it's to treat others as they treat you. So I beat him up." Before the 2nd young master could react, Gu Shui curled her slender little finger, telling the 4th young master of the rival family to come over. The 4th young master obediently wagged his tail, approaching like a good little dog. At this moment, Gu Shui gently touched the 4th young master's wound. She said to the 2nd young master Jiang, "Mr. Jiang, this is what your brother caused." As she spoke, the 4th young master had a smug look on his face. It's different when you have someone backing you up. Is it only allowed for your Jiang family to bully our Yin family? Gu Shui said with a serious expression. At this point, the 2nd young master Jiang used the excuse of children's roughhousing, saying, "Even if that's the case, it's just kids fighting in private. Why escalate it to the level of adults getting involved?" Gu Shui then used his own logic against him, saying, "I beat Jiang Jin for Yin went by. If Mr. Jiang is not satisfied, you can also beat me in return for Jiang Jin. As expected of the family matriarch, modern people are still a bit inferior when it comes to verbal sparring. Gu Shui continued, "There's no time like the present. Mr. Jiang, it's feasible for you to fight for Jiang Jin's sake today." Gu Shui revealed her white teeth, giving a faint smile. The second young Master Jiang clearly panicked, saying, "I don't fight with women." He realized he had lost face in front of this woman. He wisely stood up and said, "Since this matter was caused by Jiang Jin, let's just forget about it." At this moment, Gu Shui showed her displeasure and said, "Forget about it? Mr. Jiang, do you think you can step on the Yin family's doorstep so casually?" The second young Master Jiang smiled somewhat stubbornly and said, "Then what does Mrs. Yin mean?" He then moved closer. This guy really doesn't miss any opportunity to take advantage when he can. At this point, Gu Shui's actions made the green light on the Gu family young master's head even more obvious. Gu Shui's hand directly grabbed the second young Master Jiang's broad chest, pulling them even closer. Their breaths were almost intermingling. The Yin family's wife plays it wild, first with a puppy, then with a tiger. Not satisfied with handsome men, she aimed for the second floor of the Jiang family. The old Jiang family demon isn't enough, so she calls for the second brother to come home. It turns out that just now, when the second young Master Jiang came to the Yin family to seek an explanation for his brother, he didn't expect to be pulled close by Gu Shui. This face-to-face distance made even the editor's heart skip a beat. The butler beside them said nervously, "Mrs. Yin, what are you doing? Mr. Jiang has already let you off. Don't tell me you still want to hit Mr. Jiang." Indeed, the butler can only manage the house. If it were the editor, they would have already closed the door and waited outside. At this moment, Gu Shui released the second young Master Jiang's hand and rubbed the button on his chest. She casually removed the button and said, "Let's consider Mr. Jiang magnanimous. This time, he came to apologize on behalf of his brother. This is the apology gift." As she spoke, her hand was still waving the button. At this moment, the second young Master Jiang's CPU started burning rapidly. His face suddenly turned slightly red. While tugging at his own tie, he said, "Now we're even. Then I'll take my leave." This guy was thinking, after flirting with someone, I didn't expect to be flirted back. Feeling like he had lost the upper hand, he wanted to escape quickly. But how could Gu Shui give him this opportunity? So Gu Shui said, "Wait a moment," and packed up a stack of freshly washed strawberries. Gu Shui put on a smiling face and said to the second young Master Jiang, "These strawberries are very sweet. Mr. Jiang, take them with you. Don't let your trip be in vain. Take care, Mr. Jiang." Mr. Jiang then left. In the car, the young assistant was driving and said, "Mr. Jiang, this Mrs. Yin seems different from the rumors. She's very smart, but a bit too domineering." At this moment, Mr. Jiang was staring fixedly in one direction, his hand holding the box of several dozen strawberries. Staring at the strawberries in the box, he somewhat lewdly tasted the strawberries with his mouth while thinking about Mrs. Yin. Even more perversely, he even licked his finger. So perverted this box of several dozen strawberries. Staring at the strawberries in the box, he somewhat lewdly tasted the strawberries with his mouth while thinking about Mrs. Yin. Even more perversely, he even licked his finger. So perverted, staring at the strawberries in the box, somewhat lewdly tasting the strawberries with his mouth while thinking about Mrs. Yin. Even more perversely, he even licked his finger. So perverted. This guy was licking his finger while recalling, "The strawberries are quite sweet. I wonder if Mrs. Yin would be even sweeter." At this point, the scene shifts to the spy drama set. You can hear the staff on set whispering. At 1 a.m. 3 days ago, while we were filming a night scene, Yuan Ge suddenly left the monitoring range of the crew. Pay attention to this woman whose husband doesn't come home, married far away in Africa. And this woman is now sitting in a chair, thinking about how to have an affair with her two brothers-in-law. Oh no, I mean how to maintain good relationships. It's the first time the editor has seen such a harmonious three-person relationship. As long as the three of us live well together, it's better than anything else. It turns out that just 3 hours ago, an actor went missing on set. The director was very anxious. It's really hard to earn money and eat shit. The director and assistant were talking while pointing at the figure in the monitor. The director was pinching the bridge of his nose, anxiously asking the assistant beside him, "How come we still can't contact him?" The young assistant was also very nervous and helpless, saying, "We've looked everywhere, but can't find him." At this point, the director was on the verge of breakdown. "Keep looking, we must find him." The director was falling apart while grabbing what little hair he had left. He said, "If this young master Yin goes missing on our set, I'm done for." Young Yin is really a troublesome child. Causing trouble for his sister-in-law at home is one thing, but now he's causing trouble for the director on set. Doesn't he remind you of those naughty kids causing trouble for everyone during New Year's family gatherings? At this point, the director quickly contacted Gu Shui, trying to find a way to locate young Yin. However, at this time, Gu Shui was at home, leisurely drinking her tea and reading a novel about a domineering falling in love. While reading, she could still find time to ask the maid if the fourth young master had gone to school and mentioned that today's crab meat lion's head and pink xiao tofu tasted good. She wanted to send some to that rebellious son. The maid was stunned at this point. She had never seen Gu Shui being so considerate, as if she had become a different person. At this moment, the phone rang. There was a missed call. Gu Shui picked up the phone and learned it was from the spy drama crew. The caller immediately asked, "Mr. Yuan Wenjia suddenly disappeared during the filming. What should we do about this?" Gu Shui looked bewildered, but felt a bad premonition down her spine. She asked, "Who is Yuan Wenjia?" At this moment, a memory flashed through Gu Shui's mind. Yin Wenjia, Yin Chao's second younger brother, is a handsome gentleman. He debuted in the entertainment industry under the stage name Yuan Wenjia. Due to his excellent appearance, he has become a hot male celebrity. Who would have thought that every man in the Yin family is a treasure? Their chest muscles are too big to hold in one hand. Unexpectedly, after the fourth young master left, the second young master came. Gu Shui hung up the unfinished call with a heavy heart. She ordered the butler to prepare the car and hurriedly set off on her next journey to clean up the mess. Look at this woman walking in high heels, wearing a cool pair of sunglasses, her whole body exuding an unapproachable aura. As a celebrity's manager, she never expected her artist to disappear. However, she didn't panic. Instead, she casually picked up her tablet and started a game of CSGO. It turns out that just now, Gu Shui learned about her brother-in-law's disappearance. She rushed to the film set in a hurry. At this moment, on a beach over 30 kilometers away from the set, the second young master was standing on a rectangular, cylindrical shore. The editor suspects he is a man with perfectionist tendencies. Otherwise, how could he find such a straight shoreline? At this time, the wind was howling and the water was cold, making the editor's back straighten. This handsome second young master, while staring blankly at the seaside, didn't forget to show off his selling point, those solid and plump chest muscles. The editor suspects he's obviously showing off. In the blink of an eye, wearing his 88,888 yuan pajamas and exposing his well-built chest, he leaped down. The seagull nearby wondered if he was human, jumping off a cliff and landing on it. What terrible luck it had. Meanwhile, a black Lincoln stretch limo from the Yin family suddenly appeared at a small theater. People were speculating whether Yin Chao had returned, or if he had suddenly come to the set because of the so-called pregnant Jiang Meng. Unexpectedly, a long and fair leg extended from the car, wearing 10 centimeters black low-key high heels. A red dress made her look even more elegant. At this moment, this woman was none other than our sister-in-law, Gu Shui. She wore black sunglasses, with her hands on her hips, exuding the aura of a capable and strong woman. She asked concisely and efficiently, "Who is the director?" At this time, the onlookers, not wanting to miss out on the drama, all said, "Wow, Mrs. Yin is so beautiful." So Mrs. Yin had arrived. At this moment, the unknown small-time celebrity Jiang Meng stood nearby, trembling, afraid that Gu Shui had come to steal her spotlight or ruin her plans. So she put on a fawning face, changing from her previous rude and shrewish demeanor to a sweet smile. She approached Gu Shui, just about to say Mrs. Yin when Gu Shui completely ignored her. This is the difference between the main wife and a mistress. At this time, the two directors and the manager all put on smiles and hurriedly went to shake hands and introduce themselves. The man wearing a yellow shirt is Director Li, while the old man wearing a Sherlock Holmes hat is Yuan Wenjia's manager. The brother-in-law plays cliff jumping, the mistress plays kidnapping. After learning about the second young master Yan's disappearance, Gu Shui rushed to the set. Without a word, she took Yuan Wenjia's manager away. Judging by this situation, the editor thought she was a big-shot director coming to poach someone. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming also revealed her viper-like gaze, staring intently at Gu Shui, gossiping behind her back. She comes and has everyone on set running around. Mrs. Yan's attitude is a bit too grand. The short-haired sister next to her said, "If you were Mrs. Yin, you could do the same." At this point, the editor can only say the words are crude, but the reasoning isn't. Some people can be identified as mistresses or main wives at a glance. After Gu Shui took the manager to the car, the manager sat nervously between two bodyguards. "Look, doesn't it resemble how your two stepmom friends sit with you, a little schoolgirl?" Gu Shui skillfully operated the tablet, searching for Yin Erxiao's whereabouts. At this time, the handsome bodyguard next to her reminded her that if they needed to use Yin family's manpower to search for the second young master, they would need to contact the boss's secretary first to get the authority. Unexpectedly, Gu Shui's single, not necessary, left him dumbfounded. Who needs the Yin family's manpower? As the main wife, she can handle these things with ease. The bodyguard had never seen such an operation before. Gu Shui was seen reporting to the police. At this moment, the bodyguard's face showed disbelief, as if in this era, not using bodyguards was an unbelievable thing. At this time, an ordinary working NPC was deeply hurt, shedding tears of regret. After saying this, Gu Shui handed the tablet to the driver. The screen still showed the last image of the second young master before he disappeared, walking along this road. Back to the present, the second young master stood on the cliff edge, exposing his chest. He said emotionally and dramatically, "Goodbye, world. Whether you say goodbye or not doesn't matter, but your jump will hurt so many seagulls and small animals." As soon as he finished speaking, the second young master leaped. His face was full of serenity. He instantly plunged into the sea. Before he could die completely, he heard the roar of an engine. The second young master opened his eyes, thinking how quickly. The king of hell had sent someone in a Lamborghini to pick him up. Looking closely, his pupils dilated. Like a mermaid, Gu Shui in a red dress swam towards him from the mountain. At this moment, above Yin Deshaye's head, another green light of love appeared. With a splash, Gu Shui brought Yin Wenjia back to the surface. Wenjia coughed rapidly, looking pitiful and heartbreaking. "I'll send the Imperial carriage to pick you up tonight and give you a good time." "Really good? Back to the point," Gu Shui asked. "Are you all right?" At this time, he nodded obediently like a puppy. But the next second, Gu Shui pushed him deep into the sea again. Pervert departs. Catching puppies comes with a swipe of the card. The milk dog can't hide secretly. Happy life can't be stopped. It turns out that just now, Gu Shui found the missing Yin Wenjia. After Yin Wenjia was rescued to the shore, those seagulls were still circling around him, as if saying, "I just went to the pier to get some fries, you idiot. If you don't want to live, that's fine, but why drag us into this misery?" At this time, Yi Wenjia was still coughing rapidly, looking weak and frail. The bodyguard came over to give Gu Shui a towel. Gu Shui took the towel, revealing her perfect jawline and high nose bridge. She turned her face to thank the bodyguard. This scene was all captured in Yin Wenjia's eyes. This guy was already who knows how many people who had thoughts about his sister-in-law. He opened his eyes to look at Mrs. Yin, Gu Shui, thinking about what she looked like before. Closing his eyes, he thought, how is this possible? It must be self-deception. And all of this was seen by Gu Shui. Yi Wenjia now made eye contact with Gu Shui. He roared, "You almost drowned me." Gu Shui replied, "Didn't you want to jump into the sea? I was helping you." Yi Wenjia, not to be outdone, said, "There's a net under the sea. Haven't you heard of extreme sports?" This kind of extreme sport really made the editor laugh like an old lady getting into bed. Gu Shui then added, "What? Is this extreme sport short for seeking death? If you don't think it's enough, I can help you once more." Gu Shui's eyes stared directly at Yin Wenjia, revealing genuine emotions more real than pearls. It seems she's not soft-hearted even with her own family. The manager felt the situation was developing incorrectly and immediately came over to intervene, saying, "Mrs. Yin, why don't we sit down and talk slowly?" Meanwhile, Yi Wenjia was so scared he froze on the spot. Gu Shui didn't indulge him either. She said, "No need. Call the crew back and tell them the person has been found." The manager next to her quickly agreed. Gu Shui turned her head at this moment, giving them a perfect side profile. She said, "Get in the car. What are you waiting for?" Clearly, Yi Wenjia misunderstood. Thinking his sister-in-law wanted to play more, he pitifully wrapped himself in his thin clothes and walked up. An hour later, the Yin family's long Lincoln limousine stopped with a splash at the noisy entrance of the film crew. At this time, the director with a traitor's hairstyle exclaimed, "What's going on?" Yin Wenjia, looking like he had been abused, said, "It's nothing. I fell into the water." The manager quickly came forward to hold Yi Wenjia. Amidst everyone's concern, he took Yuan to his changing room to change into a fresh set of clothes. Outside the door, Hui Shui, wearing a matching bathrobe, was chatting with the crew's director. Beautiful sister-in-law loves handsome guys, first flirting with little brother, then with big brother. Husband's green hat can't be hidden. Happy life has no place to hide. Just now, the pervert rescued the second young master, drinking coffee outside the crew while waiting for the second young master. Yin Wenjia had finished changing and walked out. As he walked, he thought this was already the third person to call her Mrs. Yin, so she must be the rumored sister-in-law. Gu Shui thought about this. He called out her name, Gu Shui. Gu Shui turned and said, "Call me sister-in-law." This guy really doesn't know his place, calling Gu Shui by her name directly. If this was in front of the previous fourth young master, the python skin golden whip would have been prepared. The scars on the legs, flesh torn open, none would be spared. At this moment, the director was also hurriedly directing. Gu Shui sat alone on a chair, seemingly thinking about something. Gu Shui sat alone on a chair, seemingly thinking about something. The manager next to her came over to chat, asking, "Mrs. Yin, how did you know he was there?" Gu Shui smiled contemptuously and said, "These wealthy family kids all have this rotten behavior. They always want to play something different and exciting." Saying this, she turned to look at the manager squatting on the ground. She asked, "You've been by his side for so long. Didn't you know Yin Wenjia was this kind of person?" The manager saw the situation was about to ignite. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Play? I don't know. No. Just then, Gu Shui's phone buzzed. It was a call from the fourth young master. The lion's head meatballs for lunch had already been delivered to him. The fourth young master asked, "Is this food you sent me?" Gu Shui replied, "Yes, I sent it to you. Don't you like it?" You could hear from the other end of the phone. The fourth young master shyly said, "I like it." Mrs. Yin really has these two brothers wrapped around her finger. Poor Tom is being played like a puppet. At this time, the second young master came out wearing a suit and tie. Confused, he thought about Gu Shui sending food to his brother, and then sending me to die. Meanwhile, Gu Shui hadn't noticed the second young master coming out. She was still staring at her phone screen, deep in thought. She thought it was strange. One is surprised by a little food sent to him, while the other is completely free-range, recklessly relaxed about his own life. Regardless of the two of them, why would they be in the same family with such different? And this Yin family is quite strange, with no rules and no familial affection. Just as Gu Shui was thinking about this, the director with the traitor's hairstyle shouted action, interrupting Gu Shui's thoughts. Shui's time travel mission, emulating Wu's song to fight the tiger. 3 men are not enough. Mrs. Yin Jia hasn't had enough fun. The recently lost Yin Wenjia has already returned to the crew. Gu Shui also briefly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yi Wenjia also began his work. The second young master stood in the crowd in his suit. The off-camera narrator said, "This is the upper-class society he once fought desperately to enter. Now he is finally integrated into it, as naturally as a drop of water merging into the ocean. An old version of him dies today. A new version of him is reborn today." Unexpectedly, such a long piece of dialogue was all narrated off-screen. This game player didn't need any lines at all, just making a few gestures of reaching out and putting hands on hips. After the director yelled "cut," people around were praising him. He was also immersed in this joy, hands on hips, holding a triangular glass, striking his pose. Smugly, as the manager was applauding, he asked, "Where's Gu Shui?" He turned his head and saw an empty seat where a person was missing. The manager stuttered. She left. Seems she said she was going to the mall to buy new clothes. At this moment, the second young master was very angry, sad, and helpless. He choked up thinking, "So she didn't even see a second of me in such a handsome scene." The scene changes. We see this instant noodle grandma holding instant noodles. Surprised, she says, "Buying clothes?" At this time, Gu Shui was picking out the 999th dress. She said, "I'll take this one too." The instant noodle Annie had never seen such a scene. The noodle fork in her hand dropped from shock. Gu Shui looked up and asked, "You're not selling?" The instant noodle Andy, embarrassed, said sell, sell, sell. It's just the first time someone's made such a big deal buying things at my little shop. Gu Shui wasn't here to buy things. She was purely expanding her wardrobe. At this moment, Gu Shui, fierce but a few words, took out her prestigious black gold card with 12 zeros. Upon receiving the card payment, the instant noodle Annie was also very excited. She never expected that a domineering female CEO would descend upon her little shop. So, everyone, look around and see if there are any beautiful ladies like this female CEO that you can introduce to Xiao Biao. Meanwhile, night falls. Somewhere in Africa, the eldest young master Gu's iPhone 14 Pro Max Midnight 1TB suddenly vibrated a few times on his little brother's chest. He saw a quick payment of 335 yuan from a number ending in 0. Two lackeys said, 335 yuan? How come it's such a small amount? Even if it's a refund, it couldn't be this little money. The beautiful Mrs. Yin is so lovable. The puppy secretly comes up with a new plan. Otherwise, being caught peeping would be embarrassing, with a forced smile and shaky legs. Sister cares about your work, but you're secretly being shy. Without hesitation, hurry home. Sister has prepared roses. It turns out that after Gu Shui had everything arranged, she went out shopping by herself and spent money using the cuckold husband's supplementary black card. At this moment, somewhere in Africa, a pair of strong and powerful jointed hands, still wet from bathing, reached out of the bathroom, saying, "Give me the phone." And at this moment, we can see that this legitimate eldest young master has 58 abdominal muscles. As for below, the author has no words. The editor won't say either. Everyone can imagine for themselves. The eldest young master stared at his phone like this. The screen occasionally popped up with payments of 12 yuan, for yuan, 33 yuan. He raised his devilish corner of his mouth, thinking about what tricks this woman was up to again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, Gu Shui also discovered the beauty of this world. After wandering for half an hour, her right hand was carrying a boutique dress bought for 500 bucks, her left hand holding a 5 yuan bucket of ice cream. She stuck out her tongue and lightly licked it. Unexpectedly, the big thumb still had such an exciting and shy moment. This strawberry cone is truly the most delicious thing in the world. A woman's happiness can be so simple. Just then, the second young master, wearing a black mask and his shit yellow clothes, stood in a dark corner of the street. Watching this high-energy matriarch eating a strawberry cone, he thought, so Gu Shui hasn't left after all. He pulled down his mask. Gu Shui was intently staring at her phone, not noticing the second young master beside her. She picked up the phone and asked, "What's the matter?" A voice came from the other end. "Madam, Mr. Jian has returned to Beijing." After Aunt Shui learned this, she put down the phone. She began to exchange poems with the second young master. The pervert asked, "What about Jian Changming?" The younger brother replied, "He's brother's friend." The two held hands and returned home. The younger brother knew to wait in the room. Sister's heart climbs Chun Gong Ridge. Picking up the phone, "Who is this?" On the other end, Secretary Xiao Shuling. "Mr. Jian will visit your mansion tomorrow night. Hoping Mrs. Yin will entertain herself." Mrs. Yin hears a guest is coming. Unable to refuse, she accepts. The confrontation ends. Aunt Shui thought to herself that Mr. Jian must have something important to discuss if he's rushing to visit right after returning. So she agreed to the meeting. Just as she hung up, the phone suddenly rang again. It was actually Mr. Yan's secretary on the other end. She said that if Mr. Jian is visiting the Yin family tomorrow night, please bring me along, madam. Gu Shui immediately agreed. Just then, the phone rang again. Gu Shui thought to herself, damn, there's so much going on. I must be the unluckiest person alive. She reluctantly answered the phone. What call is this? They actually want me, Yin Tai, to come see mom in person? Surprisingly, this time, it was Gu Shui's mother calling. Gu Shui's eyes widened. At this moment, her memories flashed before her like a revolving lantern. It turns out Gu Shui's father, named Gu Shueming, made his fortune selling educational materials. This allowed him to join the ranks of the wealthy. Gu Shueming's second wife, Zhang Xian, was a full-time housewife. Gu Shui was like a puppet on strings, overshadowed by her parents. To them, their daughter was just a tool for getting rich and climbing the social ladder, a puppet they could manipulate at will. It seems they wanted to get involved because Mr. Jin was visiting tomorrow, trying to get a piece of the action. The excuse was that her father was worried she couldn't handle the situation. Before they could finish, Gu Shui quickly replied, "That won't be necessary." While the other end of the line continued to ramble on, Aunt Shui promptly hung up the phone. Jian Chaming's arrival has made so many people nervous. It seems tomorrow will be a tough battle. So Aunt Shui prepared herself and organized her thoughts. She instructed that if any more calls came in, they should all be rejected. Just then, the door opened. The fourth young master walked in carrying a lunchbox. Sensing the unusual atmosphere at home, he asked if something had happened. To avoid worrying the fourth young master, Aunt Gu Shui concealed the truth. She also asked if he had eaten yet. This Yin Wenba, for some reason, would blush every time the topic of food came up. Perhaps he had a special fondness for meals. Aunt Gu Shui showed concern for the fourth young master, instructing the chef to leave a bit less food for Yin Wenba next time. Yin Wenba shyly expressed his thanks. All of this was observed by the second young master. After the fourth young master went upstairs, he was met face to face by his second brother. The second young master asked, "Was that lunchbox given to you by the eldest sister-in-law?" The fourth young master coldly replied with and then asked if there was something else. The second young master cautiously asked, "Isn't it too late for this woman to try and win over our family members now?" Clearly, the fourth young master didn't want to answer this question. He shook his head, brushed it off with a few "I don't know"s, and was about to return to his room. The second young master realized that the fourth young master didn't have the intense reaction he had imagined. Instead, he seemed to accept this woman's kindness. So he asked, "Don't you think there's something off about this eldest sister-in-law?" The fourth young master ignored him completely. He just closed his door, leaving the second young master standing there. The second young master muttered to himself, "This guy was bought off by Gu Shui so easily." After returning to his own room, the second young master idly passed his time. What made his own younger uncle-in-law suddenly become jealous of the eldest sister-in-law? It turns out the second young master had witnessed Aunt Shui bringing a bowl of rice to the fourth young master. Subsequently, his attempt to sow discord failed, casually brushed off by the fourth young master Yin. After angrily returning to his room, he couldn't sit still. Facing the ceiling, he began to let his imagination run wild. "I'm just an insignificant ant. He saved me, but he's not even willing to give me a second glance." The second young master grew increasingly heartbroken. Even at home, he shows more concern for Yi Wenba than for me. At this moment, he hadn't yet realized that he had already fallen into a state of dependence on the eldest sister-in-law, unable to extricate himself. Right now, he could only think about how to argue with Yi Wenba. The scene shifts to the train station. At this time, Jian Chaming's niece, Jian Rui, and his good friend Chao Jia came to receive Jian Chaming. But as soon as Jian Chaming returned, he didn't even go home to rest, instead rushing to the Yin family. Jian Rui curiously asked, "Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever met Gu Shui." Wearing glasses and sporting a neat, short haircut, Jian Chaming said, "Gu Shui is not exactly a likable person." With that, he set off for the Yin residence, preparing to meet Gu Shui. At the Yin residence, Gu Shui's parents were stopped at the main gate. Yan's father shouted, "Mrs. Yin is my daughter." But the guards had strict orders. Except for Mr. Jian, no one was allowed to enter the premises, especially her own parents. Gu Shui's father was now very angry. Inside, a maid came to report the situation at the main gate. Gu Shui calmly looked at her romance novel. She said, "Let them keep waiting. See who gives up first." Just then, a black car arrived at the main gate. Yin Chao's secretary, Chen Yujin, rolled down the window and asked why Gu Shui's parents were there. To save face, Gu Shui's father said that maybe Shui hadn't woken up yet. While speaking, he complained about the guards not letting them in. Chen Yujin calmly returned a smile, slowly rolled up the window, and said, "Then I'll go in and see what's going on." Chen Yujin seemed to have anticipated that Gu Shui's father would ask him to bring them in. So he pretended not to hear, adjusted his tie, and entered the Yin family compound through the back door. As soon as he entered, he asked where Mrs. Yin was. Then, led by a servant, he walked towards the study on the second floor. As he walked, he wondered what kind of book Gu Shui could be reading. Could it be How to Capture a Man's Heart? Or How to Get More Assets in a Divorce? Arriving outside the study, he unceremoniously pushed open the door. He saw Gu Shui sitting on the sofa, holding a book titled Human Shadow. Shui looked up at Chen Yujin. asking, "Secretary Chun, is there something you need to instruct me about?" Chun Yujing adjusted his glasses and began to speak. At that time, "I hope Madam won't speak. The lady of the house." Being instructed by a mere secretary on how to behave, Yin Chao's secretary Chen Yujin returned to the Yin residence. The first thing he did was to find Gu Shuai and request that she not speak when Jian Chaming visits. Gu Shuai seemed to have predicted she would say this, so she calmly replied, "All right." However, this response was unexpected to Chen Yujin. Gu Shuai didn't make a fuss. She just agreed. Just then, a maid came to inform that Jian Rui had arrived. Aunt Shui curiously asked who Jian Rui was to Jian Changming. The secretary informed her that she was Mr. Jian's niece. So Aunt Shui nonchalantly continued reading her book. Chun Yujin asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to get up to greet her?" Aunt Shui adjusted her posture, leaning on the sofa. "With Yin Chao not at home, I'm the mistress. When someone visits, how can the host lower their status? Don't confuse the hierarchy." Chun Yujin laughed awkwardly. However, a secretary is just a secretary, always overthinking. All day long, their mind is filled with nothing but calculations. What's wrong with Gu Shuai today? She's unexpectedly not. Just then, Jian Rui pushed open the door and entered. Unexpectedly, the woman who came in reminded Gu Shuai of her past life. This Jian Rui seemed to have some inexplicable connection with her. Aunt Shui didn't show any unusual reaction. She calmly said, "Miss Jian, please sit. Coffee or tea?" Jian Rui was straightforward. Sitting on the sofa, she assumed the posture of the host, wanting to send Chen Yujin away to extract some words from Aunt Shui. So she spoke first, saying, "What a coincidence. Jian Changming just went to the Yinsher building. He's waiting for Chen Yujin there." Chen Yujin adjusted his glasses and said, "That's really unfortunate." But he showed no intention of leaving. Seeing no way to send Chen Yujin away, Jian Rui turned her attention to Gu Shuai. "Mrs. Yin looks in good spirits." The implication was that her husband is now in Africa, with the Ebola virus spreading. Yet this wife is at home, leisurely reading books and drinking tea. It doesn't look like a married couple at all. This seemed to say on another battlefield that Gu Shuai was indeed incompetent, not even having the courage to meet people, still needing Qingdong's company. Gu Shuai didn't back down, calmly replying, I sleep well and eat well, especially the strawberries." She then pushed the strawberries towards Jian Rui, asking, "Would you like to try some?" Chen Yujin glanced at Gu Shuai. Did she really not hear the sarcasm, or was it intentional? But with just these simple words, she avoided Jian Rui's verbal attack. Jian Rui was now temporarily behind 0:1, so she switched to a conciliatory mode. "Thank you, I'll try a strawberry then." But in her heart, she was calculating, what's going on? Why is she being so friendly? Look at this woman, even having the mood to wash strawberries for her enemy to eat. At this moment, the opponent thought, well, you're actually quite nice. Just now, Gu Shuai had ended her battle with Jian Rui. Gu Shuai then asked Chen Yujin to go for the autopsy. With the conversation reaching this point, Secretary Chun felt it wasn't appropriate to stay by their side. As Chen Yujin was about to leave, unexpectedly, Gu Shuai expressed her intention to go along. Both of them were stunned at that moment. At this point, Jian Rui was almost struck down by Gu Shuai's metaphorical sword. It was as if Gu Shuai was pointing a sword at Jian Rui, saying, "You're not my match. I've never considered you my opponent. You're not even in my league." At this moment, Jing Rui realized she couldn't keep up with Gu Shuai's level of conversation and wanted to keep Gu Shuai behind. Unexpectedly, Gu Shuai turned to the second young master and said, "Take care of the guest." This really didn't give Jing Rui any chance to recover. The second young master was stunned, pointing at himself and saying, Mom, are you talking to me?" All right, Jian Rui thought. "You're quite something, leaving the most troublesome second young master to me." At this time, Yi Wenjia adjusted his clothes, choosing to follow his sister-in-law's orders. He then turned to Jian Rui and said, "You sit there. I'll go get some tea to serve you." Jian Rui was stunned by this scene. Before she could say anything, she was already blocked by the second young master. Meanwhile, Gu Shuai and the secretary walked straight down the stairs. The secretary looked at Gu Shuai's back. He thought about how in this family, not only had the second young master's attitude changed, but even the servants in the house had become very respectful towards her. This woman seemed to have been completely transformed. The scene changes to inside a car. The two sat side by side in the back seat. The secretary spoke first, asking about the recent incident, where the fourth young master and Jiang Jing from the Jiang family got into a fight and ended up at the police station. He mentioned hearing that Mr. Jiang had come to address the issue. Gu Shui calmly asked in response, "What? Did Jiang come to complain to you?" The secretary immediately became cautious, saying that Mr. Jiang cares about his face. Even if he wanted to complain, he wouldn't come to me. Unexpectedly, before the secretary could finish his sentence, Gu Shui's temper flared up. She grabbed the secretary's collar, pulling him close to her. The secretary was shocked at this moment. Gu Shui, with a calm face, asked, "Are you scared?" Gu Shui released her grip, satisfied, and said, "This is how I handled it. How I treat you is exactly how I treated Mr. Jiang." At this moment, the secretary loosened his tie that had just been tightly grabbed. He thought about being so close to Mr. Jiang. With Gu Shui being so beautiful, few men could resist. Thinking of this, he loosened his tie, feeling nervous for his boss. If she got this close to Mr. Jiang, wouldn't Mr. Yin be at risk of being cheated on? Look at this woman, not wanting her handsome husband, but instead being outside with her husband's secretary, having close interactions in the car. After Gu Shui had dealt with Jian Rui, she went to the Yin group together with the secretary. She successfully intimidated the secretary in the car, warning him not to be too curious. After arriving, with the click-clack of Gu Shui's high heels, the two of them reached the office of the Yin group. The secretary informed Gu Shui that the renowned Mr. Jiang was waiting on the 10th floor. The company employees, upon seeing the secretary, all respectfully greeted Chen Yujin, but no one paid attention to Gu Shui. So the secretary, for the first time ever, introduced Gu Shui. The other company employees hurriedly bowed and greeted Gu Shui. Gu Shui gave them a beautiful, firm gaze that could join the party, greeting them one by one. Then Gu Shui and her group got into the elevator. At this moment, Mr. Jin also received the news that the two would arrive soon. Just then, the elevator dinged. The handsome man and beautiful woman combination appeared. Although Gu Shui stood next to the tall secretary, her presence was not diminished at all. Afterwards, the three exchanged familiar, but not entirely familiar greetings. Gu Shui also extended both hands to shake hands with Mr. Jian. Mr. Jian was briefly shocked, but he also politely shook hands. The three sat down, and Mr. Jian spoke first, saying that the Jian family had already arrived in Niger. That area has frequent terrorist activities. They couldn't find Yinzu, but they found a clue that Yinzu might have moved to Mali. Mr. Jian reported Yinzu's itinerary truthfully. The secretary smiled in acknowledgement, and Mr. Jian nodded. The two seemed to have some unspoken secret. Suddenly, Mr. Jian stared at Gu Shui and blurted out, "I owe you an apology." Gu Shui thought to herself, "Brother, what's going on? Why are you staring at me saying this? Could it be that we had some history before?" At this moment, Gu Shui hadn't yet realized that she was Yin Chao's wife. When Mr. Jian mentioned Mr. Yan's affairs, Gu Shui looked indifferent. The secretary seized the opportunity to speak, saying, "The Yin family search team is also looking for Mr. Yin within Africa. With Mr. Yan's abilities, he's sure to be safe and sound. What we can do is to control the situation at home." Mr. Jian suddenly asked, "You mean Baoxing?" Hearing the word Baoxing, Gu Shui suddenly remembered. Baoxing sounded like a subsidiary of Yin Group. This CEO's wife was living it up while the CEO was away. And even in front of the CEO's friend, she showed no awareness of her marital relationship with the CEO. The editor advises the sister, "A bad pen is better than a good memory." Just now, Gu Shui and the secretary had a face-to-face confrontation with Mr. Jian. The three immediately brought up Yin Group's subsidiary, Baoxing. Mr. Jian continued, saying that he might not be able to contribute much in this mess. At this moment, the secretary also said seriously, "Baoxing's losses are nothing to Yin Group, but it brings a big risk. It would be best if other equally large companies could come together to share this risk." Mr. Jian thought of it. That should be the Jiang family and the Song family. The secretary didn't answer, continuing, "After all, the Yin family's foundation is overseas." Mr. Jian also began to self-negate, thinking that Jiang heir from the Jiang family and Song Jin from the Song family don't quite compare to Yin Group. Moreover, at this time, it's indeed not appropriate to introduce overseas companies. The secretary saw that he had already made Mr. Jian understand, so he continued with a smile, "So we still asked Mr. Jian to mediate and delay things. We need to wait until Yin Zi returns." At this moment, Gu Shui, sitting on the side, was also thinking that the losses brought by Baoxing wouldn't affect much, but Qin Yujin was so concerned about it. He didn't even dare to find overseas companies to bear the risk, and could only ask the Jian family to mediate. It shows that this matter is indeed tricky. And from my research, the Jian family also has some connections in special government projects. Gu Shui's little lecture began. In her brain, she went through many rounds between the Guan, Jian, Yin, Jiang, and Song families, thinking that the Guan family seems scary to others, but I've dealt with them too many times in my past life, so I naturally know the logic behind it. So she wanted to use her experience from her past life to give it a try. From ancient times to now, not all things can only be done by men. At this time, Mr. Jian and Secretary Chen had finished talking, looking at Gu Sun, who was still in a daze beside them. So he asked, "Mrs. Yin, do you have anything else you want to ask?" Gu Shui didn't answer. Mr. Jian, very puzzled, asked again, "Don't you really want to ask about news of Yinzu?" Gu Shui directly denied it, saying no twice, with her big eyes open, looking very obedient. Mr. Jian looked disappointed, thinking that with Yin Chao's life uncertain, she's not fulfilling her duty as a wife at all. Come and see this woman, while her husband is away. She's actually maneuvering between her husband's secretary and good friend. Is this a distortion of human nature or a collapse of morality? Just now, Gu Shuini was listening to how to deal with the company's mess beside the secretary and Mr. Jian. Gu Shuini, on the side, was also thinking that the losses brought by Baoxing wouldn't affect much. But Qin Yujin was so concerned about it, not even daring to find overseas companies to bear the risk, and could only ask the Jiang family to mediate. It shows that this matter is indeed tricky. And from Gu Shui's research, the Jian family also has some connections in special government projects. At this moment, Gu Shui's little lecture began. Between the Guan, Jian, Yin, Jiang, and Song families, Gu Shui's brain went through many rounds of maneuvering, thinking that the Guan family seemed scary to others. But Gu Shui in her past life had dealt with them too many times, so she naturally knows the way. So she wanted to use her experience from her past life to give it a try. From ancient times to now, not all things can only be done by men. At this time, Mr. Jian and Qin Yujin had finished talking, noticing that Gu Shui beside them was still in a daze. So he asked, "Mrs. Yin, do you have anything else you want to ask?" Gu Shui didn't answer. Mr. Jian, very puzzled, asked again, "Don't you really want to ask about news of Yinzu?" At this time, Gu Shui brought out a double denial. No, with her big eyes open. At this moment, Mr. Jian thought, she's not fulfilling her duty as a wife at all. Qin Yujin saw that the situation wasn't quite right, so he quickly smoothed things over, saying, "Then I'll have someone send Mrs. Yin home first." So Gu Shui left without saying a word, under Mr. Jian's silent gaze. Mr. Jian also chose to look elsewhere. Silence was tonight's. Cambridge. Just then, Gu Shui suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Mr. Jian, saying, "I believe he will come back alive." Mr. Jian was stunned by this turn at that moment. Unexpectedly, he then showed a relieved smile, saying he will. He definitely will. After Qin Yujin and Gu Shui walked out of the office, Gu Shui followed behind Qin Yujin, occasionally whispering to the company employees. Qin Yujin turned and asked, "Yinzi, what are you doing?" Gu Shui secretly handed the note she had just written to Qin Yujin. At this moment, their fingers touched. Qin Yujin's heartbeat was deafening. The beauty just handed her husband's secretary a note. The secretary blushed uncontrollably. His heartbeat was thunderous. Afterwards, Qin Yujin immediately tightened his thoughts, watching Shui's departing figure. "I just told her not to speak, but she doesn't have to be completely silent, right?" After saying this, he opened the note in his hand. Once opened, it was not trivial. Qin Yujin's face instantly turned as red as Fire Mountain. The words made him extremely embarrassed. It turned out the note said, "Secretary Chen, your pants are wet. You spilled tea on them." This subtle scene happened to be seen by Mr. Jian, who reasonably let his imagination run wild. Could something have happened between Gu Shui and Qin Yujin again? At this moment, the Green Swallow group gained another member. The main character is the unintentionally flirtatious Gu Shui. The second is her own husband. As for the others, there are Sister Shui's large harem family. Who knows? Sister Gu Shui might be too happy. After listening to Mr. Jian's meeting, Shui returned home and immediately asked the second young master to explain the relationships between aristocratic families. The second young master asked with a doubtful face, "What's the point of figuring out these wealthy family relationships? What can it change?" Gu Shui had a profound look at this time. These things are of great significance. Don't underestimate them. Saying this, she dialed the number of the Jiang family's young master. Gu Shui, on the phone, invited the Jiang family's young master to gather at her mansion in a few days. Hearing the pleasant voice on the other end of the phone, young Master Jiang recalled that the last strawberry incident had already been reported by journalists. If he agreed to Gu Shui's invitation, this rumor would be directly confirmed. But remembering Gu Shui and her strawberry, young Master Jiang thought, last time she gave me such a sweet strawberry. So what trick is she going to play this time? So Mr. Jiang passionately accepted the invitation. The second young master on the side was curious about how Gu Shui became so familiar with Mr. Jiang and even invited him separately. Gu Shui glanced over, indicating that this dinner would not only include the Jiang family. All the aristocratic families on the list would be notified one by one, but the Feng family and Song family were excluded. No need to answer if anyone asks. After resolving these matters, Gu Shui casually asked about the fourth young master, whether he had eaten the food she sent over today. The second young master on the side felt extremely conflicted. Afterwards, Aunt Shui was going to raid the big mall with Mrs. Xia. The second young master felt extremely unbalanced. It's really using and discarding. After getting the information, she just abandoned me. So the second young master started to counterattack, asking sourly, "My big brother is missing outside. Are you so comfortable going shopping?" Rich wives don't just think about shopping every day, but about mingling with handsome men from various wealthy families. Buying dogs and wolves, they have it all. With so many rich people, what's wrong with one more editor? As the second young master Yi was jealous, he asked sourly, "Big brother is missing outside, and you're so comfortable going shopping?" However, what the second young master didn't expect was Gu Shui brought up his extreme sports activities. Big brother is missing, and little brother still has the mood for extreme sports? The second young master wanted to argue, but was pushed away by Gu Shui. "I should have kept you underwater when I had the chance." Then she provocatively asked, "What? Are there going to be gossip reporters taking my pictures?" This question actually gave the blockhead an idea. It turns out, Gu Shui was trying to create an illusion for the outside world that everything was fine. This banquet was also part of the plan. Then Gu Shui made a graceful turn and left in a grand manner. At this time, the second young master was lowering his head, pondering what his sister-in-law was up to. A few hours later, the handsome blonde from the Jiang family appeared again. He was about to go downstairs to find something to eat, but unexpectedly saw his second brother sitting gloomily on the sofa. So he asked with concern. He heard that the banquet organized by Yin Wenba's sister-in-law had invited all the upper class, but only the Feng family and Song family didn't receive invitations. The Jiang family's young master was secretly sulking, saying sourly, "She invited me, but not only me." Then young Master Jiang realized that he had been used by Aunt Shui. Back to this side, after sending out invitations to the big, wealthy families, Aunt Shui was leisurely sitting on the sofa reading a book, waiting for her original fake sister. Mrs. Xia had been subservient to Mrs. Xia to climb into high society and be accepted by this fashion circle. Mrs. Xia, who just entered, held her arm and stood in front of Aunt Shui as if it was her own home. She arrogantly asked, "You didn't put on makeup?" At this moment, Mrs. Xia still thought that Gu Shui was upset because she saw the news that Jiang Meng was pregnant with Yin Zhu's child. Aunt Shui was simply lazy, and besides, the rumors were all fake. Then the two immediately got up to go shopping at the mall. While Aunt Shui was shopping in some part of Africa, there were only a few buzzing sounds. Each card swipe was for a very large amount. It made the two followers suspect that the card might have been stolen, wondering why it was suddenly so aggressive. Yin Zong was calm at this time. Gu Shui is back to normal. Then he turned his attention back to the war situation without looking back. The rich wife, while her husband is away, actually gathered all the handsome men from wealthy families to have a party at her home. When will this heaven-defying wealth come to the editor? After a busy day, Aunt Shui made plans with her fake best friend to go shopping together. She directly swiped her husband's black gold card until it turned white. At this time, Mrs. Xia was already starting to sweat for Gu Shui. Seeing her spend so much, she wanted to advise Gu Shui, but Gu Shui was not moved at all, pointing at the luxury goods in front of her. "Not this one and this one, but wrap up all the rest." After buying luxury goods, a refreshed Gu Shui asked Mrs. Xia, "Why didn't you buy anything?" Mrs. Xia replied with a speechless expression, "You bought everything. What else could I buy?" So Gu Shui made some polite remarks. Then she left with her entourage of helpers carrying the purchases. leaving Mrs. Xiao alone, bewildered in the wind. At this time in school, the fourth young master was looking at his lunchbox, thinking how Gu Shui's act was so convincing. Before he could finish his thought, the fourth young master's friends teased him. It must be nice to have someone care for you. No one is so thoughtful to us. While they were complaining, they were also discussing how to skip class and go out to play. Unexpectedly, the fourth young master waved his hand and said, "What's there to discuss? Let's be men of action. Just go out and play." Just as they were about to leave, the phone rang. Gu Shui called to ask why he wasn't coming home, hearing he was going out to play. Originally thinking he would be scolded by Gu Shui, unexpectedly her next words were, "Sounds fun. Can I join?" The fourth young master thought about this drinking party. It was just those rich young men and models together. What good could come of it? So he canceled his plans with the models. His friends were very surprised. At this time, the fourth young master angrily said, "This bastard. Where are we going?" "I'm going home." After returning home, as expected, the news of Gu Shui's shopping spree immediately topped the trending topics. And Gu Shui's appearance was also brought up for discussion. Facing negative comments, the second young master used over 100 different accounts to defend Gu Shui. He was truly a passionate fan. Just after the second young master finished arguing with those haters, not long after, there was a thud sound as a school bag was thrown onto the sofa. The second young master crossed his legs, wanting to see why the fourth young master had come back. Unexpectedly, the fourth young master sat down on the sofa and picked up his phone. He decisively hung up an incoming call. The second young master understood, saying, "It's that damn teacher of yours." The fourth young master asked unhappily, "Why aren't you at the film set?" The second young master also expressed that he didn't want to go to the set, just wanted to stay at home. This rich wife had the young masters wrapped around her finger. Some young masters even switched between 100 accounts to fight against haters for Gu Shui. This is simply a reincarnated dog trainer. It turns out that just now at the Yin family, both the second and fourth young masters stayed home for Gu Shui, and the two began to be jealous over their sister-in-law. At this moment, a war between two grown men was about to break out. Have you thought about how the eldest brother in Africa feels right now? The atmosphere in the room became tense due to the two men's confrontation. Suddenly dropped to zero. The atmosphere was very delicate. As Gu Shui came down the stairs with a patter, the two men finally turned their gaze elsewhere. Gu Shui came down and invited the two to have dinner together. At the dinner table, Gu Shui happily swayed in a low-cut, revealing white nightgown, cheerfully raising her glass to toast with the two. At this moment, the fourth young master brought up the banquet again. Gu Shui said that this banquet must be held. Before Gu Shui could finish, the fourth young master anxiously asked if all the arrangements had been made. Gu Shui now showed the demeanor of a mistress of the house, saying that all these matters had been handed over to the secretary. Gu Shui now showed the demeanor of a mistress of the house. The fourth young master was also very shocked that the secretary would agree to such an absurd behavior from Gu Shui. The fourth young master resisted Gu Shui's behavior. Gu Shui calmly said, "You should believe, just like your second brother." As she spoke, the second young master thought he was caught in the crossfire even while eating. The second young master was now saying one thing, but meaning another, wanting to refute Gu Shui. At this time, Gu Shui brought up a key question. Why didn't the second young master go out to play? While the fourth young master repeatedly tried to stop her, the second young master opposite smiled and kept wanting to spill the beans. The atmosphere was harmonious to an unusual degree. Even the maid was amazed by this harmonious atmosphere. On the other side, at the Yinsher group, Mr. Jian and Jian Rui looked at each other. Jian Rui seemed to have some unspeakable concerns about Xiao Jiayi. Mr. Jian immediately guessed that it had something to do with the female celebrity named Jiangming. At this time, Mr. Jian wasn't interested in anything else. He even enlarged Gu Shui's face from the photo and quietly admired it. Jian Rui thought it was because of these two pieces of misinformation that he began to doubt whether they had made a mistake. At this time, Mr. Jian also explained to Jian Rui why Gu Shui wanted to hold such a grand banquet. So Mr. Jian recommended that Jian Rui could directly ask Gu Shui if he had any questions. At this moment, Jian Rui was suddenly called back by Mr. Jian. He was asked to describe what kind of person Gu Shui was. This rich wife was unrestrained and glorious. When her husband wasn't home, she would carouse with various handsome young men. These activities didn't seem enough for her, so she even invited more handsome men from prominent families to her home for a wild party. This move undoubtedly attracted the attention of some people. Jian Rui suddenly stopped at this point. He only said one sentence. "She is completely different from the rumors." Soon it was the date of the banquet. As expected, the 4 words, Yin Family Banquet, directly topped the trending list. In an instant, the CEOs at the banquet saw their names appear bluntly on the Yin Family Banquet's Weibo. The public opinion was fermenting badly, and they were discussing whether to intervene. At this moment, Chen Eugene didn't notice him, but had his eyes fixed on the central figure of this topic, Gu Shui. Gu Shui was seen wearing a black velvet vintage gown, adorned with emerald jewels, standing regally to the side. However, Gu Shui was very dissatisfied with this outfit, thinking it needed to be more solemn. So she began to reminisce about her official robes from ancient times. After Chen Eugene finished handling the affairs, he followed Gu Shui closely. He asked if there wasn't a single outfit that caught her eye. After much consideration, he suggested hiring a styling team. Chen Eugene tacitly agreed, so they began to make preparations. The scene changes to a bustling train station. This short-haired girl who looked very cool was none other than the Yin family's 3rd young lady, Yin Wenshu. After Yin Wenshu answered her family's butler, she walked towards her latest model pink Lamborghini. After driving to her studio, Jiang Ming brought people to discuss with Yin Wenshu about preparing for the Yin family's banquet. Jiang Ming also said that this matter needed to be resolved. "Didn't you return to the country for this reason as well?" So Yi Wenshu agreed. Then Jiang Ming's assistant said that Jiang Ming's designer wouldn't lend them gowns anymore, so they hoped Yi Wenshu could help find a costume designer. Yi Wenshu's indifferent attitude made it clear that this wasn't her concern, and it was an obvious dismissal. After Jiang Ming left the room, she angrily called Chao Jiaye. Since Yi Wenshu wouldn't help this time, she could only ask Chao Jiaye to lend a hand and wash away those abusive comments about Jiang Ming on Weibo. At this time, there was still an hour left before the banquet. The maid told Gu Shui that she could eat something before going to the hotel. Then the designers shifted all their attention to Gu Shui. They discussed among themselves, saying they had never seen someone who could embody both exquisite features and imposing presence. Mrs. Fu looked quickly. This beautiful rich lady is getting dressed up. She's preparing to party wildly with handsome men while her husband is away. The assistant behind Gu Shui, while helping her adjust her dress, also couldn't help but blush. The door opened. Chen Eugene turned his head. He saw Gu Shui standing there gracefully in a white silk gown. The form-fitting dress accentuated her figure perfectly. She then flashed a bright, radiant smile, ready to go to the venue with Chen Eugene. Then Chen Eugene took the drink menu. While looking at the menu, he said to Gu Shui with a smile, "Madam, you're so elegantly dressed today. How could you bend over to do such a thing?" Gu Shui immediately thanked him and returned a bright, radiant smile. So after Gu Shui was dressed, she sat gracefully on the sofa while Chen Eugene busied himself back and forth, working so hard his head was spinning. As time passed, the evening banquet officially began. Outside the massive mansion, under countless lights, Mr. Jian, dressed in full formal attire, arrived at the Yin family mansion. After Mr. Jian, the media's sharp eyes quickly spotted the young masters of the Jiang family arriving in formal attire. However, such attention only lingered on the young masters of the Jiang family. A few seconds later, the focus immediately shifted to the elegantly dressed Gu Shui. Gu Shui smiled and greeted the 2 young masters of the Jiang family. Chen Eugene, like a soldier, was protecting her from behind. Under the spotlight, this group of handsome men and beautiful women were all shining brightly under the camera flashes. Chen Eugene proactively stepped forward to walk beside Gu Shui. At this moment, he was stunned, thinking, "What am I doing?" But his body honestly made the choice to stand beside Gu Shui. Gu Shui didn't notice Chen Eugene's state. She continued to greet the Jiang family's young masters and returned to her mansion. The second young master of the Jiang family kept staring at Gu Shui while talking. After walking away, he continued to steal glances. Then he thought, "Is this the sweet treat Gu Shui wants to give me?" The third young master of the Jiang family behind him also rubbed his head and greeted Gu Shui, saying, "Sister-in-law, is so righteous. Under the gaze of all these paparazzi, his calling Gu Shui's sister-in-law also caught their attention. Soon after, the third young master of the Jiang family realized something was amiss. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "I'm just following Yi Wenba's way of addressing her." Following Yi Wenba, the paparazzi noticed again if there was something questionable between Yi Wenba and the third young master of the Jiang family. The relationship seemed to get more suspicious the more it was explained. The young master of the Jiang family realized it was better to keep quiet and leave. This beautiful rich lady was circulating among various handsome men. Even at the party, she got along better with her husband's friends than her husband himself. After Gu Shui greeted the two young masters of the Jiang family, Mr. Jian quickly followed. Gu Shui also greeted him with a smile. Mr. Jian returned a smile in response. At this time, the paparazzi were all wondering what magic Mrs. Yin possessed to be able to invite all these handsome men to her mansion. Just then, Jiang Ming, gritting her teeth, realized that Gu Shui had hired the top team in the country, while her own team was clearly inferior. While Jiang Ming was pondering, Bian Wenshu angrily scolded with a sour face. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and follow." Jiang Ming put on a pleasing face and hurriedly followed. As they walked, Yi Wenshu asked Jiang Ming, "Do you want to be Mrs. Yin? If you don't, why would you come to me? When you used the child as a bargaining chip, I already saw through all your ambitions clearly. Now you're pretending it's not so?" Suddenly, Yi Wenshu turned back and stared at Jiang Ming, saying, "If Gu Shui isn't worthy, you're even less fit to reach the steps of our Yin family." Jiang Ming was seething with anger inside, but couldn't say anything. At this time, in the Yin family mansion, the young master of the Jiang family asked, "What's the benefit of tying my Jiang family with your Yin family? What's in it for me?" He moved closer to Gu Shui and lowered his voice, saying, "You have to give me some sweetener." This young master of the Jiang family really can't take any bitterness. "I see he's just here for Gu Shui." Chen Yujin and Mr. Jian, standing nearby, noticed the behavior of the Jiang family's young master. It was as if they were watching the Yin family's young master, observing Gu Shui's every move. The second young master of the Jiang family also noticed the gaze of the two men, so he turned back, pretending not to see, acting nonchalant, and continued talking to Gu Shui. Gu Shui thought about letting Chen Yujin give the subsidiary company's project to the Jiang family's young master, hoping to exchange the smallest benefit for the biggest sweetener. But this couldn't fool the Jiang family's young master. He naturally knew that the subsidiary's projects had been losing money for several years. It seems that the person in charge of Baoxing had embezzled money, turning Baoxing into a mess. But with Yin Chao's skills, it should be formidable. Why would he leave this mess in the country? Or perhaps when Yin Chao took over, this mess was already there. Gu Shui didn't care what the Jiang family's young master thought, so she directly said without hesitation, "Mr. Jiang, you will definitely need it. Beautiful women always know how to grasp men's hearts." The Jiang young master asked Gu Shui for a sweetener, but she directly gave him a project that had lost several hundred million. The Jiang young master thought, it must be Chen Yujin behind the scenes, gossiping with Gu Shui. He reminded, "Don't listen to what Chen Yujin, that idiot, says. Stupid is just stupid." Faced with Mr. Zhang's outburst, Shui didn't respond. Instead, she calmly said, "Try this strawberry. It's even more delicious than the one from the other day." After saying this, she picked up a strawberry. The Jiang family's young master swallowed hard, watching as the strawberry was about to be fed to Mr. Zhang's mouth. Chen Yujin quickly ended his conversation with Mr. Jian to protect his big brother's honor. Mr. Jian, seeing there was drama to watch, also accompanied Chen Yujin. The two of them directly interrupted the ambiguous situation between Mr. Jiang and Gu Shui, separating them. The Jiang young master looked displeased. As the four were conversing, they heard a high-pitched female voice. They all turned around and saw Yin Wenshu. Gritting her teeth, she wanted to talk to Shui alone. Although the distance between the two was less than 2 meters, it seemed like there was a huge mountain between them. The guests nearby were also whispering about the grudges and love-hate relationship between these two. Shui stood and asked Chen Yujin beside her, "Who is being so rude?" Yu Wenshu was furious. What are you pretending? You can't possibly not recognize me. Chun Yujing quietly reminded. The person is Yin Wenshu, the third miss of the Yin family. Seeing the two so close, Yin Wenshu wondered when Chun Yujing had become Gu Shui's person, even explaining to her properly. After learning the identity of this person, Shui responded domineeringly. I thought it was some upstart yellow-haired girl with no manners, daring to call me by name. Not a bit of politeness. The mistress of the house is indeed formidable. In just a few words, she directly embarrassed her to the point where she couldn't show her face. Zhang Shui, standing on the side, was stunned. She immediately expressed, "The person I'm experiencing has directly become an English teacher. She even dares to scold Yi Wenshu." Standing on the side, the young master of the Jiang family, who had received special attention from Gu Shui, was eavesdropping while thinking, Mrs. Yin, Sister Gu, sister-in-law, why don't you take action? Don't just hit other people's children while neglecting your own. Yi Wenshu, embarrassed to the point of not being able to show her face, directly pointed a finger at Gu Shui. But Gu Shui hadn't given her a single proper look from beginning to end. She turned her head and asked Chun Yujin, "Did I say something wrong?" Chun Yujin immediately agreed. "No, you didn't say anything wrong at all. The little girl doesn't know her place," actually daring to challenge the mistress of the house. The mistress just used a small trick and left her speechless. At this moment, Gu Shui was emanating a powerful aura, watching Yin Wenshu step forward one step at a time. She took a step forward. Yin Wenshu took a step back. She teased Yin Wenshu, "You little girl, you're really quite stupid." Chun Yujin thought to himself, how come it's exactly the same as what I came up with? This is purely a meeting of minds, isn't it? Yi Wenshu faced Gu Shui and looked at the big shots behind her, suspecting they had all been bewitched. Gu Shui fixed her sharp eyes on Yi Wenshu. She walked past her, leaving a perfect silhouette, and said, "Come with me alone." Gu Shui led Yin Wenshu to an empty, secluded place. In a flash, the two of them sat down on the sofa. Shui lowered her head and looked at Yin Wenshu. "Not only are you angry, I'm also very angry." Yi Wenshu turned her head away. "Who cares if you're angry or not?" A strong sense of tension filled the air. At this moment, Shui made her move like a trump card. "I didn't expect you to be even worse than Yi Wenba." Hearing herself compared to Yi Wenba, her stubborn temper flared up instantly, wanting to argue. But Gu Shui directly interrupted her, saying, "I don't care whether you genuinely like this family, or just for the fame and fortune the Yin family brings you. Your current actions have disgraced the family. But if you can understand, it means there's still hope for you in the future." Yin Wenshu chuckled lightly at this moment, retorting, "Haven't you, Gu Shui, ever brought shame to the Yin family?" Gu Shui stated, "When I do something wrong, people will only say that the Gu family didn't raise me well. But you are a Yin family member. What you do will only bring shame to the Yin family." Yi Wenshu turned her back, speechless. But she still said, "The matter with Jiang Ming can't be left unresolved. If she's carrying my brother's child, and if my brother really died out there, that would be my brother's only legacy." Gu Shui felt this little girl was quite interesting. Resting her chin on her hand, she asked, "I've never seen you siblings being close before. How come you're now concerned about his legacy?" Yin Wenshu became emotional at this moment, expressing that she had no feelings about who her sister-in-law was and even disliked imposters more. But the child was the most important. Gu Shui tilted her head, implying, "Should I thank you then?" Yi Wenshu was confused by this sudden gratitude. Gu Shui continued, "Thank you for disliking Jiang Ming even more." One moment they were in a verbal battle, the next moment her little face turned red. Yi Wenshu hadn't expected that in the midst of their argument, Gu Shui would suddenly compliment her. This caught her off guard. Yin Wenshu's face reddened from the compliment, saying, "I didn't mean to praise you. You don't understand. Let me tell you directly. Only my brother's genes are worthy of inheriting the Yin family. And the things the Yin family holds are too many. We need someone with even better genes to inherit them. So that child is extremely important." Hearing this, Gu Shui felt utterly speechless. Looking at the teary-eyed Yin Wenshu in front of her, she said, "You are indeed a bit stupider than your brother." Shui stood up and explained, "Everyone's genes are different. Some are born ordinary, some are born geniuses. But you should understand, stupidity can be cured." Then she gently lifted Yin Wenshu's face. She wiped her tears and said, Strive to make yourself shine and radiate. It's better than plunging into self-destruction and doing countless stupid things. After saying this, she left Yi Wenshu with another perfect silhouette, pushing the door open and letting her think it through before coming back. Aunt Gu Shui directly closed the door, while Chen Yujin was waiting outside at this time. Gu Shui gave Chen Yujin a bright smile. There's something I need to trouble Secretary Chun with. Chen Yujin curiously leaned in. Unexpectedly, beneath Gu Shui's bright smile was a very ruthless request. Cancel all flight tickets booked by Yin Wenshu in the past 3 months, preparing to confine Yin Wenshu within the country. Then she also encouraged Chen Yujin. I believe Secretary Chun can easily handle such a small matter. Chen Yujin was very receptive to this flattery with no technical content, so she smiled and agreed. Gu Shui is truly a modern master of dog training, even surpassing Ma Chenxi. As Gu Shui and Chen Yujin were talking, they walked to the guest room. She pushed open the door and stood at the entrance with an elegant and dignified posture. She casually raised a glass of champagne and exchanged greetings with those wealthy ladies and gentlemen. It was said to be greetings, but it was actually one-sided praise. What she was thinking at this moment was that Yi Wenshu had strayed too far from the Yin family's discipline. She needs to be trained for a few months first. Unexpectedly, today she could get useful information from Yi Wenshu's mouth. This young girl's scheming is still too shallow. As she was thinking, her gaze fell on the young master of the Jiang family. She raised her glass and looked at the young master of the Jiang family. The young master of the Jiang family blushed under her gaze. Young Master Jiang, why are you so shy? You're really a pure and easily fooled young man. Just after educating her own younger generation, she was now flirting with a handsome guy in front of her husband's secretary. Just as young Master Jiang was blushing under Aunt Shui's gaze, the secretary beside her took in the whole scene. The clueless subordinate behind asked, how should we deal with that Jiang Ming who doesn't have an invitation? Chen Yujing said, well, since she wasn't invited, isn't it easy to handle? At this moment, the subordinate seemed to see Chen Yujing's foxtail and fox ears exposed together. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming stood at the banquet without a single familiar face. The gazes she received were actually contemptuous, and under the disdain, people casually gossiped about her. Suddenly, a voice came from above, Mississippi. Jiang Ming thought her ray of hope had arrived. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, it was a group of security guards standing there, asking her to leave. Jiang Ming still defended herself, saying she was the third young lady's guest. If they were to drive her away, she would immediately throw a tantrum. A brain is a good thing. Hopefully, when Jiang Ming appears next time, she'll remember to bring security guards who, without any hesitation, will directly cover her mouth and drag her away without any ambiguity. Jiang Ming also thought it was all over. I've become an English teacher directly. What about tomorrow's headlines? I've lost all face. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? I've really gone crazy with my thoughts. Subsequently, she was directly pulled outside under everyone's gaze. The entire venue seemed to become much cleaner after her departure. After some time, Gu Shui finished hosting the banquet and returned to her room. She took off her clothes, sat on the sofa, and let out a long sigh. Social engagements are truly exhausting. She felt the quiet night and thought that Yi Wenjia should be at the film set now. No wonder it's so quiet. So she casually picked up her phone and called the secretary who had just seen her flirting with young Master Jiang. The secretary, who had just returned home and hadn't even had time to take off her clothes, hurriedly answered the phone. Gu Shui immediately asked about the film crew's phone number, like a child asking their father about their mother. Chen Yujin thought to herself, she's really using me as a tool. This tool even doubles as a nanny. Although the secretary thought this way, her hands were quite diligent. She found the number and sent it to Gu Shui. Afterwards, neither of them hung up the phone. The atmosphere remained awkwardly silent, and the secretary's heart seemed to be beating out of her chest. Aunt Gu Shui spoke first, saying, Secretary Chun, a woman calling her husband's secretary late at night, asking for another man's phone number. Secretary Chun listened dazedly to the woman's voice. You've worked hard today. Chen Yujin's body stiffened. Hard work? It seemed like it had been a long time since anyone cared if she was tired. Before she could respond, she heard a good night from the other end. Then the other side hung up the phone. Secretary Chun took off her glasses, revealing a dazed smile. Then she softly responded good night in her heart. On the other side, after getting the number, Gu Shui sent a text message to Director Li. She hoped he would take care of Yin Wenjia and notify her immediately if he noticed any unusual behavior. After arranging everything, Gu Shui got up tiredly. Then she slowly took off the formal dress she was wearing. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Yin Wenshu, who had just returned home, was stopped by Yin Si. You went to the banquet? What time did it end? 9:30. So early? Wasn't it because Gu Shui said she wanted to sleep early? Because she wanted to sleep early, right? I'm not the only one confused and shocked. Seeing your dumbfounded expression, I finally feel balanced. Such an unreliable request. Yet Mr. Jian, Jiang Er, and Secretary Chen all listened to Gu Shui. They actually ended the event precisely at 9:30. Yin Si looked worried. Hey, are you going to find Aunt Gu Shui? At this moment, the sister-in-law had just finished bathing when she heard a knock on the door. She wiped her hair while opening the door. What's the matter? The woman was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water, her hair still dripping with water droplets. Yin Si stammered and immediately blushed. He quickly turned his head away. No, nothing. Really nothing? Then I'll go dry my hair. Yin Si turned his body and quietly asked, was the banquet successful? Very successful. You've learned to care about others. You've improved. Yin Si's face reddened even more. Is she praising me? No one has ever praised me like this before. Wait a moment, I'll go get something. Why is she hiding her hand behind her back? She wouldn't be getting a belt to hit me again, would she? Hold out your hand. Here, this is a reward. A reward for me? Yin Si stared at the star badge in his hand. This was the first time he had received a reward. He then clutched the reward tightly in his hand. His little face slightly reddened. Meanwhile, the film emperor had no interest in filming. He kept checking if his sister-in-law had sent any messages, and then looking at news about her. A great beauty, dressed elegantly and charmingly, with a polite smile on her lips. The beauty then turned around and almost drowned someone in the water. Looking at the post below, Yi Wenjia almost angered the sister-in-law to death, not only personally going out to meet Jiang Er, but also specially bringing a strawberry for Jiang Er to eat. He himself had never eaten a strawberry given by the sister-in-law. Looking further, someone had dug up that when Jiang Er's younger brother fought with Yin Si, Jiang Er came to demand an explanation. As a result, he left with a big bag of strawberries. This time at the banquet, he specially brought strawberries again. Wonder what everyone thinks. I think this CP is quite tasty. Some even say they're together. After all, Yin Zong and Jiang Meng have long had a thing. Yin Si immediately reported it. This kind of random CP making is really annoying. That woman would never like Jiang Er. The man isn't a gunfire of Africa, but his wife is using his secondary card for crazy shopping. And these beeping deduction messages became the man's daily sweetness amidst the gunfire. Seiji turned and entered an ice cream shop. Soon her husband received an 11 yuan deduction. Imagining his wife taking a small bite, the image instantly melted away all the fatigue brought by the gunfire. Seiji was eating her 99th ice cream. The clerk asked if she needed to redeem points again. Next time, when the kids at home behave well, I'll exchange then. And the fourth princess she mentioned was now cherishing the badge given by the sister-in-law as if it were a treasure. This is the first time I've received a reward. Also, the first time someone has given me recognition. He was so proud holding the badge, suddenly wondering if all the little kids on the street were showing off the same badge to him. Would the fourth princess cry and act coquettishly to the sister-in-law? Soon Seiji returned home. Secretary Chun came to see her right on time. Sir, what would you like to drink? I'll have an iced coffee with milk tea. Seiji rested her chin on her hands. Let's talk about Baoxin's project. Madam is interested in this. Seiji rested her chin on her small hands, serious and focused. Yin Corporation can't go bankrupt because I can't live a poor life. It's just a subsidiary. Even if it goes bankrupt, it won't affect Yin Corporation's foundation. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Secretary Chen's fox-like eyes narrowed. Perhaps he can create another miracle. Later, I'll go to Baoxing with CEO Jian. Madam can come along to inspect Yin family's properties. It's your legal right. All right, that's a good idea. It's lunchtime now. At the company cafeteria, are there any recommended dishes? Then the two arrived at the cafeteria. Secretary Chun introduced all the delicious foods. Wow, it's the boss's wife. I didn't expect her to be so much more beautiful in person than on TV. No wonder CEO Chun is personally guiding her. This is so prestigious. Are there any portable specialty snacks? Of course, madam. This way, please. Soon, CEO Jin drove to the building. Seiji casually handed over a small paper package. Good afternoon, Mr. Jin. These are specialty snacks from the Yin family cafeteria. You can try them. The man felt warmth in his heart. This is quite unique. Thank you for Mrs. Yan's thoughtfulness. Tisk TSK. I never realized before that she has such a talent for gift giving. Rich people don't lack money or things. Instead, these small, purposeless items show more thoughtfulness. It's a kind of friendship where you feel constantly remembered. The three turned and went upstairs. Suddenly, a phone rang urgently. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Mrs. Yin, it's not good. We just found out. The second young master's assistant booked skydiving tickets for Pingu online. Seiji composed herself. This unlucky kid forgot the last lesson again. The woman was about to inspect the company's finances when she received notice that her brother-in-law was going to skydive at the deadly Pingu. But as her husband's disappearance dragged on, various forces were already restless. Seiji was already overwhelmed, working late into the night, yet still had to clean up the messes of those little troublemakers in the Yin family. Secretary Chen looked sympathetically at this smart and strong woman. Madam, don't worry. The second young master's disappearances are common. He wants to go skydiving in Pingu, jumping from 11,000 meters high in Pingu. Are you sure it's not suicide? I heard that last month, 5 tourists nearly died there. Wen Yin and Jian Changming instantly felt a surge of unnamed anger. I'll send bodyguards to bring that kid back right now. No need. This child is born rebellious. If problems could be solved so simply and brutally, I might as well throw him into Pingu to his death. Was he always like this before? Secretary Chen's face was full of indulgence, long accustomed to such situations. Seiji stormed downstairs angrily. Soon, they arrived at Baoxing's entrance. Seiji closed her eyes, searching through the original owner's memories. Pei Li-sin, Baoxing's manager. Her husband is Yin Chao's great-uncle. Unfortunately, the original owner had no contact with him, so she didn't know what kind of person he was. They quickly reached the meeting room. A group of employees were already waiting there. The blond guy's eyes lit up instantly. Hello, CEO Chun. Then he walked past Gu Shui. Oh, isn't this Jin? What wind blew you here? It's truly an honor for us. Seiji raised an eyebrow. A cheap power play. Secretary Chun politely greeted them, then stated he was just accompanying Madam to take a look. The blond guy was surprised that CEO Chun was so polite to Gu Shui. He immediately put on a professional fake smile. Oh, so Madam wanted to come and take a look. But what is Madam here to see? We don't manufacture cosmetics here, nor do we have jewelry or handbags. I'm afraid there's not much for Madam to browse. Seiji's gaze instantly turned sharp. Isn't this a Yin family property? Of course it is. She then slowly stepped forward, her aura fully unleashed. Then who am I? The blond guy retreated in fear. Mr. Yan's wife. Seiji's aura was imposing. Do I have the right to come here and look around? The blond guy's smile froze on his face. When did this woman become so aggressive? She seemed even more intimidating than facing Yin Chao. That's right. Even if this place made rockets, if I wanted to come and take a look someday, I could. The blond guy gritted his teeth, but had to put on a flattering smile. Go get the financial records. I want to see the accounts. She's indeed an ignorant, stupid woman. This should be easy to deal with. I'm sorry, madam. We can't just take those out. Not only us, but you would also go to jail for that. Then what can you show me? The project plans? Sorry, that's not allowed either. Seiji crossed her arms, feigning displeasure. This isn't allowed. That isn't permitted. Are you deliberately targeting me? Take me to the warehouse right now. This woman is making such a fuss. Is she here to— Her husband isn't even dead yet, and she's already here to inventory Yin Chao's assets. All right, I'll take you there. Secretary Chun saw everything going according to plan. He narrowed his fox-like eyes in pleasure. Mr. Jin, and I will have tea and chat here. Take your time, madam. The blond guy's face lit up instantly. Indeed, these two big shots were forced to accompany her. He could easily deal with this kind of stupid woman. Just fool her around a bit. Although the rules only allowed daytime skydiving, the boy insisted on going at night, just because he thought the night view would be more beautiful. His sister-in-law rushed there overnight in a panic. She directly kicked him out of the helicopter. Damn it, you want to die? I'll grant your wish. With her husband missing, the company was facing bankruptcy, and the problem was clearly at the top level. So Seiji was now negotiating with the person in charge. Madam, this is the warehouse. Looking at the various boxes inside, Seiji gained a new understanding of the Yin group's vastness. Fortunately, she had previously reviewed Baoshin's information and knew the company's main business. It was undertaking large-scale infrastructure projects from the government. One can imagine how deep the waters run. The woman beside her saw Seiji looking around casually and instantly felt more at ease. Secretary Chun and the inspection team couldn't see this warehouse, but Gu Shui could, because she couldn't spot problems or take things away for others to examine, so no secrets would be exposed. Let's go, you're done looking so quickly? She's indeed just a pretty face. Probably can't even read the words on the containers, let alone the secrets inside. Secretary Chun left. He still needs to check on Xinghe. Secretary Chun and CEO Jian were already annoyed by their commotion. At this moment, Seiji's voice was like music to their ears. The two immediately stood up. Seiji signaled with her eyes. Mr. Jian doesn't need to come along, right? The man immediately caught the signal. Yin Chao isn't here. I should look after Mrs. Yin a bit. Their excellent acting quickly deceived the enemy into lowering their guard. She's indeed here to inventory Yin Chao's assets. No need to worry then. Then they escorted them downstairs with smiles on their faces. After saying goodbye to Mr. Jian, Secretary Chun couldn't help but point out that the woman wasn't the problem. The problem was the old turtle hiding behind him. If this issue isn't resolved, the Yin family's business is finished. But Madam needn't worry. He turned back to see someone who wasn't worried at all. Still as decisive as ever. Hey, director, I'm coming over now. Going to the set? I'll take you. He blurted out, then realized he was being too eager. Unexpectedly, Gu Shui directly said okay. Naturally, Gu Shui was also cuter than before. They soon arrived at the set. Director Li hurriedly came to greet them. Mrs. Yin, you're finally here. This is the person in charge of the skydiving point. Where are we skydiving? Prepare one for me too. I want to jump. Secretary Chun grabbed her hand. Are you crazy? The veins on his hand showed his current anxiety and fear. You can't go. It's too dangerous. Meanwhile, the other person involved was leisurely soaking in a hot spring. Looking at the 1 a.m. skydiving alarm, the man slowly got up. Soon, everything was ready. He excitedly boarded the helicopter. The beautiful night sky became within reach. Indeed, Pingu's night view was more beautiful than during the day. Taking a deep breath, "Coach, I'm ready." Before he could finish, he was suddenly kicked hard by a small foot and fell. The unexpected feeling of weightlessness instantly filled his entire brain. His heart rate immediately peaked. Damn it, this isn't how you play. Every day at 1 a.m., the boy would go skydiving in Death Valley. But his sister-in-law not only didn't dissuade him, she even jumped with him in her pajamas. However, after that night, the boy never dared to mention skydiving again. Just now, as the boy spread his arms ready to jump from the plane, unexpectedly, he was kicked hard from behind. Dumb. Who's so uncivilized trying to murder a handsome guy? At that moment, a small hand suddenly reached out, firmly grabbing his safety harness. Just like that, Yinner was dangling in midair like a chicken. Until the parachute successfully opened, he finally exhaled slowly, then fearfully opened one eye. Just as he was about to thank the instructor, he turned to see his sister-in-law's beautiful silhouette. Yinner was shocked. Yinner, how dare you? This is an 11,000-foot canyon. We could die. His sister-in-law had no time for his chatter, because the parachute was strangely falling. As the parachute swayed and landed, Yi-Er finally dared to breathe deeply. How did you jump with me? Because I told them to kick you off the plane, but they didn't dare, so I had to do it myself. Ye was instantly speechless. Indeed, his sister-in-law was fierce, but of few words, seemingly not satisfied yet. Want to continue? Yes, mutwitzt. He came to scold, but his heart was still competitive. All right, who's afraid of whom? Just then, Seiji saw Secretary Chun standing dumbfounded nearby. She waved her hand in front of him. Secretary Chun, what's wrong? It's past midnight now. Aren't you going home? The man finally snapped out of his shock. His ears were listening attentively, but his mind was stuck on the image of Seiji spreading her arms and plummeting rapidly. In an instant, his brain and soul seemed to split in two, as if he had also jumped, feeling the thrill. She was so free and unrestrained, like a gracefully dancing butterfly. This intense visual impact instantly struck Shin Yujin's heart. His heart raced wildly, blood rushing to his head. That intense feeling of danger still lingered in his heart. His face had lost all expression control. Well, I'm not going home. Until I see you safely home, I'll be anxious even if I go back. If you don't want to go back, then wait in the car. It's too cold here, don't catch a chill. Secretary Chen wanted to call out to her, but other thoughts emerged in his mind. He tried to convince himself, you have no right to interfere, nor should you interfere. Meanwhile, Yin was happily kicked down again, and so it continued, kick after kick. Finally, Yin couldn't take it anymore. He clung tightly to the cabin door. Sis, I know I was wrong. Stop kicking. Sajie showed a loving smile, then followed up with another hard kick. Yin gave up on life and chose to let go. Whatever, let it be. Then his mind echoed with the adventures of these years. Whether it was deep-sea diving, or trekking across the desert, or even going alone to the snowy mountains for a close encounter with bears. No matter how he adventured, he couldn't find the meaning of life in it. He had always been lonely. Today was the first time someone was with him, fearless of death, just by his side. At this moment, the anger and coldness in his chest instantly found an outlet. Opening his eyes again, Pingu's night seemed even more beautiful. As the first ray of sunlight slowly rose, it seemed to embrace the earth warmly. Gu Shui, the sun is about to rise, and that warm light seemed to welcome his heart's voice. Soon the parachute glided to the ground. The solid feeling of small feet touching the ground. He finally found the meaning of life. Want to play more? No more. Yi shook his head like a rattle drum. I seriously suspect you just wanted an excuse to kick me. Of course, kick you a few more times, let you enjoy it thoroughly. If you still don't think it's exciting enough, you can try jumping directly from the highest hill in Pingu. The boy shrank back, softly exhaling. No more. I really won't play anymore. Seeing he finally understood, Sajie tiredly smiled. All right, let's go home then. I'll wait for you in the car. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, I'll assume you're reluctant to leave here. Then I'll risk my life to accompany you until tomorrow's sun rises. The boy was startled, fearfully hugging his fragile self. Got it? I'll go home right away. I'll never skydive again. The most regrettable thing in this life is not spanking little Combe earlier with a belt. The boy was clearly a top-tier star with a brilliant career. Yet he treated life as a game, and Sajie, to experience what he experienced, actually came to Death Valley 3 hours early just to be like him, constantly feeling the fear brought by skydiving. However, after he jumped 82 times, he realized his whole body had long been frozen. Suddenly, a water cup was handed over. Drink some hot water to warm up. Sajie cupped the edge of the cup with both hands and slowly took a sip. Instantly, a warm flow spread through her body. You don't look very well. I thought you were naturally brave, but it turns out Madam is also afraid. Oh, about that. I wore too little. When I jumped down, the cold wind hit me head on. My face hurt from the cold. Then she stretched her neck and leaned in slightly. You just said, also afraid. So, is Secretary Chen afraid of skydiving? Chen Yujin's face turned slightly red. The large hand by his leg nervously gripped him. This curious girlish appearance made Chen Yujin's heart race uncontrollably. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses as a cover-up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Oh, CEO Chen is here too? Yes, second young master. I've been here all along. The second's eyebrows were knitted so tight they almost fought. He opened the car door and sat down. Do you have something to say? No reply. But in his heart, he had already cursed Chen Yujin. With an extra person here, how could he talk? Chen Yujin clearly knew he had something to say. But this bastard just wouldn't give others space. Since he won't talk, let him suffocate then. Sajie sat between the two handsome men, leisurely drinking tea. Yin-Er's glares were almost thrown to the sky. Chen Yujin slightly squinted his fox-like eyes, effortlessly blocking them. Soon they arrived at the Yin family villa. Speak. What's the matter? You arrived at Death Valley 3 hours earlier. Not only did you train, but you also jumped many times. Why? Because I've never jumped before. Sajie was telling the truth. Where would they have such things in ancient times? But Yin-Er thought his sister-in-law did all this for him. He immediately became agitated. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why you came to Pingu to find me, and why you jumped so many times. Sajie stared into his eyes, her tone gentle. To evaluate what you play with, of course, I should experience it first to have the right to comment. Heiress' breath caught. No one had ever cared about him, nor had anyone done these things for him. He suddenly felt empty, a warmth slowly spreading through his internal organs. It was like spring had arrived. Everything was indescribably wonderful. Then, how do you evaluate it now? How to evaluate? Damn it, scolding you is too light. I should take a belt and give you a good thrashing. Heiress' internal organs, which had just been full of vitality, instantly deflated. Sajia couldn't be bothered with this idiot and turned to go back to her room to sleep. I'm so tired. If I don't sleep now, I'll get pimples. But the next day, just as she woke up, she encountered another problem. She just greeted her sister-in-law, but it scared the little girl so much she broke out in a cold sweat. It turns out, the previous sister-in-law not only wouldn't initiate conversation with her, even scolding her was considered merciful. Even whipping her with a leather belt was a common occurrence. Did I meet a fake sister-in-law today? Why are you staring at me? Just say what you want to say. Her eyes darted around, afraid of being hit. How do you plan to handle that matter? What do you think? Yancy instantly became alert. Is she testing me? Regret is useless. You need to think about what to do next. Yancy lowered her head, not daring to look at her. My big brother isn't here. You're the Yin family's mistress. I shouldn't have brought that woman to cause trouble at the banquet, and I shouldn't have indulged her in staging a coup. This young girl lacked proper guidance from childhood. Not only was her mind simple, but she was also stupid. You believe whatever she says? Don't you have your own judgment? It was an emergency at the time. Emergency? If you ran slower, would that woman's baby in her belly be gone? In the end, she just took advantage of your dislike and prejudice towards me. Yancy stood up abruptly. I've been used as a pawn. You imposter. How dare you use me like this? Then she picked up her bag, ready to go fight. I'm going to find out now if the child in her belly is really my big brother's. Sister-in-law just casually mentioned it, and the hot-tempered sister-in-law had a sudden epiphany. Damn that green tea bitch. How dare she use me as a pawn? I'll pull out a big chunk of her hair. The sister-in-law beside her smiled, calmly watching her rush out. These days, young girls always need to hit the wall themselves to realize not everyone will coddle them. Being careless and without calculation towards the little girl, she should go out and get some experience. Then she took out her phone and started typing a message. Soon, Secretary Chen's phone rang. Thank you for your hard work yesterday, Secretary Chen. Pingu's early morning is very cold. Take care and rest. If needed, you can brew some ginger tea. It's good for health. Secretary Chen's eyes immediately softened. Kingertea. Never had it before, but I can try. Meanwhile, Sajia wasn't idle either. Right after sending the message, she called for a set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. She wanted to resolve the company's issues as soon as possible. She quickly listed everything she saw in the warehouse. Suddenly, the door was slowly pushed open. She casually glanced over. It's unusually quiet today. That you and Jia guy finally joined the film crew. Always fighting with me for sister-in-law. So annoying. Give me Yin Wenshu's number. The sister-in-law suddenly spoke. Yin Si was startled. Why? Sister-in-law, why are you at home? I didn't see you just now. Finally coming to her senses, she quickly sent over the number. Just as the elder sister wanted to ask about the situation there. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Meanwhile, Yin Wenshu was receiving a call from the pink-haired green tea's manager. Miss Yin, Meng Meng is feeling suicidal. Yin Wenshu gritted his teeth. Is that so? Give me the address. On the other side, the pink-haired schemer's plan succeeded. They quickly discussed the next steps. Yin Wenshu is stupid and impulsive. As long as you use the child as leverage, he'll definitely protect you without thinking. This way, Jin Bing will firmly believe that you are Yin Chao's lover. The pink-haired girl hugged herself weakly, not understanding how she ended up being criticized on the hot search. Meng Meng, it's bad. Yin Wenshu is actually criticizing you. Her acting skills haven't improved, but her life skills have progressed rapidly. We just posted yesterday that we're friends with Miss Yin, and he immediately posted to slap our face. And he even posted a picture saying Gu Shui is the real Mrs. Yin. The pink-haired green tea was so angry, she almost miscarried. Yin Wenshu clearly hates Gu Shui. Why is he suddenly treating her as his sister-in-law? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Miss Yin, you're finally here. Yin Wenshu couldn't be bothered to listen to her nonsense. He pushed the woman aside and rushed in. Where's Xiaoming? Come out. I'll take you to the hospital for a thorough checkup right now. Then he dragged the pink-haired green tea out of bed. Feels good to act in front of me, huh? I'm taking you to the hospital right now. The manager beside them not only didn't stop him, but was also recording with her phone. With some editing, the situation could be portrayed differently. Yi Wen-shu immediately became furious. She slapped the phone away with one hand. "You dare to secretly film me? I'll show you why the flowers are so red." Then she grabbed the woman's collar, frightening the pink-haired green tea who stood frozen in place. "Jiangming, why are you just standing there? Quickly call that person." Soon, a man wearing sunglasses walked in. "Oh, isn't the CEO Chow? So you're the pink-haired green tea's lover. Miss Yin, you can't speak carelessly. I just heard someone was harassing our company's artists, so I came to check." The two were at loggerheads here. Meanwhile, Sajie saw that Yin Wen-shu wasn't answering her calls and hadn't read her texts. She immediately had a bad feeling. This little girl, don't tell me she can't even handle someone as clumsy as that pink-haired green tea. The warehouse report was also ready. Might as well go find Secretary Chun for help. She then sent a message asking, "Secretary Chun, are you free? I'm coming to the lab for a bit." Secretary Chun, drinking the ginger tea Sa-jie mentioned, happily replied, "Okay." Sa-jie quickly arrived at the lab building. As she entered, she saw Mr. Jian was also there. After a brief greeting, Sa-jie didn't treat him as an outsider. "Secretary Chun, has GPS tracking been installed on the Yin family's phones?" "Yes, it has, but I don't know if they've removed the tracking." "Who are you looking for?" "Check Uncle Yin Wen's location." Secretary Chun turned to instruct the assistant behind him. "Go immediately." During the waiting time, Sister Sa took out the warehouse report she had just written. It instantly amazed the two of them. "Wow, Mrs. Lien is too amazing. Her handwriting is even better than my calligraphy copybook. And what's more shocking is, she only went to the warehouse for a glance and listed such a detailed inventory report. This is too incredible. Madam, we found the third Mrs. location." Just glancing at the trending topics, she immediately felt uneasy. Because her sister-in-law not only posted on Weibo mocking Jiang Meng, but also had people criticize her on the trending topics, and even went to confront her alone. So reckless. She should have at least taken 2 bodyguards. Then she put down her work. "Secretary Chun, can I borrow some bodyguards?" Before Chen Yujing could respond, Mr. Jian spoke first. "Mine can be lent to Mrs. Yin." "Thank you. Then please ask Secretary Chun to send me Jiang Meng's address." Mr. Jian beside her felt awkward. Jiang Meng is Yin Chao's mistress. This is going to be a scene of the legal wife confronting them. Chen Yujin didn't ask much. She just gave all her bodyguards to her before leaving. At this moment, Uncle Yin Wen had just finished dealing with the green tea bitch when he saw her adulterer coming too. Before Yin Wen could start scolding, the man turned the tables on her. "What? The Yin family doesn't want to take responsibility. Specifically called you to make trouble?" Ti sin, bong. The cup shattered into pieces. "You, Yin Wen-shu, aren't you afraid of the Jian family's revenge? Ha! A live-in son-in-law dares to represent the Jian family? You dog dare to bark in front of me? Not only did you get Jiang Meng pregnant, but you also dare to frame my big brother? Watch how my Yin family deals with you 2 dogs. But does Jian Rui know about this? Looks like he doesn't know yet, but he will soon." The green tea bitch panicked instantly. She hugged Yin Wen-shu's waist. "We can't let her tell Jian Rui, otherwise we'll lose everything." At this point, the man no longer concealed the evil in his eyes. "Then please, Miss Yin, stay here as our guest." Yin Wen-shu laughed mockingly. "What? You want to kill me? Just for that dangerous thought of yours? What awaits you isn't just ruin, but being torn to pieces." It seems Miss Yin hasn't grasped the situation. "Let me teach you how they control disobedient female celebrities in Hong Kong." The man slowly approached, his voice hissing. "First, they inject drugs into their bodies. Then they take nude photos of them. This way, they won't die, but become obedient dogs. They'll film whatever they're told to, accompany whichever boss they're told to. You dare. My sister-in-law won't let you off." Yin Wen-shu's mouth was defiant, but she was truly scared. She never thought people could be so evil. This sentence thoroughly angered the cowardly man. He grabbed her chin, glaring at her fiercely. "Try it and see. Then you'll know if I dare or not." Soon, Yin Wen-shu was not only tied up, but her mouth was also stuffed with a ball. It's over. Big brother is missing. Yin Air and Yin C never cared about her life or death. Even sister-in-law doesn't like her. Whoa, I'm so terrible that no one will come to save me. Miss Yin, stop struggling. Soon you'll love this feeling. Watching the syringe getting closer, Yin Wenshu's pupils dilated. Sister-in-law, save me. Just then, there was a sudden urgent knocking on the door. Maybe the photographer has arrived. I'll go check. Why is Gu Shui here? Seeing that Sister Sa was alone, the man suddenly became bold. Indeed the first beauty of the imperial city. Since you've delivered yourself, why don't you stay too? Then he put on a friendly smile and went to greet her. Sister Sa couldn't be bothered with Yin Wenshu. The man locked the door while speaking gently. Miss Yin is inside. Seems she had a little conflict with Jiang Ming. So I, as the boss, came to check if there's anything I can help with. His mouth was chattering, but his hand was secretly reaching for a vase. Yin Wenshu was extremely anxious, but with her mouth stuffed with a golf ball, she could only pray for sister-in-law to run quickly. As soon as Sister Sa entered, the man revealed a triumphant smile. He quickly swung the vase to strike. In that split second, Sister Sa turned around, dodged, and immediately countered with a kick. Sister Sa stepped forward, raising her leg. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds. The movement was quite beautiful. Then she steadily caught the falling vase. Wow, sister-in-law is so cool. Just then, 4 black-clothed bodyguards burst in. They first looked at Sister Sa, then at the man on the ground. Any slower and we could have broad bowls to eat. Suddenly, the man on the ground groaned and woke up. What do you want? I'm Jian Rui's husband. Jian Rui loves me very much. Very well. Then I'll ask Jian Jia how to give Yin Jia an explanation. The woman grabbed the bully's hand, then picked up the needle from the ground, and immediately stabbed it down without choosing a spot. It was you who bullied our Yin Wenshu just now. The man was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, begging for mercy. It wasn't me. It was Jiang Ming who hated Yin Wenshu for getting her criticized online, so she found someone to do it. I came to save Miss Yin. Scum will always be scum. Jiang Ming is carrying your child, yet you still throw her under the bus. Sister Sa expressionlessly pulled out the needle, then slowly pushed the plunger inside. The liquid dripped from the needle tip, drop by drop, onto the man's arm. The cold sensation terrified the man, making him tremble all over. Mrs. Yin, please don't. This is not okay. You'll ruin me. Besides, Jianyu loves me so much. If she knows you're doing this to me, she definitely won't let you off. Sister Sa laughed coldly. You're wrong. The Jian family and Yin family are at odds. It's up to me whether I'll let him off or not. Then she grabbed the man's collar and dialed the Jian family's number. Soon, Jian Chaiming's voice came through. Please ask Mr. Jian to contact Jian Rui and tell him to come to Jiang Ming's place. Just then, Jiang Ming, holding her belly and trembling all over, crawled to Sister Sa's feet. Mrs. Yin, please spare me. I have nothing to do with Mr. Yin. The child in my belly isn't his either. Besides, this has nothing to do with you. Please let me go. Sister Sa's eyes instantly turned cold. I am the Yin family's wife. She is the Yin family's young lady. You kidnapped her and wanted to inject her with obedience serum. You dare say it has nothing to do with me. When did it become okay for others to bully our Yin family members? Yin Wenshu immediately stopped crying. She's protecting me. Just like when she entered earlier, she took off her coat to cover my disheveled appearance. She also came to save me without hesitation. She even hugged and comforted me like family. Now she's even offending the Jian family for me. But I was so mean to her before. Just then, the door was pushed open. Jian Rui ran in, panting. Mrs. Yin, what's going on here? Sister Sa crossed her arms, without any unnecessary words. If I were you, I'd either cut ties with this kind of trash completely, or teach him a lesson once and for all. For his first mistake, you should give him a way out. For the second mistake, cut off his fingers. Jian Rui's pupils dilated. Then she shook her head. She couldn't do it. We've been married for over a decade. If I just cut ties like this, wouldn't it mean my love back then was too cheap? Besides, if he leaves me, he'll just be with other women. That's not punishing him. It's doing him a favor. Sister Sa saw that she was just unwilling to accept that her youth was wasted for over a decade, but it wasn't hopeless. But he changes lovers faster than changing clothes. Rather than exhausting yourself every day trying to find out who his new lover is, who's carrying his child, it's better to cut off the root of the problem. Dragging it on like this will only hurt yourself. You should know that his pain is temporary, but your pain will be permanent. If you really like this kind of man and can't let go, then cut off his way out. Keep him like a dog. It won't hurt much. After saying all this, if you still act like this, it's really despicable. Sister Sa then turned and instructed the bodyguards to call an ambulance first, then report to the police. Afterwards, she protected Yin Wenshu, saying, "We'll leave first. You stay here and assist Miss Jian with the follow-up." Jian Rui was still immersed in past sweetness. She had truly loved this man, but his repeated betrayals and hurts were really unbearable. Jian Rui took a deep breath. Maybe sister-in-law was right. This kind of man should have his wings clipped, kept like a dog. He's the dream lover of 900 million girls, yet he was beaten black and blue by his sister-in-law. With a loud snap, the belt struck the ground hard. There are thousands of ways to seek death. Not causing trouble for others is basic. I'll teach you today what basic morality is. Another loud snap. The whip lashed out again. So young, yet you find life boring. Wanting to find meaning in living, you treat life as a game. Maybe one day you'll really die in some jungle. Everyone will just feel relieved. No one will mourn you. Even those attending your funeral will be happy. Is this the result you want? The beating continued with another snap. Some people die having truly lived. Some people die just having died. Take off Yin Jia's outer garment. What are you? Yin Er thought, is this really what I want? What am I? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Ah, Brother Yuan, why is your face so swollen? Yin Er snapped back from last night's memory. It's nothing. Some makeup will cover it. You're a big star. Countless high-definition cameras will be in your face. They'll shoot, and it'll hurt, it'll hurt. It's over, it's over. Brother Yuan can't even speak properly. Maybe we shouldn't go to tonight's event. Yi'er pushed away the panicking manager to go prepare. The manager was almost in tears. The female lead Jiang Meng was arrested, and now the male lead is like this. Hearing Jiang Meng's name, Yi'er immediately thought of Gu Shui, because this woman claimed to be carrying his brother's child. He immediately opened his phone and saw his sister-in-law's figure. Seeing the comments below, his face immediately darkened. His fingers flew as he started retorting. I've always wondered how someone with such poor acting skills and unprofessional attitude got into the cast. Today I finally understand. He tagged Jiang Meng, the hot search, and Chao Jiayi himself. As soon as the Weibo was posted, it immediately hit the hot search. The manager hugged the phone and flashed. Ancestor, how could you post like this? Uninformed netizens will definitely say you're kicking someone when they're down. You're quick to distance yourself. What does it have to do with me? Yin flipped his hair, looking handsome and cool. Then he continued drinking and watching the drama unfold, his small hand tapping rapidly. Fans immediately exploded. Why is my brother suddenly so angry? Was Jiang Meng pushed into the cast by the Chao family? Not only is Jiang Meng's acting terrible, her character is also bad. Wow! Criticizing Jiang Meng actually got my Yuan brothers like. I'm great at criticizing. Move aside. Let me go first. Yi'er immediately liked all their comments. The manager was about to wipe the sweat from his forehead. When he looked closer, he almost jumped in fright. Brother Yuan, are you leading 900 million fans to criticize Jiang Meng? She should be criticized for bullying my sister-in-law. Shameless. At this moment, the sister-in-law was protecting Yi Wenshu, preparing to go to the hospital. Although she arrived in time, it's still reassuring to go to the hospital for a checkup. There are reporters outside. I'll send you to the ambulance first. Take off the coat after you're in the car. Then she went to the police, first reporting Jiang Meng and Chao Jiayi for kidnapping and endangering others' personal safety. Secondly, she suspected them of trafficking illegal goods. Many people have already been victimized. Finally, she stated that the store would assist the police in finding Chao Jiayi. My Jiayu arrived at the store. Wenshu quietly peeked out, watching her sister-in-law methodically solve all problems. A flame suddenly rose in her heart. I want to become someone like sister-in-law, smart and decisive, bold and flamboyant, but most importantly, able to beat up bad guys. At this moment, the bad guy was kneeling before Jian Rui, crying and begging. Rui, you can't listen to everything Aunt Gu Shui says. Have you forgotten? I saved you 17 years ago. I love you. Rui covered his mouth. Jian Rui closed his eyes tiredly. He had been bound by these words for too many years. Perhaps sister-in-law was right. When it's time to cut ties, Not doing so only leads to more chaos. His constant tolerance only made the other person more reckless and willful, using his affection to do evil. However, things weren't over yet. With hot searches spreading so fast now, if not handled well, the Jin family and the Yin family would be at odds. Meanwhile, Yin Si, who was in class, also clicked on the hot search content. At first, he thought sister-in-law and Jin Rue had a dispute. Then he saw that sister-in-law had actually gotten into an ambulance. Yin Si instantly lost his composure. He stood up abruptly. The whole class was startled. "What's wrong with you again?" Yin Si's mind was filled with thoughts of sister-in-law in an ambulance. Was she injured? Just thinking about this possibility made his heart race uncontrollably. He grabbed his backpack and ran towards the hospital, completely ignoring the mention of the Yin family's daughter being kidnapped. The girl angrily ran off to fight. Not only did sister-in-law not stop her, she even told her to bring more bodyguards next time. Yin Wenshu nervously clutched the quilt, not daring to speak. "Learned your lesson, huh? You don't even know how to be a proper young lady. Next time you encounter such a situation, first ensure your own safety. Then, you must go to their place and show your strength. You must bring several bodyguards to intimidate them." I understand." Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The boy shouted anxiously, "Sister-in-law." Sajia looked at him puzzled. "Why are you here? Don't you have class today?" Seeing that sister-in-law was fine, he finally sighed in relief. I just. Then he put his hand on his shoulder. "I hit my leg while playing ball, so I came to the hospital. I didn't come specifically to see you." Sister-in-law thought the child was really injured and reminded him to get a CT or X-ray first. Yi Wen-shu, who was beside them, couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, "I don't think he hit his leg. He hit his dog head." Yen Si then noticed his sister lying on the hospital bed. "Why are you here?" Yin Wenshu was being very Yin Wenshu-like. "That's why you should beat your brother early. It's frustrating when you can see, but can't reach them." Sajie quickly changed the subject. "The Jin family and Yin family are on good terms. Chao Jia you wouldn't dare to harm her severely. What nonsense are you talking about again? Forcing them into a desperate situation. I'm just telling the truth. For people like them, stating facts is like stabbing their hearts." When Shu hung her head like a child who had made a mistake. "I won't say it next time." The hand peeling the apple paused, as if having a change of heart. The next second, she received her sister's death glare. The little brother in a suit seemed to have it ingrained in his bones. Seeing the two start again, Sajia had to bring the topic back on track. "I'm not telling you not to poke others. You need to have the capital to be arrogant and domineering." Then she rubbed his delicate little face. "Don't you even know how to bully others with your power? To deal with bad guys, just call the bodyguards to beat them up. Why put yourself in danger?" I understand." Just then, Sajia's phone rang. "Hello? You're the second one. Your hair's all purple. That bitch even saved Director Lee's number, but not mine. If you don't speak, I'll hang up." "Don't hang up. It's Yen Wenjia." "How was filming today?" Someone who had been liking posts all day recalled the childish actions he'd done today. To help sister-in-law vent her anger, he personally liked every hot search about Na Jiangming. The manager was so scared his hair fell out. "My God, if you start fights like this, fans will unfollow and your career will be ruined." He immediately took the phone to check and was shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Am I seeing this right? How did we gain 6 million followers? It's even faster than Nan Xiangwan next door." Ye was speechless. How could insulting people lead to gaining followers? He wanted to call sister-in-law to brag, but realized he didn't even have her number saved. After calming himself down, he still asked the question he'd been worried about. "What's with the news? Are you hurt?" "I didn't go to the hospital." "I'm not." Before he could finish, he heard the call disconnect. Since he knew about the news, doesn't he care about Yin Wenshu? Yin Wenshu beside her was already used to it. It was Yin Wenjia, right? Big sister's expression turned serious. "You should call him second brother. TCH, he's nothing." The next second, a certain pressure quickly spread. The siblings instantly became obedient. Soon after returning home, Yin Wenshu curled up on the sofa, unable to sleep. Sister-in-law not only saved him, but also beat down the bad guys. "She even cared about preserving my face. Just like a family head, handling all problems in an orderly manner. Her whole body exuded a convincing charm. I must become someone like sister-in-law." At this moment, sister-in-law had just instructed the servant to watch over the young lady's condition. Then she received a message from Yin Wenjia seeking praise. "He's really such a child who never grows up." On the other side, Yin Er, seeing that sister-in-law hadn't replied to his message. Did I not film enough? It must be that. Even Yin, got a reward from sister-in-law, but I didn't even get a reply. I need to film 2 more scenes. Meanwhile, for the same incident, Jiang Er was anxiously dialing Sa Jie's number. How did he end up in the hospital? Is he injured? Sister-in-law, just put on some makeup to go out. The little sister-in-law thought she was eloping with a man. Yu and Shu quickly blocked sister-in-law's way. Is Secretary Chen coming to pick you up again? Sa Jie looked at the cautious little sister-in-law, puzzled. Attending a banquet. Is something wrong? Unexpectedly, the little sister-in-law immediately showed an expression of abandonment. Sa Jie thought the little girl must be scared after experiencing the kidnapping. But the little sister-in-law was actually thinking about Big Brother's disappearance, not knowing if he could come back. And sister-in-law was so beautiful and charming. Even Secretary Chun, who used to dislike sister-in-law, now voluntarily helped her with her dress. Not to mention Big Brother's archenemy, the Jiang family CEO, who kept coming to their house. Anyone could tell he was coming for sister-in-law. It's over. It's over. Does that mean she won't be my sister-in-law anymore? Thinking of this possibility, Yin Wen-shu burst into tears. Seeing the child's timid appearance, sister-in-law felt heartbroken. She must have been terrified by that bastard Chao Jiayin. She gently stroked her hair, and Yin Wen-shu immediately felt comforted. She no longer cared if Big Brother was being cheated on or not. However, what they didn't know was that the eligible bachelors thinking about Sa Jie were far more than just this. Jian Rui went to complain to his uncle early in the morning. Aunt Gu Shui not only told him to cut off Chao Jiaye's livelihood, but also to keep that Chao guy as a dog by his side. He thought that Jian Chongming, being a man, would feel uncomfortable hearing this. Unexpectedly, he praised Aunt Gu Shui for being clear-headed, assertive, and very smart. Moreover, given our Jian family status, if you really like that Chao boy, keeping him as a dog is not a problem. Also, when are you going to apologize? Jian Rui wanted to say something, but didn't dare to object. I don't know what Mrs. Yin and Miss Yin like. Jian Chongming pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Mrs. Yin is a straightforward person. You might as well ask her directly. Jian Rui was surprised. With such an approach, asking what someone wants before giving a gift. By the way, since when did Uncle become so familiar with Mrs. Yin? Before he could react, the man put his hand to his lips, coughed lightly twice. Let me know when you find out. Jian Rui was full of questions. What's going on? The man pretended to read a book, but didn't notice it was upside down. On the other side, Sa Jie had just left the house and found that Secretary Chun had been waiting at the door for several hours. As soon as she saw Sa Jie coming, she immediately opened the car door gentlemanly and thoughtfully reminded her to watch her step. Then, she began explaining today's banquet information and personnel relationships, while kneeling to adjust her floor-length dress. She also reminded Pei Liexan, on the surface, it's for her brother's birthday, but actually, she has something to tell you. Sa Jie had anticipated this, but today she still had to put on an act, making them think she was someone who could be manipulated by money. Soon they arrived at the banquet hall. The blonde siblings enthusiastically came to greet them. Quickly, the man's gaze fixed on Sa Jie. He shyly scratched his head. Then he enthusiastically extended his hand. Unexpectedly, Sa Jie flipped her hair, portraying arrogance and willfulness to the extreme. She then directly ignored the two and walked forward. Besides me, are there any other guests today? The blonde suppressed his displeasure and answered with a smile. No, today besides family members, there are only some of Kong Kang's friends. You are the most distinguished guest here. Sa Jie discreetly took in everything, trying to show importance and closeness this way, then offer some benefits to win her over. With these tactics, I've experienced this 800 times a day in ancient times. The blonde became increasingly enthusiastic, thinking Sa Jie was just a vain trophy wife who loved to put on airs. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, and the atmosphere instantly reached its peak. Unexpectedly, Sa Jie completely disregarded her, casually speaking in a way that left her speechless and utterly embarrassed. This blue sapphire diamond ring is worth a fortune. Yet sister-in-law casually gave it to her sister-in-law as a toy. The woman nearby laughed foolishly. Indeed, she's an airhead. Then she slowly approached with a glass of red wine. The wine glass then spilled on Sa Jie. However, what she didn't know was, Sa Jie had already anticipated it. Her jade plate was only slightly stained, but Sa Jie still brought out her 2.8-meter aura. You invited me here, but the host isn't home. Is it because Yin Chao is deliberately neglecting me? And now you pull this stunt. Are you trying to rebel? The blonde green tea girl was startled. It's not that we don't have old Yin, he just couldn't make it back in time. So he's abroad then. It turns out Sa Jie attended this banquet to find out if her husband was still alive. Unexpectedly, the blonde green tea girl's mouth was harder than her heart. Not only did she not reveal any information, but she also brought out an exquisite box, intending to bribe Sa Jie. As the box slowly opened, Sa Jie smiled. I like this thing. The blonde green tea girl heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, she's an airhead. Just give her a little benefit, and she can be made to work for you. Suddenly feeling something was off. Shouldn't she be the one standing at the highest point? How come it feels like she's been led by the nose by Gu Shui all along? Meanwhile, Sa Jie was looking for a chance to extract more information, so she went with her to a private room upstairs. The blonde carefully tried to please her. These are all newly arrived styles. Let me find a fitting set for you to change into first. But Sa Jie didn't fall for this at all. Bring a basin of water, clean it for me bit by bit, then bring a hair dryer to dry it. That queenly aura was incredibly domineering. She directly treated the blonde green tea girl like a maid. The blonde suppressed her anger, wanting to tear the clothes apart. I'll arrange for a maid to come up right away. Sa Jie didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. You spilled the wine. Why call someone else to clean it? The blonde was furious. Even Yin Chao would call her aunt here and always be respectful. Unexpectedly, today she was being humiliated by this airhead. If it weren't for having a favor to ask today, did you think I'd keep indulging you? Although the blonde was dissatisfied, she still obediently cleaned it herself. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Secretary Chen knew Sa Jie was acting, but he couldn't help worrying. Logically, they should give Gu Shui a chance to be alone with them. Only then would they reveal their true intentions. Although he understood the reasoning, he couldn't suppress his worry. But after a glass of red wine, Secretary Chen slowly stood up. He quickly arrived at the private room's door. The scene inside shocked both of them. They saw Sa Jie lounging on the sofa like a queen, while the blonde was kneeling beside her with a hairdryer. Sa Jie's heavenly voice rang out. It startled both of them into a momentary daze. Secretary Chen realized his worry was unnecessary. The blonde was shocked like a deer in headlights. It's over. They've seen everything. My image. Sa Jie, seeing the moment was right, left with Secretary Chen. Once back in the car, Secretary Chen eagerly asked how it went. Did they show their hand? The blonde hinted that Yin Chao was still alive and would return soon. She also said if I wanted Yin Chao's inheritance, I'd better cooperate with them to ensure Yin Chao doesn't have a chance to return. Secretary Chen should investigate Yin Chao's uncle. He must be related to Yin Chao's disappearance. Otherwise, how would his wife know if Yin Chao is still alive? I think they probably failed to kill Yin Chao, but lost contact with him. The woman casually promised just 2 words, and almost lost everything trying to make amends. Sa Jie laughed. Since you want to apologize, prepare these as compensation. I have a bit of a collecting habit. I'm just missing 7 colors of gemstones. Of course, I also like jade. For example, red skin, white flesh, purple Hitian jade, lotus pink, emerald amethyst. I like all of these. The blonde was shocked, her hair turning even more yellow. Madam likes all these? How can I not get them? Aren't you apologizing? Let's start with these. The blonde's teeth chattered. Okay, let's start with these. But for the sake of the upcoming plan, she still forced a smile. Then she grabbed Sa Jie's hand. I invited you to this family dinner today because I consider you one of us. I'd like to give you some advice. There's been no news from Mr. Yin for a long time. Have you thought about your future? The fox's tail was finally showing. Sa Jie deliberately paused for 2 seconds. That's simple. I'll take his inheritance. Keep a few boy toys. The older one makes money raising pigs. The younger one stays home to play games with me. The blonde's mouth twitched. Indeed an airhead. She then composed herself and slowly moved closer. But Mr. Yin has several brothers and sisters. They'll all want a share of the inheritance. Why don't I give you some advice? After beating around the bush, she's finally revealing her purpose. With this level of intelligence, she still wants to play mind games with me. Sa Jie, seeing her goal achieved, she turned and got into the car with Secretary Chen. Chen Yujin curiously asked, what did that woman promise? Sa Jie laughed. It's not what she promised, but what I ordered. I just told her. I like gemstones in 7 colors. I also like to collect Hitian jade and agate. Chen Yujin chuckled. Madam, that's a bit much. It'll cost her dearly. That's nothing. I used to be able to stretch a gift list to 200 meters. Secretary Chen spoke dismissively, as if those things were completely insignificant to him. Is this really the former Gu Shuai? They soon arrived home. From afar, Sajie saw her sister-in-law sitting by the window. What are you drawing? Yin Wenshu was so startled his hair stood on end. He quickly hid the drawing behind his back. The psychologist said drawing can help relieve mood swings. He wouldn't tell anyone that the boy in the drawing was based on his sister-in-law who saved him last time. If only sister-in-law were a man, I'd definitely snatch him as my husband. Before he could snap out of it, his sister-in-law suddenly handed him a gift box. This is for you. Yin Wenshu was surprised and slowly opened it. Inside was a diamond ring. This was the first gift he'd ever received from family, and no one had ever given him a ring before. Thinking that the Yin family definitely didn't have a Yin Wenba or Yin Wenshu, he hugged the box and couldn't help but laugh like a goose. Meanwhile, Yin Wenba was in a fight. Just because the three troublemakers not only said Yin Chao wouldn't return, but also dared to harass his sister-in-law. He grabbed the person's face and slammed it hard onto the table. Then he kicked the person to the ground. With a punch, he yelled, "I'll teach you to talk about my sister-in-law." The scene was chaotic. The teacher had just entered the classroom and was so scared, she immediately called the police. So Yin Si ended up at the police station again. Yin Wenba said, "Speak up, what happened this time?" Yin Si reflexively dodged, thinking, he's not going to whip me again, is he? I won't hit you this time. Tell me where you went yesterday. Yin Si was a bit uncomfortable. I went to Qingyang Mountain to pay respects to my mother. Sajie suddenly remembered that Yin Wenba's mother was the Yin family's mistress. This might be why he was reluctant to mention it. Then why did you fight today? And why won't you cooperate with the statement? Looking at the child's expression, Sajie instantly understood. He had even admitted to secretly visiting his mother's grave. What made him reluctant to speak must be because they were gossiping about her. It doesn't matter. There's nothing that can't be said. It won't affect me in any way. But I'm very grateful that you defended me. Our Yin Si has grown up a bit more, becoming more responsible, right? Sajie then handed him a pack of rainbow candy. This reward made Yin Si's little face blush. Sister-in-law had praised him again. It felt like a fire had been lit in his heart, warming him from the inside. Just then, the annoying blonde guy approached again. Yin Si ignored him, opened the candy, and popped it into his mouth. Then he swaggered away, happy as can be. The blonde guy was confused. What's the meaning of this? Why is he so happy in detention? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Chao just received a 2 yuan consumption notification. He couldn't help but doubt his own capabilities. His own wife was now even going to roadside convenience stores. I don't remember the Yin family going bankrupt. Just then, a beautiful woman carrying a medicine box slowly opened the tent. This person was the original female lead, Yu Yong, also the only woman Yin Chao had brought back. Others get beaten for fighting, but Yin Si gets rewarded for fighting. Don't blame sister-in-law for being biased. It's just that those people's mouths deserved a beating. Yin Si, blushing, held out his injured hand. Sajie felt a bit sorry for him. When you fought with Jiang Jing last time, I wanted to say, how could you, at 188 centimeters tall, not beat him? Haven't you thought about getting a master? Yin Si straightened up, so sister-in-law wasn't mocking him for being too weak, but was seriously and objectively discussing this matter with him. I did get one, but Jiang Jin learned from his uncle, and his uncle was very skilled in combat in the army. S'agit Sudoni understood. No wonder he couldn't beat others. After all, what's learned in the army is about survival. How about this? I'll teach you Kung Fu. Next time if someone provokes you, you'll be able to win in one move instead of relying on brute force and kicking around. Yin Si was a bit excited. He had been in many fights, but never thought that one day his sister-in-law would teach him how to fight. But before Yin Si could react, sister-in-law had already made a training plan for him. Let's start with the tiger subduing immortal technique. Yin Si looked confused. This name sounded like something made up in a martial arts novel. Any objections? I don't mind if you want to try it first. No, I'll learn what you teach. You have a good foundation. Before long, Jiang Jin will be the one getting beaten up. Yin Si was a bit excited. If that were the case, he would not only have the ability to protect himself, but also to protect her. Soon they returned to the Yin house. Sajie had just sat down when Jin Rue came with bags of gifts to apologize. Then Pei also came trotting in with gifts. Seeing this, Jin Rue exchanged a few pleasantries and prepared to leave. If there's anything you don't like or particularly like, please let me know promptly. Pei watched Jin Rue's departing figure with a hint of bloodshot eyes. Then looking at the rows of boxes spread out on the coffee table, he suddenly felt the things in his hands were a bit too hot to handle. Remembering the request his sister had told him to make to Gu Shuiyu, he felt even more tongue-tied. Does Mr. Lei have something to say? No, nothing. Just brought some small gifts for Madam. There's a bowl noodle event on the 7th. I wonder if Madam would honor us with her presence. Let me think about it, Sajie said without looking up. Pei wasn't angry, but rather felt that the 5 million yuan gift wasn't presentable. He then found an excuse and quickly left. However, all of this was within Sajie's expectations. This is just the beginning. Our corrupt Yin family spit out all the money to sister, no matter how much. Just then, the phone rang. Madam, 4th young master has entered the club opened by the rival phone family. What's this club for? It's a gathering place for rich second-generation kids. The entertainment is more high-end and less above board. Also, I saw Pei getting out of Chairman Feng's car. Sajie chuckled. This Pei just left here and immediately went to the Feng family. Looks like Pei Lisin has prepared 2 options. But with Pei being such a fool, he's destined to fail. Soon, Sajie arrived at the club in full attire. Hello, Mrs. Yen. This is your mask. The number on the card is your name for tonight. Everyone will use this to address each other. Sajie slowly pushed open the door. The dim, colorful lights created a mysterious atmosphere. At this time, the host announced loudly, today's activity theme is not allowed to say no to. Inside are the numbers of all participants. We'll start drawing now. The person who draws can ask the chosen person to do anything, and the chosen person cannot refuse. As the music ended, a woman excitedly read out the number on her card. Soon, a man walked out from the crowd. The woman wrote frantically, I want you to give me 1 million. The man wrote a check without a word. Sajie watched in surprise, thinking this works too. No wonder some people were excited and others were panting earlier. Soon it was Sajie's turn. The host eagerly asked what number she had drawn. Sajie held up the paper slip and read out number 79. Soon, a group of people surrounded a tall man as he walked over. The surroundings suddenly became eerily quiet. The host cautiously asked, Do you have any requests? Sajie stepped forward slowly. It ends at 12 o'clock, right? The host looked uneasily at the man who had just arrived. Then let him be my servant for a few hours. Until 12 o'clock. The man raised an eyebrow, probably not expecting someone to dare make such a request of him. Very well, woman. You've successfully caught my attention. The person just randomly drew a number and asked a $1 trillion CEO to be your servant for a few hours. However, not only was the man not angry, he agreed with interest. So this was the game rich people played. The person chosen must fulfill one request from the drawer. At this moment, the man held up his number card, but his eyes were on Sajie. Let's make it the same as her request. Be my servant until the event ends. Soon, a man wearing a silver mask excitedly raised his hand. Playing like this, I won't be bored anymore. My request is the same as theirs. Number 18, be my servant. This interesting scene prompted others to follow suit. The host was shocked, thinking, this isn't how you're supposed to play. In the end, not only did people form a long chain, but Sajie became the only master here. At this moment, Sajie unceremoniously handed her wine glass to the man. Give me some juice instead. The man looked curious. Someone actually dared to treat him like a servant, and it was a woman at that. The onlookers were even more excited. Who is this woman? How dare she provoke that lord? Does she have a death wish? I bet 11 packs of spicy strips that woman will definitely get humiliated. Unexpectedly, the next second, the man cheerfully said, all right. A waiter, very perceptively, brought over some juice. The man stared at Sajie with interest. Who would draw his number? Just then, a waiter actually drew Sajie's number card. The host immediately shoved the microphone at him. The young man nervously clutched the paper slip. Large beads of sweat slowly dripped down. But before he could make a request, a fat man nearby interrupted his speech. Oh, if you can't think of anything, just make your request later. It counts as long as it's before 12 o'clock, right? Let's move on to the next one. Servant no. Jeden linet kluser to saie. Aren't you worried? What is there for me to worry about? The man carefully examined the woman in front of him. He didn't know if she was fearless due to ignorance or if she truly didn't take these people seriously. As if to deepen Sajie's fear, he leaned in closer. Soon someone will actively approach him, making him propose more outrageous demands to you. However, he couldn't laugh the next second, because the waiter had already thought of something, and pointing at him, said, my request is, whatever demand I make of you, you must repeat it to him. Fine. Sajie coldly looked at this stupid and vicious man. First, give me 10 million. Quick, repeated to him. No, Sajia didn't even look up. She was about to remind this fool that he had already made his request. Unexpectedly, the man stared straight at Sajia. Then sleep with me for an hour. Sajia raised an eyebrow. You want him to sleep with you for an hour too? The man got excited. His hands clenched, making cracking sounds. All right, there's a whole line of people behind. The waiter's bottom clenched in fear. Don't do this to them. Sajia wasn't in a hurry. She just kindly reminded, each person can only make one request. You've already made yours. The man didn't immediately understand. When had he made a request? Then he went over what he had said. He instantly collapsed to the ground. He hadn't expected to waste his one chance to become a superior person like this. He lunged forward, kneeling at Sajia's feet. Give me 5 million. 5 million is enough. The big sister yanked her skirt away. She coldly ordered, beat him. Then she pointed, him too. Before the fat man could beg for mercy, his eye was immediately punched. Then his throat was grabbed by a large hand. Please, I beg you. Mr. Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. You shouldn't be begging me. The fat man suddenly realized that the one at the top of the food chain today was actually that woman. He then looked pleadingly at Sajia. That request was his own idea. I just wanted to get a contract signed. Please ask this gentleman to stop. Sajia smiled mockingly. At a time like this, you had the guts to encourage that young man. Do you think he won't hold a grudge? Then she said softly, each person can only make one request. But you've already lost your chance. The boss beside her understood immediately. He quickly waved to his bodyguard. Clean it up. Don't let him dirty my floor. Soon, the wails of the fat man and the young man disappeared from the hall. The club quickly returned to its usual lively atmosphere. As the beautiful saxophone music began to play, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became intimate. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air. The man extended his hand gentlemanly. Shall we dance? Sajia didn't even glance at him. What's the next event? The man slowly leaned closer, his voice slightly seductive. The next event is the most interesting. My master, what do you need me to do? Sajia put her hand on the man's shoulder. I need you to. The man expectantly thought something might happen. Unexpectedly, with a loud bang, Sajia pushed him onto the sofa. Sit there and don't move. The man looked pleased. Interesting. Then he stared at Sajia's back, confidently thinking this was just playing hard to get. Whether it was love or not, who knows? But Sajia had already gotten into the car to go home. Then she dialed a number. I'm out with my classmates now. I told you beforehand. Come out, I'm downstairs. Downstairs at the temple, a quick-witted person casually threw the dart in his hand, not caring if it hit anyone. He reflexively rushed to appear in front of the big sister. But as soon as the door opened, he felt extremely guilty. I just want to play pool. Really, I didn't do anything else. I promised a friend before. Today was just fulfilling that promise. And on my no, I went to the 3rd floor. Didn't see you. Yancy suddenly jumped up from his seat. Then his head hit the car roof hard back and forth. I can't go to that hellish place. You can't go either. S'agit shukul, alright. Meanwhile, the boss stared longingly at the closed door. He looked up at the clock on the wall. She left so early. He ripped off the annoying mask. I'm done playing. Everyone looked at that cold face, worried. You've been this woman's servant for hours. If word gets out, it might shock. Everyone's eyes were behind masks. Who knows who is who? The man glanced contemptuously. Anyone who's been here before would recognize Feng Du, unless it's their first time today. Bring the surveillance footage. They quickly found that graceful figure. Which female guests came today? Miss Lu, Miss Lin, and oh, Mrs. Yin too. Everyone was incredulous. How could Yin Chao's wife possibly come here? Meanwhile, Pei Er went to check. It's Mrs. Yin. No mistake, that silhouette. No one else compares. The little follower couldn't help but look at his boss. Mr. Feng, could Mrs. Yin be here for you? Feng Yun Karaset Sayes Siluvit. Daring to make me a servant. It's not that easy to play with me. The aloof actor, to compete for favor, has new tricks. Not only posting on Weibo at 3 a.m. to gain sympathy, but also deliberately driving to the seaside. His manager beside him was shaking with fear. Quick, contact the big sister. Yin Gu wants to jump into the sea again. Yin Er looked at his newly posted moments, but there wasn't a single comment from the big sister. He felt inexplicably sour inside. Yinsi not only had to report to the big sister when going out, but also couldn't return late. But I'm out so late, and the big sister hasn't shown any concern. Just as he was feeling dejected, the big sister sent a greeting message. You've been working hard lately. Be careful not to overexert yourself. I'll have someone send you some food tomorrow. Remember to share some with your staff. Seeing the big sister's good night message, Yi Er's heart instantly melted, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Sending food. Finally, it's not that stupid brother's special treatment. He suddenly felt a sense of vindication. He read the text message over and over again, but still felt restless energy coursing through him. Then he specially screenshot the good night message. He immediately posted it on his moments. Only then did he calmly wait for comments below. The manager beside him, seeing him get out of the car, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The big sister really knows how to handle him. The anxious director, Lee, even set up the big sister's profile picture, praying for the crew's smooth filming, thanking the big sister for saving the masses from disaster with a single move. Soon it was the next day. Yi Er waited eagerly. Finally, the food delivery team arrived. Black-clad bodyguards led a group of chefs, making a grand entrance. This is sent by Yuan Ji's family for everyone to eat. Since it's made by their own chefs, it's home-style cooking. Hope you don't mind. Everyone looked at the rows of abalone and lobster. Their jaws dropped instantly. Wow, this is too lavish. These must be professional chefs from a Michelin 5-star hotel. Our Yuan Go must be a hidden rich second generation. The second one pretended not to care, but actually pricked up his ears to eavesdrop carefully. Yuan Go is so generous. Is this prepared by Yuan Ji's mother? No, it's prepared by my sister-in-law. That smug little expression was as conceited as could be. Everyone was shocked. Is this still the low-key Yuan Go? He's showing off, isn't he? He's definitely showing off. At this moment, on the other side, the sister-in-law hadn't expected this. She had just casually instructed the bodyguards to send some food. The aloof actor had been bragging about it for half his life. But just as she was about to go downstairs for a cup of tea, she saw Uncle Yin when looking around. The sister-in-law glanced at the tiptoeing little girl. "What's troubling you, Uncle?" After looking, Uncle Yin immediately felt guilty. He then timidly expressed that he wanted to go out and stay for a couple of days. The sister-in-law was puzzled. "Yin Wenhong is coming back. I don't really want to see him. He's just coming back for 2 days. I'll return home after he leaves." The sister-in-law searched her memory. Yin Wenhong, the youngest son of the Yin family, now in his 3rd year of high school. Seeing Uncle Yin, Wen's coy and cute expression, the sister-in-law didn't want to make it difficult for him. "All right, go then." But as soon as she finished speaking, the little girl ran off in a flash. Just then, the maid came to report, "Madam, the young master has returned." A boy who looked a bit like Yin Chao came in slowly. He carefully handed his school bag to the maid beside him. Then he politely called out sister-in-law. "Haven't eaten yet, right? I've had the kitchen prepare some food. Sit down first." The well-mannered boy sat properly on the sofa, looking like a lost, obedient cub. "The second one is on set. The third will be back in a few days. The fourth is at school. And your eldest brother, he can't come back for now." The sister-in-law looked at him, her expression indifferent, seemingly uninterested in the Yin family members. However, Yin Wenhong's heart was actually already in turmoil. The second brother, who always ran out to cause trouble, was actually behaving and staying on set to film. And even the little tyrant fourth brother was properly attending school. It's strange, too strange. Even the sister-in-law across from him was very strange. The sister-in-law remembered what Yin Wenshu had just said, that he would only stay for 2 days. So she asked, "How long do you plan to stay at home this time?" "Half a month, because something happened at school, so the return is delayed." "Oh, what happened?" The sister-in-law thought it might be student bullying or corporal punishment. Unexpectedly, Yin Wenhong said a student had been killed, but his appearance was docile and well-behaved, with a hint of peaceful tranquility. The sister-in-law looked up at him. No fear or anxiety, not even a bit of negative emotion. Being mature beyond his years could be understandable, but it seemed a bit incongruous with the image he presented. The sister-in-law made a silent guess. She hoped she was overthinking it. She was the childhood nightmare of all rich kids, even the demon that scared Sister Ching into running away from home. But in front of the sister-in-law, she was as docile as a kitten. She even drank up all the milk she despised in one go. But the blonde guy was particularly tactless. He actually invited the sister-in-law to browse the jewelry store early in the morning. Sister Sa elegantly tucked her hair behind her ear. "Do you have money?" The blonde guy took out a black card, extremely arrogant. "All right, wait a moment. I have a few more pages to read." The blonde guy was so excited, immediately saying it's fine, even waiting an hour would be okay. But soon he couldn't smile anymore, because an hour later, Sister Sa was still reading intently. The blonde guy impatiently counted the mushrooms on his head, seeing that Sister Sa showed no sign of getting up. The blonde guy's face turned green. He felt Sister Sa was deliberately wearing him down. At this time, Yin Wen Hong slowly walked over. Sister-in-law, I've finished eating. Can I go with you? I haven't been out shopping for a long time. Sure, let's go. Sister Sa and Uncle Shang didn't even look up. The blonde guy was so angry his hair turned yellow. Why bring a third wheel along? But he didn't dare say anything. He could only hold it in. Glancing at the obedient one, the blonde guy felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Yin Wen Hong turned to leave. Suddenly his hand was grabbed. It's getting cold. Grab a jacket for young Master Wu. Yin Wen Hong felt warmth in his heart, about to thank the sister-in-law for her concern. Unexpectedly, the sister-in-law delivered a soul-crushing question. Did you drink your milk? Yin Wen Hong's expression froze. His stomach unconsciously churned, feeling a bit nauseous. But seeing the sister-in-law's concerned look, Yin Wen Hong still closed his eyes and downed it in one gulp. The maid beside was stunned. The young master actually listened to the madam. This is truly a great thing. Soon, they arrived at the counter. Sister Sa just casually glanced, then pointed at the latest styles in front. This one, and this one. Wrap them all up. Then she handed the bags to the blonde guy to carry, clearly treating him like an errand boy. Next, she inquired about Yin Wen Hong's situation at school, while also finding time to pick out a few gold bracelets to be packaged together. What grade are you in now? Sister Sa knows it's the third year of high school. The third year is as important as the imperial examinations in ancient times. Do you need a tutor? The child thought, it seems the sister-in-law really doesn't know me well. Then he smiled slightly. No need, I'll be fine. But where Sister Sa couldn't see, the child's gaze was ice cold. He stared at all of this steadily. Is it because Yin Chao can't come back that she's spending so recklessly? Meanwhile, the blonde guy carrying the bags opened his mouth, but no one paid him any attention. He could only follow step by step behind Sister Sa and Yin Wen Hong. Soon, Sister Sa's face showed boredom. This is boring. Let's go. Then she looked up and checked the door number. This is number 112. Just say any number. The blonde guy didn't know what she meant, but still casually said 126. Okay, let's go to 126 then. Soon it was Sister Sa's performance time. This one. Wrap up everything except those. The blonde guy was completely stunned. This was too much. Before he could react, Sister Sa turned to look at him. Swipe your card. Then she smirked. Still want to play? Of course they played. Soon, the blonde guy was buried under a pile of receipts. Sister Sa glanced at the child beside her. This time, you pick a number. How about 145? The child was as obedient as a child. It was his first time shopping with a girl, and his first time seeing this way of shopping. Indeed, sister-in-law was different from before. Meanwhile, the soldier was curious. Did sister-in-law use her card today? I should ask the boss. But his boss was sleeping soundly. At this time, a young nurse walked towards them. Seeing Yin Chao sitting in a wheelchair, she immediately became worried. Has your condition worsened? Seeing the man with his head down, she approached slowly with a girlish demeanor. Do you see the green leaves on the wall? This is a desert. We rarely see green leaves, but they stubbornly climb up the wall. The man slowly opened his eyes, looking very impatient. He was just conserving energy to get home earlier to see his wife. This tactless, stupid woman was making too much noise here. He was clearly sick and couldn't stand any noise. Yet he ate ice cream all day long, just because it was the first time sister-in-law bought him something. The blonde guy beside was envious and jealous. Where's my ice cream, madam? Pei Xiao, if you want to eat, go buy it yourself. The blonde guy was about to cry. He always gave gifts worth at least 5 million, but he wouldn't even treat him to a 5 yuan ice cream. Beautiful women are all stingy. Anyway, I've already taken photos of you accepting my gifts today. Wait till it trends. Let's see how you shake off your husband. With this kind of relationship, you dare to play such small tricks in front of me? Boring. I'm going home to read. Soon it was evening. The maid respectfully invited Sister Sa down for dinner. Where's Yin Wen Hong? Isn't he coming down for dinner? The young master said he'll eat in his room. Don't worry, madam. The young master often does this. He doesn't like to be disturbed. Sister Sa turned and went upstairs. But after knocking for a long time, there was no response. Sister Sa got a bit worried. Yin Wen Hong, open the door quickly. After a while, The door finally opened. Sister Sa saw his pale face, and his bangs were wet with sweat. "Are you feeling unwell?" Yuan Hong struggled to squeeze out a smile. No, sister-in-law, I just want to sleep for a while." Sister Sa put one hand against the door. With a gentle push, the door opened. Then she instructed the maid to have the driver prepare the car. "Will you go down by yourself, or should I have the bodyguards carry you down?" "I'll go down myself." As he spoke, Yuan Hong held onto the door. Sister Sa's eyes sharpened. "You can close the door, but I don't mind having the bodyguards cut it open with a saw." Yin Wen Hong instantly became obedient. "Of course not. I'm coming down right now." The sister-in-law before him seemed like a different person. Not only had she become calm as water, but she also liked sweets she never ate before. More importantly, her methods had become unusually forceful. Soon, Yin Wen Hong was stuffed into the car. Sister-in-law then threw him a coat. Then she put a hand warmer in his hand. She then instructed the driver to go to the hospital. The doctor's eyes widened. "How can you be parents? Didn't you know the child has a gastric ulcer? Drinking milk and eating cold foods will cause vomiting and diarrhea." Sister Sa was a bit angry, but more so self-reproachful. His digestion is poor. He should often feel stomach discomfort, even nauseous. But his face showed no extra expression, as if the sick person was someone else. "Don't you feel the pain? Why didn't you refuse?" "That was sister-in-law's kindness to me." The child looked pitiful like a small child. "Even if it's kindness, if it's harmful to you, you must refuse without hesitation. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to please anyone. Don't let this happen again." Seeing this, the young nurse quickly pushed the child away. "The patient needs rest. I'll take him back to the ward first." Sister Sa composed herself. "This is really troublesome. The first 3 siblings won't listen to anything, and this one listens to everything. Forget it. Let me ask Secretary Chen first. Do you know the name of Yi Wen Hong's school?" "I'm sorry, I'm not sure. But his education has always been arranged by his mother." "Oh, last time, Yin Si said he went to pay respects to his mother. I thought all those mistresses were gone, so there's still one alive. Why don't I just ask him directly?" Soon, Sister Sa came to Yin Wen Hong's room with a cup of hot water. Sister Sa was about to ask something. Yin Wen Hong took the cup and spoke first. "Is sister-in-law equally kind to second brother and the others?" Big sister raised an eyebrow. "They're not as obedient as you. Getting beaten is normal for them. Want to experience it?" The one who was just a sweet and sensible child a second ago suddenly showed a crazy expression the next second. Even the maid who grew up with him was scared and quickly avoided him. Too scary. Young master used to hold back, but now he's completely exploded. However, Yuan Hong touched his expressionless handsome face. "What do you know? Acting cute is to gain others' love, and I've already got it now." At this moment, sister-in-law slowly approached. The boy instantly showed a sweet smile. "Is sister-in-law equally kind to second brother and the others?" The child was quite persistent about this, always wanting to be the favored one. But how could Sister Sa know the child's tricks? They haven't been to the hospital like you. When they do, they'll know. Just then a phone rang. Sister Sa put the phone to the child's ear. Yuan Hong looked dejected and didn't make a sound. Seeing this, Sister Sa immediately understood. She then took the phone and coldly asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Wrong number." Unexpectedly, after 2 seconds of silence, the caller's voice suddenly raised 800 degrees. "I get it. You're a thief who stole his phone. Do you know the punishment for defamation?" Sister Sa hung up immediately. Yuan Hong smiled, completely impressed by his sister-in-law's coolness. "The way you just spoke was a bit like Big Brother. She's very afraid of him. Probably will be afraid of you too from now on." Sister Sa was puzzled. "Am I that scary?" Yuan Hong couldn't help but laugh. "That was my mother." "Oh, did she arrange for you to go to school?" "What's the school called?" "Huining Middle School. I heard it's quite famous." Yin Wen Hong answered like an obedient schoolboy. "I remember Yin Er and Yin Si are both at Jingsha No. 1 High School. Why didn't you go there?" Yin Wen Hong lowered his eyes, looking a bit unhappy. Sister-in-law remembered where Yin Wen Bo and others studied, but didn't know about his school. Then he looked up at sister-in-law calmly. "Because second brother and the others are quite stupid." The child glanced at sister-in-law and quickly put on a pleasing expression. "Sister-in-law, was I too direct?" Sister Sa gently stroked his hair. "Honesty is a virtue, but speaking also requires skill." Yuan Hong was instantly comforted. He nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll listen to sister-in-law. I'll remember that." This obedient little appearance almost confused Sister Sa. Those impulsive, easily angered, and stubborn ones were like children. But they all had one thing in common. They were single-minded. As for this little kid in front of her, he probably had 7, 8, or even 90 different minds. Wonder what Yin Chao's would be like. Sister Sa simply took out a book and started reading. I want to read too. Can I, sister-in-law? That pitiful little look seemed to say, if you don't agree, I'll cry for you to see. Sister Sa was generally more lenient towards sick children. Seeing his pitiful appearance, her voice unconsciously became a bit gentler. All right, you sleep for a while first. I'll read it to you. Yin Wenhong obediently lay down. Sister-in-law's pleasant voice came to his ears. At this moment, the cold hospital room seemed to radiate warm energy. Being sick didn't seem so bad after all. Soon, 3 days passed. Yi Wenhong had just gotten up when he saw sister-in-law preparing to go out. Sister-in-law, are you going out? Gonna buy a painting. What for? Does sister-in-law like paintings? No, it's for someone else. Sister Sa didn't explain clearly, because these things didn't need to be known by an underage child. Sister-in-law, won't accompany me to the hospital today? The child looked a bit pitiful. Sister Sa explained while putting on her earrings. The doctor said you don't need to go to the hospital anymore. Just rest well at home. Yi Wenhong's little hands unconsciously gripped the railing tightly. He seemed like an abandoned puppy, but on the surface, he showed no emotion. Sister Sa looked up and reminded, I'll be back home late tonight. Remember to eat on time. The child watched sister-in-law's departing figure with a pitiful look. I'll listen to sister-in-law. The maid couldn't help but remind him to go back to the bedroom and rest. Seeing that sister-in-law had left, the pitiful and obedient look on Yi Wenhong's face instantly disappeared. He coldly responded and turned to go upstairs. The maid thought she had seen wrong. How could the always polite and obedient young master show such a cold expression? However, when she saw the young master again, she was almost scared enough to sweat through her clothes. She saw Yi Wenhong drawing and looking at something. The maid was startled. Still, she couldn't help but care for the young master. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Or did something unhappy happen? Yi Wenhong raised his hand to touch his face. This is what I look like when I'm happy. The maid was so scared she quickly ran out. Had the young master been possessed? Just like the madam back then. A sudden change in personality, as if he'd become a different person. Sister Sa was completely unaware. The maid already suspected he had changed his heart. At this moment, she was happily shopping with her sister-in-law. I've heard a lot about Mrs. Yin. I heard you want to buy a painting. What kind do you like? Which painting in your shop is the cheapest? The shop owner was taken aback. The cheapest? Yin Wenshu was also stunned. Big brother, doesn't he give sister-in-law pocket money? Then she whispered to sister-in-law, are you out of money? I have saved a little pocket money. Is 1 million enough? Sister Sa smiled. What a pure and cute little girl. Then you can use Yi when Ji is money. He's a big star, richer than all of us. If you ask him for 7 or 8 or 9 million, he'll definitely give it to you. Sister Sa smiled indulgently. Okay, I understand, but it's really not necessary. Then she took out a black card with no limit. Sister-in-law just went out shopping, but dominated the top 5 trending topics for a whole day. However, everyone was attracted by Sister Sa's superpower. But the blonde guy showed a successful expression. With this rumor, Gu Shui he would still be associated with Bao Xing. Even if Yin Chao could come back alive, he would definitely divorce her directly, forcing her to die. But when the blonde guy saw the trending topics, he was so angry he fainted directly. Because not only were there no rumors, but all the topics were criticizing his brother for being a lackey. Sister Sa laughed. I knew you arranged for reporters to take photos. So let everyone see how lowly you look serving as my servants. The blonde guy angrily smashed the teacup. Although he came from a poor family, he hated it most when people said they were inferior. And Gu Shui, he seemed to know this point, deliberately making his brother serve her as a servant for a whole day. Fortunately, Mr. Feng will also attend today's charity banquet. He will surely be willing to teach Gu Shui a good lesson for us. The blonde's brother felt a bit reluctant. Sis, will this really work? Mr. Feng doesn't seem like that kind of lowly person. Moreover, he always feels that cooperating with Feng Yu is like dealing with a tiger. You know nothing. Do you know how ruthless and vicious Feng Yu is? He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even making people suddenly disappear. In the entire capital, except for Yin Chao, no one is his match. This Gu Shui refuses to drink the toast and has to drink the forfeit. Let Mr. Feng teach her a lesson she'll never forget. Sister Sa was completely unaware that the blonde was up to mischief again, because at this moment, she was preparing for today's charity banquet. As soon as she entered the store, she didn't beat around the bush. She directly asked the owner to bring out the cheapest item in the store. The old owner was shocked at first. The number one wealthy, Mrs. Yin, actually wanted to buy the cheapest item, but he still carefully selected a painting and brought it over. Mrs. Yin, this young artist urgently needs money, so this painting is only 3,000. It's the cheapest painting in the store. Okay, I'll take this one. Sister Sa then took out her unlimited black card. Yin Wenshu looked at sister-in-law with concern. If you run out of money, just tell me. I still have some money. All right, when I'm out of money, I'll definitely come to our Wenshu. Yin Wenshu was immediately overjoyed. She felt needed by sister-in-law, as if this was her reason for existing. Sister Sa couldn't help but ruffle the child's hair. Yin Wenshu felt a warm current flowing into her heart. These children are becoming more and more sensible and understanding. But Yin Er, this eye-catching package, is a bit of a headache. A few hours later, Yi Er angrily called. Someone saw you at Dao Damang. What are you doing there? Attending a charity banquet. What's wrong? Sister Sa was confused. What is this child up to now? Is it the stylist Chin Eugene arranged for you? He knows nothing. This place is too trashy. The staff nearby shouted, Staff, is it really okay to badmouth so openly? But it seems like that's movie star Yuan Wenjia. Sister Sa embarrassedly covered the phone. I'm sorry, I'll scold him when we get back. The staff CPU was overheating. Damn, what kind of big news did I just stumble upon? Is the relationship between the movie star and Mrs. Yin what I think it is? Wow, Mr. Yan's head seems to be a bit green. At this moment, Yin Chao, far away in Africa, suddenly sneezed. How's that Chinese female student taking care of you? Not good. She talks too much and doesn't wear a mask. I suspect she's infected me with the flu. What an unromantic man. You rest first. I'm leaving. Why did that funny girl run away crying? And that heartbreaker was resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, two soldiers came in with their phones. Boss, what's a studio? Sister-in-law spent 53,500 yuan there. A styling studio, lazily replied the one sitting in the wheelchair. Boss, you're not asleep yet? Is it just a place where women do their hair and makeup? But why did Qing Gallery also have an expense of 3,000 yuan? Boss, it's not good. Sister-in-law not only wanted to get her hair and makeup done, but also bought a painting. The boss didn't even raise his head. Is that so? The two soldier brothers anxiously gestured. Could it be that sister-in-law is going on a date with someone? The boss's heart skipped a beat. How could anyone be interested in him? However, he needed to speed up his return home this time. A painting casually made by a homeless person, yet sister-in-law sold it for a sky-high price of 9.9 million. Even the arch-enemy Feng, you suddenly became interested. This woman is indeed interesting. Not only did she sanction Jiang Er's thuggish behavior, but she also tricked the blonde. It turns out that just now, the blonde brother took Sister Sa to attend the auction. Unexpectedly, Sister Sa's appearance immediately caught the attention of all media. The blonde brother secretly tried to squeeze next to Sister Sa, thinking this way he wouldn't look like just a bag carrier. Sister Sa coldly glanced at him. This is Yin Chao's position. Xianji turned and left. At this moment, Jiang Er, 100 meters away, saw Sister Sa, and his eyes immediately lit up. Mrs. Yin, I didn't expect to meet you here. But that idiot Pierre, why did you let him follow you? Sister Sa didn't even look at him and casually said, Guess. Jiang laukit angrili. You just don't want to talk, huh? Perhaps I should thank you for showing mercy and not turning me into Yin family's lapdog too. Sister Sa looked up and smiled slightly. That would require Mr. Zhang's willingness. Pei Er behind her pouted. She just said the spot next to her was Yin Chao's position, but now she's chatting happily with Jiang Er. Could they really be having an affair? Big Sister had no time for this idiot. She had important things to do today. At this time, the blonde approached with a big smile, causing the man in the front row to turn and look. This is Mr. Feng. I know. Number 79, my servant. Feng Yu's eyelid twitched. If Mr. Yin knows his wife has been to Feng family's territory, do you think he would? He would definitely be happy, right? After all, not everyone can be Mr. Feng's master. Feng Yu suppressed the cold expression on his face. The blonde beside him was so scared he nearly lost his soul. Looking at the calm Sister Sa, he was surprised she wasn't afraid of Feng Yu at all. Soon, the auction officially began. The first item for auction today was a painting. Starting price, 100,000. Sister Sa wasn't interested. She turned to instruct the blonde. His starting price is 100,000, so mine can't be lower. Go tell the organizer to change the price. Start at 1 million. The blonde almost scratched her. The price is too high. It might not sell. That would be very embarrassing for you. Sister Sa coldly glanced at him. Why be so stingy when doing charity? Why not just hug that little money and live out the rest of your life? How dare you show your face here? The blonde froze. It felt like Sister Sa was indirectly scolding him. At this moment, Sister Sa impatiently kicked Feng Yu's chair. Hurry up and go. Feng Yu's expression was quite spectacular. This woman actually dared to kick his chair. Seeing that she even dared to do this to Feng Yu, the blonde quickly got up to do as told. Several antiques were auctioned next. Soon it was time for Sister Sa's item. The host paused for 2 seconds before announcing Sister Sa's item. Starting price, 1 million. Sister Sa stepped on Feng Yu's shadow again. Even Feng Yu laughed angrily. Am I in your way or something? Xianji turned and kicked Pei Er's chair. Move aside. Pei Er, feeling wronged, had to reluctantly move to the side. Sister Sa proudly went on stage. This painting is ingeniously designed, with impactful brushstrokes. And the story behind it, 1 million is too low. But for charity, we need to donate money to those in need while also considering everyone else. What does that mean? Is she afraid we won't pay up? Indeed, it's number 399. Same arrogant attitude. We're similar types of people. Sister Sa returned to her seat and directly ordered the blonde. You bid first. The blonde nearly spat blood in her face. But he could only reluctantly raise his paddle for 1.1 million. Unexpectedly, Jiang Er immediately raised it to 2 million. Bid again. 2 million is too low, and I don't want to sell to Mr. Jiang. But I really want to buy Mrs. Yan's painting. Sister Sa didn't care. She just kept urging the blonde, hurry up, I want to sell it for a high price. The blonde had no choice but to continue. Unexpectedly, Jiang Er kept raising mindlessly, even as the price skyrocketed to 9 million. Sister Sa was still unsatisfied. Isn't Jiang Er loaded? Then raise it to 10 million and sell it to him. The blonde's hand was shaking, but thinking Jiang Er would cover it, he didn't care anymore. At 9.9 million, the host quickly started counting down. 9.9 million once, 9.9 million twice. The blonde panicked. Mr. Jiang, aren't you bidding? Didn't you say you must buy this painting? Jiang leaned towards Sister Sa. If Mrs. Yin won't sell to me, there's nothing I can do. Sister Sa didn't even look up. I'm very satisfied with this price. The host swiftly hammered. 9.9 million third time. Sold. The blonde instantly turned to stone, his vision going black. He originally wanted to see Gu Shui make a fool of herself, but he ended up being the clown. Meanwhile, Sister Sa satisfiedly opened her phone, looking at Jiang Er's message seeking credit. She had to acknowledge this favor. But within minutes, Sister Sa had repaid this favor. A button casually torn off by the sister-in-law. The man actually brought it to the auction and set the starting price at 100,000 yuan. Everyone was immediately shocked, their eyes rolling. Damn, this Jiang Er is too shameless. Is that black thing made of gold or something? Yeah, isn't this just robbery? Who would be stupid enough to buy a button to take home? Unexpectedly, the next second, Sister Sa calmly raised her paddle for 200,000. Some people wanting to attract Sister Sa's attention quickly made bids. Sister Sa didn't even look up. 400,000. Jiang Er was ecstatic. I have a bunch of those. If you like them, I'll send you a truckload tomorrow. You don't need to thank me like this. The elder sister turned to look at him. One thing at a time. Favors should be used for big matters. They're not needed for small things like this. Feng Yu looked up. Indeed, she's a clever woman. Jiang Er helped raise the price of her item to over 9 million, and she repaid him in the same way. They're indeed similar types of people, both disliking owing favors. But come to think of it, if the blonde knew that the 9.9 million he spent on bidding was just a small matter in this woman's eyes, wonder if he'd come over to fight. Sister Sa didn't know how the blonde was doing. She was busy stirring up the atmosphere. Those wanting to catch Jiang Er's, I suddenly felt that the black button indeed seemed somewhat valuable. Everyone joined in the bidding. Unexpectedly, Sister Sa didn't even blink. She directly raised the price by 600,000. The old man wiped his non-existent sweat. 700,000. The host saw that Sister Sa finally had no intention of raising the price. He quickly hammered 700,000 sold. Jiang Er suddenly felt uneasy. Does this woman dislike owing him favors that much? But if he bid, Jiang Er couldn't bear to let her lose. Yet if he didn't bid, Jiang Er felt a strange sense of loss. Damn, it feels like I've been used and discarded. Most importantly, I even volunteered to be used. The more I think about it, the worse I feel. I mean, your item sold for over 9 million, while mine only fetched 700,000. Do you think that's fair? Sister Sa glanced at him. My painting was genuinely valuable, while Mr. Zhang's button wasn't worth much. Zhang Er laughed at himself in frustration. She really was a woman who wouldn't take any losses. Feng Yu, seeing Zhang Er's defeat, instantly felt refreshed. Finally, someone could handle Zhang Er's roguish behavior. But when he came to his senses, he found Sister Sa was walking out. Mrs. Yin, aren't you attending the banquet later? Are you perhaps afraid? Sister Sa displayed a polite smile. I think Mr. Feng's earlier words have some truth. After all, if I stay too long on Feng family territory and Yin Chao finds out, I can't use my previous excuse. Mrs. Yin is truly considerate. Sister Sa turned back. I wouldn't dare. After all, Mr. Feng was more considerate that night. Sister Sa turned and left gracefully, leaving behind an expression. Feng Yu, with a cracked expression, couldn't recover for a long time. Mr. Feng, Mr. Pei has donated Mrs. Yan's painting again. How should we handle it? Interesting. Hang Mrs. Yan's painting in my office. Sister Sa was completely unaware that she had charmed another young boss. Even less did she know that the top actor in the entertainment industry was personally fighting for her. The manager beside him was about to go bald from stress. Bro, that's someone else's comment section. We don't argue like this. You're a top star? Yin Er suddenly felt the manager had a point. But before the manager could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard his actor righteously declare, I'll argue with them in my own comment section. He then immediately posted to support his sister-in-law and tag her trending topic. The manager felt dizzy. You're truly a genius of logic. You're so amazing. Does your sister-in-law know? Meanwhile, the sister-in-law had just returned home. Yin Wenhong was already waiting for her. Sister-in-law, do you like this painting? I drew it. It's for you. Sister Sa glanced at the child. All right, hang it by my bedside. The child was instantly delighted, eagerly pushing the maid to hang it quickly. Then he shyly followed his sister-in-law. If you like it, I'll draw you a rose painting next time. Sister Sa was really tired. She reclined on the sofa, lazily replying, okay. The child immediately became obedient. I had lunch today and dinner too. Good boy. Did you take the medicine the doctor prescribed? The child instantly looked pitiful. The medicine is too bitter. It's hard to swallow, makes me feel sick and want to vomit. I can't sleep well either. Sister Sa's expression turned serious. If it's bitter, eat some candy. If you don't take the medicine, do you want to be in pain again next time? What if I can't sleep? Will you read to me like you did that day in the hospital? Sister Sa sighed. The little rascal just wanted her by his side. Okay, take your medicine first. The child quickly threw the medicine into his mouth. He swallowed several times before finally getting it down. Sister Sa immediately took out a piece of candy. Eat this candy, and it won't be bitter anymore. The child didn't use his hands, but leaned down directly. The moment his soft lips touched her palm, Sister Sa was stunned for 2 seconds. What bad intentions could a child have? He was just too lazy to take the candy himself. Remember to use your hands next time. The child nodded obediently. Sister-in-law, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll keep you company while you eat. Sister Sa sighed. The child was probably clingy because he was sick. If you're not feeling unwell, then do as you like. The child's eyes instantly lit up. Being with sister-in-law is always comfortable. But just as he was quietly looking at his sister-in-law, suddenly an annoying ringtone sounded. Soon, Yin Si's voice came through. Sister-in-law, can you hear me? It's very windy here. Yin Wenhong is back. Do you want to talk to him? Yin Si hurriedly refused. No, can't chat. The signal here is bad. This kid usually talks for hours on the phone. Why is he in such a hurry today? She turned back to find the child staring at her resentfully. Was that fourth brother's call? Why is he calling sister-in-law? Sister Sa calmly ate her food. He's out hiking. Of course he needs to report his whereabouts to family. I'm a bit surprised fourth brother would do something like that. Sister Sa casually put down her chopsticks. I'm done eating. You should rest early too. Unexpectedly, the next second, the child covered his mouth. Then he ran to the bathroom as if flying. Sister Sa handed him a towel sympathetically. Are you okay? The child looked pitiful. Sister-in-law, taking medicine really makes me want to vomit. Sister Sa froze. Is this how all puppies act coquettishly? She quickly helped him to bed. Rest well. I'll stay here with you. The child quietly looked at his sister-in-law. as if just looking at her made him feel at ease. He softly said, "Good night, Gu Shuyan." Sister Sa returned to her room only after the child fell asleep. But looking at the painting the child gave her, Sister Sa couldn't help but feel troubled. Yi Wenhong's inner thoughts and his words were completely disconnected. Getting him back on the right path would be 100 times more troublesome than the others. She then opened her computer and searched for the child's school. Looking at the thousands of positive reviews, Sister Sa still felt uncomfortable about this school. Suddenly, she saw a negative review. "I'm at Huining Middle School. I want to die." But when Sister Sa clicked on it, the post was immediately deleted. The younger brother-in-law secretly transferred 2 million yuan as pocket money to his sister-in-law. But the money went to his brother's card instead. However, the younger brother-in-law didn't know this. He even called his sister-in-law specifically. The sister-in-law was confused, inexplicably told to check her messages. But her phone only showed ads and more ads. She didn't know what Yin Er was so happy about. Meanwhile, somewhere in Africa, the soldier brother was stunned when he saw the text message. "Boss, it's not good. Money came in his sister-in-law's card." Yin Chao's eyebrows twitched. Bao Xian actually transferred him 9.9 million, and his second brother, that stingy fellow, also transferred 2 million. Yes, sister-in-law is even earning money for the family now, and she earned over 10 million. It's amazing. Yin Chao coughed lightly. It is quite impressive, and his beloved little wife was now sitting in Secretary Chen's office. This time, Bao Xing only coughed up over 9 million to save the official deposit he owed. After passing through the charity fund, it totaled over 2 billion. No wonder they wanted Yin Chao's seal. After all, if Yin Chao died abroad, the problem would be much simpler. "If my shares are added to Yin Chao's, could I become the CEO?" Secretary Chen said, "It's not possible. Yin Er's uncle holds more shares than Yin Zong. However, all the young masters and misses of the Yin family have shares. If theirs are added to Ying's, Yin Zong only needs to contribute 1% to surpass Yi. But that's impossible." Just then, Sister Sa's phone rang. "Sister-in-law, I just took my medicine and ate a candy. Although I still want to vomit, I'm holding it in. Good boy." Sister Sa had just put away her phone and was about to discuss with Secretary Chen. Then the phone rang again. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm reading the book you left." And then the child would call to say he drank some hot water, or that he was painting roses, either complaining about the paint quality or acting coy, afraid his painting wasn't good enough. Sister-in-law doesn't like Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen was finally having a good chat with Sister Sa. Was this little brat doing this on purpose? Sister Sa rubbed her forehead. "I'm in a meeting." The child nodded obediently. "Then you go ahead. I'll call you again after a long while." However, an hour later, "Hello, sister-in-law, I waited for an hour this time. Is that long enough?" Sister Sa sighed. "Let's make a deal. Each time you call me, wait an extra half hour before calling again." The child instantly became dejected. Sister Sa waited for 2 seconds. "Is it candy? I'll bring some back for you." The child immediately became as obedient as a child, shyly replying, "Okay." But as soon as Sister Sa got home, the child called again. "We're both at home. Isn't this call a bit unnecessary? But we're separated by many walls." Sister Sa lowered her eyes. "My study is above your bedroom. There's only one wall between us upstairs. Go to bed early. Stop calling." The child instantly looked pitiful. "Can't call, can't text, will be disliked. But the school notified that we have to return tomorrow." Sister Sa looked up. "Hasn't the culprit been caught yet? How dare they resume classes?" The child reached out to touch the last light. "They said we can't delay the learning progress." "All right, I'll take you tomorrow." The child instantly became happy. The next morning, as soon as Sister Sa dropped the child off at Huining Middle School's gate, she heard the security guard's angry roar. "Didn't we say no phones allowed? Who gave you the courage to hide it in your pocket? All confiscated." Then he pushed the student in and immediately blocked the crowd of reluctant parents. "Parents not allowed in." Sister Sa's face instantly darkened. The security guard grabbed the child's backpack to check. Sister Sa blocked him. "What are you doing?" The guard immediately pulled out his electric baton. "You stay outside. No entry allowed." Sister Sa stepped forward. "I'm his sister-in-law. Why am I not qualified to take him into school? Stop talking nonsense. I said no means no." Sister Sa raised her chin. The bodyguards behind her all stepped forward. "Sister Sa, with her 2.8-meter aura, said, "Then I insist on entering." Who would be electrocuted just by touching this door? However, Sister Sa immediately pinned the head teacher against it. The parents nearby got angry. "Quickly, let us go." "Principal Wong, do you know you're committing murder?" Sister Sa smiled wickedly. "How can this be murder? I'm just helping you test for your children. If they really touch this door, will they actually be electrocuted to death? Look at his state now. This is how your child would look pressed against the iron gate." Several parents grabbed their children and stepped back. This woman is too scary. At this moment, Principal Wong's eyes were black, feeling hopeless. He seemed like a mask that had lost all personal dignity. But even seeing this situation, some parents still defended them. They not only thought closed management and strictness were appropriate, but also firmly believed the school was just trying to make children obedient. This is elite education. Of course, it has its own management style. Suffering the bitterest hardships now will surely make them successful in the future. Sister Sa's eyes changed instantly. These people are disgusting. Not only do they use the excuse of being good for children, but they also use it as a fig leaf to make themselves look good. Sister Sa pointed to Yin Wenhong beside her. He's the young master of Yin City, born with a silver spoon. His starting point is the end point that others can't reach in their entire lives. So stop dreaming. There are some social classes you can never enter in your lifetime. Sending your children here doesn't mean they'll become elites. Chickens and dogs can't ascend to heaven. Yes, why force your dreams onto others, expecting them to transform into dragons and phoenixes? Bah! Rich people are so heartless. Are you saying common people don't deserve to climb up? Just then, a frantic figure rushed up. "I'm Yi Wenhong's mother." "Who are you?" "His sister-in-law, Gu Shuiying." "Oh, it's Mrs. Yin." Back then, old Mr. Yin personally said whoever's child it is, they raise it themselves. "You shouldn't have a say in Hong's schooling, Mrs. Yin." Sister Sa's eyes changed. "The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. How can I not have a say?" The woman choked, stepping back. "If you insist on interfering, I'll have to call Mr. Yin." "Go ahead. If you get through, I'd like to have a word with him too." Suddenly, a group of people surrounded them. "You're the woman causing trouble, aren't you?" Sister Sa's expression turned cold. "Hold him down. I don't like people pointing at me like that." The man was stunned. He had never seen anyone so arrogant towards teachers. Sister Sa lost patience. She directly grabbed his wrist. With a twist and pull, there was a crisp sound. "Ouch! My hand is broken." "What are you all standing there for?" Everyone grabbed a stick and attacked together. Sister Sa was furious. She swung her skirt and stepped right on it. "Have you learned to show some respect now?" Nearby students burst into laughter. They really wanted to applaud sister-in-law with both hands and feet. "What are you laughing at? Your school teachers are being bullied. Have you forgotten all about respecting teachers? What kind of teachers are they? They're just beasts with human faces." Suddenly, police sirens were heard. "I'm reporting an illegal school here with suspicions of student abuse." "All right, can any student lead us to inspect the school?" The parents collectively stepped back, averting their eyes. Sister Sa slightly raised her eyebrows. "No one dares? Don't the parents want to go in and see?" "I'll lead the way." "Me too. We can all lead the way." Principal Wong became anxious. These students are usually disobedient. They not only like to skip classes, but also lie. You can't trust what they say. Then we'll choose several students. Are you saying they're all liars? Or are you charging such high tuition fees, but can't even educate a child properly? The man gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't refute. At this time, a student pointed to a nearby sink. "If anyone shows the slightest sign of drowsiness during class, they'll be taken away by a special teacher." Then they push our heads under the faucet, constantly asking every half hour, "Are you awake now?" In weather below zero, you feel like your whole head is frozen off. If we still don't comply, someone will whip us with clothes hangers. "Is that so?" Principal Wong was shocked. "They're all liars. How could we do that? Is that right?" Sister Sa glanced at the silent parents. "Then let me test for your children again. Can this water kill someone?" Hua Luo grabbed the man's collar and dragged him to the sink. Then he turned on the faucet and pushed him down, holding for a while. The hat uncle then stepped forward. "Don't rush. Mrs. Yin has entrusted us to handle this." Sister Sa released her small hand. She coldly looked at the silent parents. "Do you want to try this for your children too?" since no one wants to try, why don't we go to the principal's office? Yin Wenhong looked at his sister-in-law's tall figure and felt reassured. Everything in this world was murky and dark. Only she was the lone flower blooming in the darkness. Such a sister-in-law deserved the best protection. Yin Wenhong took his sister-in-law's hand, then gently wiped it. "It's dirty. Let me clean it." Soon they arrived at the classroom, only to find the windows had no glass. While the principal's office not only had imported oak flooring, but also luxurious Italian crystal chandeliers. The parents looked and immediately understood everything. The principal took the parents' hard-earned money, abused their children, while living a luxurious life himself. The scene instantly erupted, with everyone demanding a satisfactory explanation from the school. Sister Sa sat down on a sofa with a stern face. "Call your principal over. I'll wait for him right here." It was the first time sister-in-law took her younger brother-in-law to school. Not only did she beat up all the school security guards, but she also grabbed the principal and pinned him to the corridor. "Teenagers are the hope of our country's future. How dare you lay hands on them? How is that different from treason?" The principal was sweating in fear. "Mrs. Yin, please calm down." Calmly, Sister Sa pressed him down even further. "Do you see those people? Those students and parents? They want to tear you to pieces right now." The principal, leaning on the railing, felt like he could fall to his death at any moment. How is this possible? They voluntarily sent their children here. Sister Sa became furious. She increased the pressure of her hand. "The children were just dozing off, and you dragged them to be doused with cold water. If they tried to resist, you beat their thighs with bamboo sticks. Even worse, you used electric shocks or locked them in dark rooms. How dare you? How could you bring yourself to do such things?" The principal tried to defend himself, but feared angering the woman before him. Only when the hat uncle came over did he dare to collapse on the ground, immediately begging to be taken away. "This woman is terrifying, I confess." The children nearby looked at their sister-in-law, thinking she was incredibly cool. Sister Sa saw that others would handle the rest. She turned and extended her hand. "Let's go. We're going home." Yin Wenhong's heart was filled with warmth. His gaze couldn't help but turn to his sister-in-law. "Will you come back?" "Never again," because Sister Sa planned to tear this place down completely. At this moment, Green Hair grabbed Yin Wenhong. "Why are you going with her? If you're going back, it should be to our home. Mom will choose a good school for you again." Yin Wenhong looked up at her. "Didn't you say the Yin family is my home?" Green Hair choked. "This child, how can you talk like that? Just because she stood up for you, you want to go with her? Have you forgotten that it was Mom who risked her life to give birth to you?" Sister Sa was angry. "What emotional blackmail. The moment you chose to be someone's concubine, all this suffering became what you deserve." Green Hair stepped back abruptly. "You're Mrs. Yin. You're rich and powerful. Of course, you wouldn't understand." Sister Sa didn't even look up. "I'm Yin Chao's lawfully wedded wife. Why should I try to understand a concubine's feelings?" Green Hair suddenly looked pitiful. "Hong Hong, how can you let her bully your mother?" Yin Wenhong glanced at his sister-in-law, not wanting her to argue with others and lose face. He asked his sister-in-law to wait in the car. Sister Sa understood immediately and walked towards the car. Although the path had been shown to him, some things still needed to be handled by the child himself. Meanwhile, Green Hair looked smug. She grabbed Yin Wenhong's hand, hoping he would go back with her. Unexpectedly, Yin Wenhong's eyes turned cold instantly. He quickly pulled his hand away and wiped it. "Is it because when I was 10, I swallowed a lot of sleeping pills and vomited terribly, and you call me a coward? So you still think I'm weak?" Yin Wenhong smirked. "Actually, when I first went in there, they did push my head into the water basin. But the next day, I trapped his neck in the iron gate, almost breaking it. Although this place is disgusting, I'm not suffering here, because they're all afraid of me. So drop your fake pity and guilt." Green Hair stepped back several steps in fear. But thinking of Aunt Gu Shui, she was almost driven mad with jealousy. "If you didn't suffer, why are you grateful to her? I'm your real mother." Yin Wenhong laughed. "How can you compare to her?" Green Hair couldn't believe it. How could the child she gave birth to not listen to her? He was a student even the principal feared, but in front of his sister-in-law, he was as gentle as a kitten. Just because for his sake, his sister-in-law not only beat up everyone who had bullied him, but also directly leveled the school. Moreover, she donated 10 million as an education fund to heal his wounded heart. This fierce and protective sister-in-law was simply too lovable. However, the woman beside them was furious. "I'm your mother. How can you be grateful to an outsider?" Yin Wenhong laughed. "How can you compare to her? And in my heart, you're the outsider." The woman panicked. How can you be so heartless? We are your real family. Yin Wenhong tilted his head. Have you gone stupid spending the Yin family's money? Didn't you teach me that only by being cold-hearted and ruthless can I compete with my brother? Then he glanced in the direction of his sister-in-law, and even the air seemed to soften. And now I seem to have more motivation to compete with him. The woman stood there in disbelief. Her hands grasped at the air aimlessly, but caught nothing. Back in the car, Yin Wenhong instantly turned into a good boy. Sister Sa looked at the child. Although he acted well, she still noticed the strength he hadn't managed to hide. The boy smiled sweetly. Sister-in-law, are you hungry? I haven't been out shopping for a long time. Let's go eat outside, just the two of us. Sister-in-law nodded. Yi Wenhong's eyes lit up with joy. Today is so happy. Let me treat you to a meal, sister-in-law. I have money, lots and lots of money. Sister Sa thought to herself. We can also meet an acquaintance while we're at it. They soon arrived at the restaurant. Jiang Er came running over excitedly. He was surprised to see Yin Wenhong playing with his phone nearby. Then he sat down next to Sister Sa, crossing his legs. Tell me, what favor do you need this time? It's not like this is our first time conspiring together. Sister Sa took a sip of tea. It's not conspiring. We're doing good deeds, openly and honestly. Jiang Er couldn't help but smile. Sister Sa suddenly turned serious. That piece of land at Huining Middle School belongs to you, right? I want to buy that place. Please, Mr. Jiang, level that place to the ground. Although Jiang Er didn't understand why she wanted to demolish a school, he reminded her, we need approval documents to start construction. Jian Chaiming has them. Jiang Yu took a breath. You've prepared everything. You're so efficient. As expected of the woman I admire. After the meal, Sister Sa immediately invited Secretary Chen. After all, Sister Sa had donated 10 million at the last charity gala. This time, she could use that money to provide psychological treatment for the children. Secretary Chen also found out that Principal Zhao's backing was the Song family's illegitimate son. Sister Sa was a bit surprised. An illegitimate son is considered backing? It turned out that before the Song family patriarch died, he promised that even illegitimate children had the right to inherit the family business. Sister Sa was speechless. That's even worse than old Mr. Yin. Whether dead or alive, he's just causing trouble for his descendants. These modern big families, how come they don't even understand that children born to concubines can't surpass the legitimate heirs? But this matter needs to be dealt with quickly. When dealing with such petty people, we must act before they have time to react. Resolve it directly. Even if he rages afterward, there's nothing he can do. Secretary Chen nodded in approval. When the king of hell hides, the little ghosts are hard to handle. These petty people are the most troublesome. Sister Sa lowered her eyes. Suddenly, she thought of someone suitable to deal with the Song family's petty person. Just then, Yin Wenhong appeared obediently. Sister Sa felt helpless. She could not ask anything in front of the child, so she casually asked about the situation at Yan's nest. Secretary Chun felt a bit uncomfortable and awkwardly looked away. There's no news for now. Sister Sa, having asked what she needed to, stood up to see the guest off. Yin Wenhong stared at his sister-in-law. Thinking that she was waiting for his brother, the child suddenly felt down. Meanwhile, Brother Bing saw the 10 million charity fund transferred by sister-in-law and was shocked. The next second, he wanted the whole world to know how awesome sister-in-law was. The woman beside him was stunned for 2.5 seconds. So Yin Chao had a wife, and she donated 10 million to a charity fund. Was he that rich? Yin Chao took the phone and grinned foolishly. His wife was really amazing. He couldn't wait to see her. People struggled to get their children into the school, but the woman came in and ordered it to be leveled to the ground. The rich kid beside her was stunned. Didn't you already beat up that unscrupulous principal? Why do you still need to flatten the school? Sister Sa didn't even look up. As long as the school is there, parents will keep coming. Without Principal Xiao, there will be Principal Liu. Let's just demolish it. Those who won't listen to reason can only fear the Yin family's power and money. Let's end it here. Jiang Er nodded. But the funding is a huge amount. Sister Sa took a sip of tea, indicating she didn't mind using Yan's nest money at all. Jiang Er felt inexplicably upset, wondering when they had become so close. He then waved his hand. No need to talk about money. With all the recent hot searches, I'll just join you in doing good deeds. Sister Sa smiled gently. Then thank you, Mr. Jiang. So Jiang Er returned home feeling pleased. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sat down, he received a call from an unknown number. Immediately, a barrage of curses came through. Jiang Er, with his hot temper, shouted back, "That's my land. I can dig up as many skulls as I want. You're not qualified to settle scores with me. If you have something to say, tell your old man to come." Coming to his senses, Jiang Er laughed at himself in anger. "Damn you, Gu Shui. You don't want to deal with the Song family's petty people yourself, so you push me out to offend them." He angrily dialed Gu Shui's number, but only heard the mechanical voice saying the phone was off. "Jiang was furious. I'll be damned if I fall for your tricks again." Meanwhile, Sister Sa proved that the tea others drank, Jin Changming couldn't have imagined. Gu Shui had such a big favor, yet only exchanged it for a small approval document. Pushing his glasses, he asked, "Mrs. Yin, don't you feel it's not worth it to use this favor now?" Sister Sa tilted her head. "This favor sounds too big. I'm worried Mr. Jin might fear I'll seek retribution and kill me one day to eliminate future troubles." Jin Chaming smiled, his eyes curving. This Gu Shui was indeed clever. Not only did she see through things, but she also understood the anxiety of big families after owing favors. And she even took the initiative to use up that favor. He didn't expect the second person to see through him would be Gu Shui. As expected of a couple, they were both smart. Meanwhile, Sister Sa called Jiang Er as soon as she got home. Jiang Er was so angry, he pushed away the woman beside him. "TSK, Mrs. Yin, did you just realize phones exist after I've laughed myself silly?" But Sister Sa was serious. She pointed out that the Song family had tampered with his car, almost causing a fatal accident. She also mentioned that the building jointly developed by the Jiang and Song families had many accidents, and advised him to withdraw early. After all, the three families being too close isn't a good thing. This is an opportunity to distance yourselves. Jiang Er lowered his eyes. Though her words were harsh, every sentence showed concern. Unexpectedly, once the matter was resolved, she immediately changed the subject to the issue he least wanted to discuss, protecting his heart. Jiang Er had a quick thought and said, "I hope Mrs. Yin can teach me more in the future on how to discipline a wayward younger brother." Meanwhile, someone was plotting to kidnap Sister Sa's most beloved brother. Yanxi had just finished school. Unexpectedly, a club swung out from behind. Luckily, Yanxi dodged it nimbly. Seeing this, his classmates were about to call the police. But Yanxi took an offensive stance instead. The kidnapper nearby laughed, as expected of a rich young master. "You think you can scare me with a simple pose?" But the next second, there was a loud bang as a hook punch landed. The man's jawbone shattered into 8 pieces. Everyone was so scared they ran away, holding the back of their heads. Yanxi was also startled by his own strength. Recalling when his sister-in-law taught him, he thought she was just humoring him. He didn't expect the effect to be so amazing. As expected of the tiger's subduing fist, fast, powerful, and defeating the enemy in one move. She really wasn't fooling me. Thinking about dinner at home tonight, he couldn't let her worry. He quickly tidied up his handsome little face, wondering what she was doing right now. And the sister-in-law he was thinking about was preparing to send pork knuckles to Yin Tu, whom she disliked. However, Sister Sa didn't know that he had just gone to check on the land, but it caused a series of accidents. My sister-in-law's first time at the film set. She was immediately disliked by everyone for being stingy. Who would send pork knuckles to a famous actor and boss? And 50 portions at that. A blonde guy nearby laughed. "You guys know nothing." That's Mrs. Yin, who's always trending on social media. Not only does she attend various charity galas, but she also casually made an artist famous, and even directly donated 10 million for an education fund. Meanwhile, the person in question was staring at 2 roasted pork knuckles in front of her, swallowing. Feeling someone come in, she turned to see a blonde guy with earrings. Sister Sa thought the kid had entered the wrong room. Unexpectedly, the blonde guy closed the door behind him. Then, with a slightly red face, he slowly approached. "I didn't come to the wrong room. I just really admire you." Sister Sa was a bit confused. Fortunately, her phone rang at that moment. She turned to answer the call, but there was no sound from the other end. The blonde guy, seeing Sister Sa ignoring him, suddenly became anxious. "Sister, look at me. I'm young, good-looking, and obedient. I'm not only more caring than Brother Yuan, but I'm also better at pleasing you. Sister, keep me as your toy boy. I don't want to work hard anymore." I'm even okay with a threesome. Yin Chao on the other end of the phone angrily snorted. Meanwhile, the blonde guy was still fully explaining the 108 benefits of keeping him, determined to win over this sugar mama. Sister Sa had no time for this kid. Unexpectedly, the blonde guy grabbed Sister Sa's hand. Yin Chao finally couldn't bear it anymore and said his name. However, Sister Sa wasn't guilty at all. She immediately turned passive into active, asking when he would return to the country. Yin Chao was not feeling good at all. Who was that person just now? A minor celebrity. And he even mentioned a threesome. What's his name? Sister Sa glanced at the pork knuckles that were about to get cold and felt a bit anxious. I don't know his name, but I do know that if Mr. Yin doesn't say something useful soon, I'm going to hang up. Then her eyes fixed straight on the roasted pork knuckles on the table. Ah, they're really about to get cold. I wonder if the production team has a microwave. Fortunately, Yin Chao's voice soon came through. Please tell Mr. Gu that if he gets any closer to Chris, Mrs. Yan's face might not be enough to cover it. Sister Sa had long since seen what kind of people the original host's parents were, so she wasn't angry at all. However, this surprised Yin Chao. He knew best how much his wife cared about her family. He thought she would unreasonably yell in anger. Unexpectedly, she just asked if he had anything else to say. The man was silent for 3.1415926 seconds. Now you're not even calling me husband, just Yin Zhu. Does Mrs. Yin want me to show some concern for you? Sister Sa was confused. You have such big brothers and sisters. Don't you care about them? They don't need my concern. Only you, as my lawful wife, need my attention. Meanwhile, Yin Chao was still trying hard to search for the few romantic phrases in his mind. Unexpectedly, Sister Sa directly replied, Mr. Yin, you're talking too much nonsense. Then she hung up the phone mercilessly. Yin Chao felt a bit complicated. Am I really talking too much? What's that young celebrity's name anyway? Does she find it annoying to say one more word to me now? Thinking back to earlier, in order to meet his wife sooner, he didn't hesitate to use himself as bait to lure out the enemy. He barely escaped the hail of bullets to capture the person. Unexpectedly, the old man still wanted to use family ties to kidnap him. He didn't even think about it. This old bastard had been hiding in Africa for over a decade. It would have been fine if he just stayed hidden peacefully, but he had to keep popping up like a fly, seeking attention. More importantly, I want to go home to see my wife. I don't have time to listen to his nonsense here. But just as he finished dealing with all the troubles, there's a young celebrity asking to be kept by his wife. What a mess. Quickly arrange a flight home for me. The attacker is fighting with bandits abroad, while his wife is shopping for roasted pork knuckles at home, buying 50 portions in one go. Suddenly, she heard people talking about a finance building executive who jumped to his death. Gu Jing turned around. Looks like the show is about to begin. Sis, something's happened. Our insider in Yin City has been exposed by Chun Yu's police. What? Where's that person? Dead. Jumped off a building. Let me ask what happened first. Just as I opened my phone, I received a message saying Yin Xuanhua is dead. Old Yin is dead. Who sent this message using his phone? It must be Yin Chao. He's back. At this point, we can only take a desperate gamble. Gu Shui always has bodyguards around her. Go and kidnap Yin Wenba. This is our last chance. Don't worry, sis. I'll go right away. Gu Shui, I can't handle that kid, but I can handle this. I'll make him lick my shoes first. Meanwhile, the fourth brother just got out of school. Suddenly, his expression tightened. He immediately crouched down to avoid a fatal blow. Can you do it or not? Focus and finish quickly so we can go back and get paid. A classmate saw this and immediately called the police. But the fourth brother showed no intention of running away. Ha, rich boy just kneeled down and, before he could finish, the flat-top guy's jaw was shattered by the fourth brother's punch. The tiger's subduing fist took down the enemy in one move. Try to run quickly. This kid really knows his stuff. The fourth brother was also in disbelief. When he learned it from his sister-in-law before, he thought it was just child's play. Turns out this martial art is actually powerful. The next second, he immediately took out his phone to check his reflection. He still had to go back to the Yin family for dinner tonight. Can't let them worry. Meanwhile, Wujie arrived at the second set to visit. She instructed, distribute the strawberry milk tea and roasted pork knuckles to everyone. The staff whispered among themselves. Yuan Gu is so stingy. In the past, she didn't even bring anything and just left. Didn't you see who's delivering the gifts? That's Mrs. Yin, who was trending on social media before. She attends Sri Lanka dinners and Fong family charity galas, casually donating tens of millions. Rich people don't need to flaunt their status. You guys know nothing. After saying that, they sneakily followed Sister Gu. Sister Gu paused. She turned back and asked, "Did you take a wrong turn?" "No, I've admired you for a long time." Suddenly, her phone rang. "Hello?" The blonde guy was still fawning. "Mrs. Yin, please look at me. If Yuan Wenjia can do it, so can I. I'm more attentive than him and know how to please people. I don't want to try anymore, sister." On the other end of the phone, the man heard everything clearly. He replied, "This is Yin Chao." The blonde guy grabbed her hand, not understanding. He excitedly shouted, "Mrs. Yin, please keep me as your boy toy. I don't mind if there are other guys. I can handle it all." It was the first call from her husband of many years, and what he heard was a young puppy begging his wife to keep him. Sister Gu immediately covered the phone. "I'm not interested in that. Why don't you try me first?" "Why not? Is it because I'm not as handsome as Yuan Wenjia?" "Indeed, not as handsome as me." The second brother appeared at the door with an angry face. The blonde guy immediately knelt down. Just when he had a chance to hook up with a rich lady, how did he run into her kept man? The second brother grabbed the blonde guy's collar. With a dark face, he dragged him away. "It's a misunderstanding. Yuan Gu, let me explain." But Sister Gu suddenly called out to the second brother, "Mrs. Yin, please say something for me. Go easy on him. All right, got it?" The blonde guy was completely stunned. Sister Gu continued on the phone. "Mr. Yin," she said. Both of them were taken aback. The blonde guy burst into tears. "I'm done for. Not only did Yuan Gu catch me, but I also made bold claims in front of her real husband." Sister Gu asked Mr. Yin, "Is it safe? Who was that person just now?" "A minor celebrity." "When does Mr. Yin plan to return to the country?" "What's his name?" "I don't know." "Mr. Yin, if you don't say anything useful, I'm going to hang up." She thought about how the pork knuckles were getting cold. Mr. Yin was speechless. "Tell Mr. Gu if he continues to get close to Clayton, Mrs. Yan's face won't be enough." "I see. Does Mr. Yin have anything else to say?" She wondered if there was a microwave to heat up the pork knuckles. Yin chuckled. "Does Mrs. Yin want me to care about you? Don't you care about your brothers and sisters anymore? They don't need my concern. Only Mrs. Yin is my legal wife who needs my care." "Mr. Yin is talking too much. I'd better eat the pork knuckles first." For the first time, someone hung up on him, and it was his own wife. Yin Chao's face instantly darkened. Did the eldest brother's wife answer the phone? Yin Chao didn't hear it all, muttering to himself, "Do I talk too much?" The pork knuckles are indeed best eaten while hot. After eating, she took a sip of milk tea. What a heavenly combination. It's absolutely delicious. The fourth brother, after dealing with the blonde guy, immediately gasped, "Sister-in-law, what if big brother misunderstands you and divorces you when he comes back?" Sister Gu wiped her hands. "Then we'll divorce." Unexpectedly, the fourth brother got anxious first. He slammed the table, saying, "That won't do." Sister Gu was puzzled. "Why not?" "Because the Yin family still has Yin Wenba, Yin Wenshu, we all quite enjoy experiencing ordinary life." The fourth brother thought about the actual situation and couldn't bring himself to say it. "I'll forget it. You can go." The fourth brother suddenly felt heartache, mumbling to himself, "You haven't told me where the true meaning of life lies. I don't want you to leave. How can I make you stay?" The two brothers who used to dislike each other, now, to please their sister-in-law, unprecedentedly sat together in the same frame. The fourth brother unexpectedly took down a killer using the martial arts taught by his sister-in-law. He was cornered by the media for an interview. The man was about to swear, but hearing that the interview might be seen by his sister-in-law, he immediately cooperated, saying it was all thanks to his sister-in-law's good teaching. Sister Gu saw the news and told the driver to drive home as fast as possible. The fourth and fifth brothers were 3 meters apart. Seeing their sister-in-law return, the fifth brother immediately called out, "Hello, sister-in-law." The fourth brother was stunned. He was beaten to it. He didn't expect him to call so quickly. The fifth brother immediately asked, "Fourth brother, why are you back? What are you pretending for? You didn't say a word to me just now. Got into a fight." The fourth brother hid his hands behind his back. "What? Fourth brother got into a fight again? Yi Wen Hong, are you a fucking tape recorder? Do you have to repeat it? Such a big incident like kidnapping happened again. If I hadn't seen the interview, you wouldn't have told me about it. I had already called the police at the time. They took him away. I didn't want to worry you. All right, let's eat first." "What's wrong? Stomachache?" "No, I just feel I'm not as capable as fourth brother." "You're very smart." The fifth brother immediately beamed with joy. "Sister-in-law, let's go eat quickly. I'm so hungry." This kidnapping must be Pei Li Sin's doing. A desperate move that failed. I guess the next target for kidnapping will probably be me. The fourth brother immediately stood up, slamming the table. They're targeting you. The fifth brother's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Don't worry, I actually hope they make a move soon. That way, we can catch them all at once, cutting off the problem at its root. Do you have any preparations? Sister Gu remembered Yin Chao's phone warning earlier, telling his father to have less contact with Clayton. She decided to visit the Gu family first. Don't worry about these things. Sister Gu knew the fourth brother was volatile, yet insecure, so she asked, "Did you feel happy seeing the praises online?" The fourth brother's face immediately turned red. A little bit. Do you feel capable? Not really. You are very capable. The amount of power a person has determines how much they can accomplish. Now you can do even greater things. The fourth brother was puzzled. What kind of things? The fifth brother, seeing the fourth brother's shy demeanor after being praised, was furious. He immediately decided to make a comeback. He asked, "Sister-in-law, can I go back to the Gu family with you?" "No, it's not appropriate." The fifth brother was secretly displeased. Is only Yin Chao suitable to go back with her? Sister Gu knew the fifth brother was proud yet thoughtful, so she proactively gave him something easy to focus on. She said, "How about painting small daisies today?" "Sure." The fifth brother's quick change of expression once again shocked the fourth brother. "Also, help me tidy up the study. Remember to eat on time." Okay. The fifth brother excitedly responded 3 times. The maid was stunned. Is being assigned tasks such a joyful thing? "Young master, wake up." That night, Sister Gu returned to the Gu family. "You've come back at the right time. Dad, let me introduce you." At that dinner party, Mr. Jin left a business card. He introduced Mr. Clayton to me. "Oh, I see. What kind of business is Mr. Clayton doing with my father?" "Foreign trade business." Mr. Clayton has extensive channels abroad. He made $90 million in just 1 month. Does Mr. Clayton think this amount is a lot? Of course not, but it will be more in the future. But I think it's too much. Look at how your son-in-law treats you. Even $90 million seems like a lot to him. What's your relationship with Mr. Jin? Clayton broke into a cold sweat. It's quite complex. But don't worry, I won't mistreat your dad. The guest is treating him like a fool to deceive, and still says he won't mistreat him. What do you mean? Mr. Gu, your daughter is too disrespectful. What nonsense are you talking about? I thought you came to visit your mom and me, but you're here to sabotage instead? You just can't stand seeing your dad make money, can you? Sister Gu still ignored her father and instead took out a phone that was already dialing. "So, Mr. Jin, Sri Lanka, did you give my father a business card at the banquet? Was Mr. Gu deceived? I didn't give out any business card." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Jin." Sister Gu hung up the phone and coldly looked at Clayton. "Tell me, are you from the Song family or the Fong family?" A subordinate trying to show off to the mistress of a wealthy family was pushed into a plate by Sister Gu with one hand. Just now, Sister Gu exposed the man's lies with a few words. Asked if he was from the Song family or the Fong family. The man was sweating profusely. "Oh, it seems you're from the Fong family and still pretending. Mr. Gu, we can't do business anymore." Mr. Gu quickly tried to calm the man down, but Sister Gu directly grabbed the man. "What does this mean?" The next second, he was pushed into a plate. "Your master was once my servant. Who do you think you were to talk to me like this?" The man was tied up and beaten by unseen subordinates. Beaten until his master came to rescue him. 20 minutes later, the man couldn't take it anymore and called Mr. Fong for help. The father was stunned. "Mr. Fong? Is it that Mr. Fong?" "Yes, it's Fong you. Now do you realize how stupid you are? I've already received last month's money. Could there be some misunderstanding? Come on, you tell me. You have no right to be angry with me. Wait until Mr. Fong arrives." Another fool. "When Fong arrives, do you think you'll have a chance to open your mouth?" The man hesitated for a moment. He immediately confessed, "I installed electricity there." "Madam, please don't tell Mr. Fong. Look at what you've done." The father was sweating profusely. He wanted to make some quick money, but never thought of touching that kind of thing. Sister Gu grabbed the man's hair. "The first batch harms the country and its people, destroying the foundation of the nation. People like you in ancient times would be sentenced to death and your entire clan exterminated. Soon, Fong Yu arrived. Mrs. Yin, long time no see. Why are you lying on the ground? You had the guts to come to the Gu family and show off, but now you're too ashamed to face people. Mrs. Yin, what are you doing? As soon as I arrive, you give me a show of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Since Mr. Fong has admitted it directly, I won't waste words. What do you want to do? You think planting a bomb in the Gu family would blow up the Yin family? That's too naive. Chun watched silently. Now Gu Shuai could handle things on her own. Yin Chao was still worried about Gu Shuiming's difficult personality. He might not be able to persuade him, so he wanted to step in and handle it himself. Gu Shuai's changes, Yin Chao would only believe when he saw them with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Yin Chao was helping with bathing and changing clothes. A subordinate asked, "Boss, there's a duty-free mall downstairs. Don't you want to bring something for your wife?" Yin Chao paused. He thought for a moment. Previously, Sister Gu only bought things that cost a few dollars. He guessed she probably doesn't like the things in the mall anymore. Besides, he had already prepared a gift for her. It was a reward for not causing trouble for the Yin family during this time. Chun Yujin called to say that his wife was already at the Gu family, and things seemed to be mostly settled. Feng Yu said, "How could it be planting a bomb at the Gu family? Actually, I've had feelings for Mrs. Yin since the club. That's why I specially sent someone to take care of the Gu family." The voice came through the phone to Yin Chao's ears. Yin Chao's eyes instantly turned cold. "Don't you like it? After all, Clayton has only been here for a month and has already made my father 90 million. Mr. Feng, was your first business deal as impressive when you were young?" Clayton was sweating profusely, begging Mrs. Yin to stop talking. Mr. Feng heard this and guessed what was going on. "Well, my first business deal made 1.3 billion. This idiot doesn't deserve to be compared to me. Mr. Feng, I'm not worthy." "You're not worthy, right?" Using the Feng family's name to drag Gu Ximing down. "What did you smuggle?" You're quite bold. The Feng family values face the most. You dare to act one way in front and another behind our backs. You're simply asking for death." Feng Yu kicked Clayton away. Gu Jie said, "Now the most important thing is to find out who was involved in this, who the seller is, who the buyer is, and which distribution channel was used. But I'm not interested in these. More than smuggling, using the Feng family's name is more infuriating." Meanwhile, at a street corner, the three people hired by Pei Li Sin to kidnap Sister Gu were still staking out. More and more people were going in, making it impossible to act. Pei Zhikong called again to urge them. The man hung up directly. "Why rush? If she doesn't come out, we can't go in." Unable to kidnap, Pei Zhikong called Feng Yu again. "Mr. Feng, Yin Chao isn't dead. He's coming back soon. You can't just watch, can you? Tata is still the one who introduced us, remember? What do you want? If I don't allow it?" "I know Mr. Feng has people. Mr. Feng should also want to catch him, right? You think I'm a human trafficker? Don't hang up. If Yin Chao knows you're not cooperating with me, you won't escape either. We should work together. The whole world knows Yin Chao, and I don't get along. Whether he knows or not, what difference does it make? If you want to catch Gu Shui, I can't do it. You know that, right? Mrs. Yin?" Pei Zhikong was stunned. "You two are together? You've been in cahoots all along. If you can't figure this out, Mr. Feng wants to remove the useless chess pieces from the board. You're delivering yourself exactly what Mr. Feng wants." Ha, he's right. Mr. Feng's mood swings from gloomy to laughing were scary. "They say Mr. Feng is ruthless and unpredictable. The frightening answer is it's truly not false at all." Pei Lisin sent another message. "Mr. Feng, have you seen the news? Or you can ask Gu Xiaobao directly. The new project will be retendered. Zhang Er wants a piece of the pie. You know what this means. The project will be retendered? How did you persuade Zhang Er?" Mr. Feng guess. "Leave this person to Mrs. Yin first. After Mrs. Yin finishes questioning, return him to me. Mrs. Yin doesn't like me taking care of the Gu family. Then I won't do it again next time. I'll clean up this matter thoroughly. I won't cause any trouble for Mrs. Yin." However, as soon as he left, Feng Yu's face changed. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Gu Shui, you're quite skillful, experienced in the turmoil of wealthy families. Now it's just a word. The forced white-collar tyrant sacrifices his family for righteousness." Feng Yu vowed to teach Gu Shui a lesson. Sister Gu reminded her parents not to do anything stupid again. "How dare you talk to your parents like that? If this happens again, I'll sacrifice family for righteousness. How have you become so unfamiliar? You're not my Shui. Then pretend I'm not." Father quickly came out to mediate. He still needed his daughter as a support. "Secretary Chun, Mr. Yin sent me here." "What for?" "Mr. Yan's impression of you is still in the past. He thought you might not be able to handle this kind of situation. Since Secretary Chun is here, please take the trouble." "Secretary Chun, take the people and leave first." "Madam, aren't you leaving?" "Pei Zhikong has prepared people to kidnap me. They haven't been called off yet. Actually, you don't need to do this. I'm worried." Before he could finish, Sister Gu interrupted with a smile. Everyone has a different personality. I just happen to prefer keeping control in my own hands. All right, this is indeed the Mrs. Yin I know now. Brother Chen leaned in and lowered his voice. I was on the phone with Mr. Yin when I entered. I'm not sure if Mr. Yin heard Feng Yu's words. It's fine. He's smart. He won't have any doubts. On the other side, the smart Mr. Yin indeed had no doubts. But he still frowned. Feng Yu's chatter was clearly more than enough. One day, he'd have to deal with Feng Yu. Someone needs to shut him up forever. Sister Gu walked out of the Gu family alone. The kidnappers immediately took the bait. Sister Gu grabbed the kidnapper's wrist, snatched the dagger, easily took him down. Another kidnapper rushed over. Sister Gu turned fiercely. Another kick. The last one was already scared stiff, using the dagger to comfort himself. Soon the police arrived, shouting, "Don't move." Sister Gu remained calm, slowly turned her head. Fortunately, Mrs. Yin called in advance. These people are all desperate criminals. First, it was young Master Yin, then Mrs. Yin. These people seem to be targeting the Yin family. But now that the second group has been caught, the first group will understand that their boss can't protect them. They should confess easily. Soon, Mrs. Yin assists police in capturing criminals became a trending topic. Meanwhile, the new fund's official website also officially launched. Yin Chao glanced at his phone. He instructed his subordinate to buy something at the mall. At home, the fifth child saw the new fund and posted his own words, blushing happily. For the first time, he felt genuine happiness. Is this what happiness tastes like? Hearing the door open, the fifth child called out, "Sister-in-law," and rushed over. He went to greet her, but suddenly stopped and frowned. Why is it him? The third child rushed ahead and hugged Sister Gu. I was so scared. I saw in the news. It's okay now. It's fine now. The third child thought smugly. Sister-in-law patted my head. Yu and Hong definitely doesn't get this treatment. Suddenly, Yu and Hong at home pulled away. With a vigilant look, they looked at each other for a moment. Sister-in-law, Yu and Hong bullied me. Why are you standing? Let's sit together. The third child took advantage of being a daughter and clung tightly to Sister Gu. Secretary Chun has selected some new schools. Take them back and choose. Also, are you going back abroad to continue studying or choosing a school in China? Hearing going back abroad, she immediately backed down. I'll retake the exam for a university in China. Third sister should be starting college now, right? No, I'm only 20. I should be able to pass the graduate school exam if I retake it. That depends on the person. Think it through carefully. A momentary impulse can't sustain you for long. I've thought it through. I'll go back to study now. Sister-in-law Gu smiled. It's easier to deal with the young ones. Madam, Mr. Jiang has requested to meet you. The not so easy to deal with one. Here came the four siblings from wealthy families that Jiang disliked. But now, to have dinner with sister-in-law, they sat obediently together. Just now, Jiang Air called, asking how Mrs. Yin knew Song Jia would submit a bid. Hasn't Song Jia always been eager to compete with Jiang Jia? Yes, only outsiders think the two families have a good relationship. It's just that the Song family's methods are underhanded, not visible on the surface. But how did Mrs. Yin see through it? Why does the Song family have such a good reputation outside? Has Mr. Jiang thought about it? They do charity work, and people online praise them as philanthropists. They donate to schools and build libraries. But no one knows that they spend 10 times more on marketing than on donations. Even so, they can't open the door to the Guan family. Mr. Jiang should know why. 2 generations ago, the Song family had someone defect to a foreign country. How does she know this? Mrs. Yan's information is indeed well informed. This bid is like a stepping stone in the eyes of the Song family. Of course, they will compete with Mr. Jiang for it. Well, I'm sorry to say that the Jiang family has already fallen out with them. We won't be taken advantage of this time. I wish Mr. Jiang success in his endeavors. Thank you for your kind words, Mrs. Yin. How are the dishes prepared? Madam, all the dishes are ready. The young masters and misses are waiting in the dining room. We're just waiting for the second young master. Starting tomorrow, from a top-tier marketing team for me. Budget is unlimited. His subordinates were confused. What's going on? At the Sri Lanka dinner, Gu Shuei said, I will voluntarily share the risks of protecting the heart. Since we've already calculated this step, don't say you're doing it voluntarily. Here, the 4 siblings appeared together for the first time in ages. The maids were stunned. Madam is so powerful. Even when Master Yin was here, it wasn't like this. But the atmosphere seems a bit off. Sister Gu smiled, breaking the atmosphere. Would you like some wine? The 4 were stunned. Red wine. I'm afraid you're not used to white wine. Go ahead, see if you like it. Doesn't anyone want to tell me about recent events? The third child raised her hand first. Sister-in-law, remember that painting you bought? That artist Tony's paintings are selling like crazy now. The second child said the spy movie was almost finished, and he'd be going abroad for events soon. The fifth child said he'd finished reviewing the school materials sister-in-law gave him. The fourth child expressed interest in applying for graduate school at a military academy. The other three were surprised to hear this. You said I could do bigger things. Of course you're young. I encourage you to try many things. Cheers, wishing you success first. Thank you, sister-in-law. The same goes for all of you. You know right from wrong. What kind of person you choose to be, you have your own standards. Why does this sound like she's leaving and settling her affairs? It's not really like that, is it? Soon after, Sister Gu finished washing up. An unknown caller made a video call. Yin Chao was stunned seeing his wife on the screen. Was his wife always this beautiful? She seemed like a different person from his memory. Mr. Yin, do you need something at this hour? You made Zhang Air voluntarily apply to cancel the Baoxing project? Not really. It was Mr. Zhang's own best choice. How's the Claven matter being handled? Claven? An entire industry chain was exposed. Sister Gu was blow-drying her hair, too busy to talk on the phone. This atmosphere, you mentioned the industry chain, the NDP industry chain. As for the Gu family, I've also constrained them. You don't need to worry about the Gu family doing anything stupid to implicate you. Must invest in Gu sure. Give my dad an 8 million contract, or it means you don't love me. Lingling used to be like this. Yin Chao joked. Will Gu Xiuming listen? If she doesn't listen, it doesn't matter. Send her to jail. Has the former Aunt Gu Shui disappeared? Though I don't know why, it feels good. I have a flight back to Wu tomorrow morning. Does Mr. Yin have anything else to say? Yin Chao was speechless for a while, then managed to say, good night. Good night, Sister Gu said and hung up the video call. Beep, 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 leaving Yin Chao stunned, with a black face. An older girl wanted to commit suicide. Before leaving, she wanted to take her parents with her. Sister Gu saw the girl's Weibo post. She immediately rushed to the scene. With a quick move, she snatched the girl's dagger. It turned out the girl, like the fifth child, had also been bullied at Huaining Middle School. Later, seeing Sister Gu stand up for Yin Wenhong made her both happy and envious. But her parents blamed Sister Gu for meddling and wanted to send the girl to another similar school. What Yu Wenhong said in his speech was right. One's life shouldn't be controlled by others. I admire his courage to speak and act, having a sister-in-law like you to save him. Now I've decided to stop envying others and bravely take control of my own life. Confused, she saw on Weibo that Yu Wenhong hadn't even changed out of his pajamas, just put on a coat and left. The fifth child asked sister-in-law where she was going. She didn't tell him, just said she was going somewhere and would be back soon. The fifth child felt something was off. He could only squat on the stairs waiting for sister-in-law to return. The maid urged the young master to wait in his room. The floor is cold. I'll just stay here. The second child, seeing this, asked what was happening. The second young madam just went out. Don't know what for. Could it be that Yin Chao returned and she went to pick him up, then immediately signed divorce papers? So the second child also sat on the stairs. More and more people saw the girl's Weibo post. The comment section gradually fermented, even saying if the girl committed suicide, many would blame Mrs. Yin. At this moment, Sister Gu had already rushed to the apartment building. She had the elevator card and room key in hand. Brother Chen was about to swipe the card to open the door, but Sister Gu grabbed his hand. First, try to call inside to contact customer service. The maintenance phone was answered, but no one spoke, then hung up. Being able to answer the phone means she's not by the window. We can go in now. Brother Chen opened the door. The girl was pointing a dagger at her parents. It was already Aunt Gu Shui. It's me, put down the knife. I saw your Weibo. I'm very emotional. That time at school, I was emotional. Seeing your Weibo, I was emotional. You coming here, I'm also very emotional. But it's useless. I'll still die. Before dying, I want them to know what suffering feels like. It's all your fault for messing things up at school. If the school was still there, he would have definitely improved by now. Ha, look, these are my closest people. Isn't it laughable? Even if I die, no one will be sad for me. Sister Gu slowly approached. The girl immediately raised the dagger and shouted, "Don't come closer!" Sister Gu grabbed the girl's wrist, applying slight force. The dagger fell. Seeing Sister Gu's beautiful face up close, for the first time, she felt like Yin Wenhong, protected by sister-in-law. The girl unconsciously blushed. Soon, police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. Sister Gu asked the girl, "Did Yin Wenhong teach you this?" "You didn't tell me. Hate who you want to trample under your feet. Let them watch you climb higher and higher. They desperately want to get close and cling to you, but you disdain them. This is what will make them feel pain. If you kill them, Then kill yourself? Will they feel pain? No. The girl hadn't expected to be taught like this. Finally opening up last January, he took first place in the school and gave a speech on stage. He said something that moved many people. I was just one of them. I thought he was right. We should bravely pick up the knife and cut off the root of all suffering. All right, I understand. We'll get you a lawyer for the interview. But whether to choose a new life depends on you. Dawn broke, and she finally returned home. As soon as she entered, she saw the 4 little ones sitting on the stairs. Sister-in-law, you're back. Where did you go? You and Han, come with me. The 5th child was sweating profusely. Close the door. The 5th child obediently did as told. Last May, you gave a speech at Hwining Middle School. Tell me about it. So it was about this. The 5th child was uneasy. His fists gradually clenched. Meanwhile, at the airport, Yen Chao finally returned to the country. Not far from where he landed, crowds of people were there to greet celebrities. But his area was empty and desolate. Didn't the eldest tell his wife yesterday that we're returning today? When Yen Chao's face instantly darkened. It was a husband of many years finally returning home. Yet the woman told him to wait downstairs. Sister Gu asked the 5th child to repeat the content of his speech. If sister-in-law wants to hear, I'll tell you. Last year, I read a book. In the book, people were divided into 3 classes. For the lower class, even seeing sunlight was a luxury. Either become numb slaves or rise up and rebel. Take up all the weapons we can possess and aim them at those who try to control us. Rebel, rebel. Sister Gu sighed. He seemed like a born orator, able to easily persuade others to agree with his views and follow his orders. If no one stopped him, would he become an antisocial personality as described in the book? Sister-in-law, I've finished. Can you tell me what you've been through? Sister Gu thoughtfully turned on the air conditioner. The 5th child was lightly dressed. It warmed him a bit. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. The 5th child trembled with disgust as he recalled past events. Yet he agreed. I can expose myself, reveal all those ugly, dark thoughts to you. Let you see how terrible I really am. My mom has always loved beauty and money. She disguised herself as an independent woman to hook my dad. But pretense is just pretense. As soon as I was born, they had my IQ tested. I was the only one in the Yin family close to Yin Chao's level, so I was considered useful. This way, she could become Mrs. Yin. Now she'd have endless money. I was a little money tree. After my father died, she had no hope of becoming Mrs. Yin in this lifetime. I became useless again. So during that time, she always took her anger out on me. Later, I learned to be docile and weak. That's how I can make people like me. What about you? Do you like me even a little bit? Sister Gu didn't answer the 5th child. Instead, she asked sternly, do you know what crime it is to instigate others to kill? Inciting murder. You'll go to prison. If you go to prison, forget about being a young genius. Everything in the Yin family, including me, you won't see again. The 5th child panicked upon hearing this. Sister Gu asked the 5th child again, tell me, were you involved in that murder case at school before? I didn't do it myself. If I had killed someone, no one would have found out. Suddenly, a shocked cry came from the maid outside. Madam, madam, sir is back. But Sister Gu calmly called out, telling him to wait. The maid and the 5th child were both stunned. Yen Chao walked in. You're all here. All 3 were stunned. The eldest brother was back. Where's the madam? The maid was sweating profusely. Madam said to let you wait. Yen Chao hadn't processed what he said. Oh no. Is Big Brother angry? I need to say something for sister-in-law quickly. Big Brother, why don't you wait a bit? Girls always need time to get ready. That's right anyway. Your return timing isn't great. Yeah. What's going on? Did I come to the wrong place? Yen Chao took a step forward. Then he interestedly sat down on a bamboo chair. All right then, I'll wait a bit. Yen Chao finally saw his sister-in-law. It turns out he had rushed to find her as soon as he got home. When she heard, she immediately told him to wait behind the children. Upon hearing this, the 3 little ones obediently stood up. Big Brother is back. Worried that Yen Chao might get angry, Yen Wenshu stammered out a complete sentence. Big Brother, girls always need some time. And Yen Er, standing in the center, was all defensive. This is all because your return timing isn't good. As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Chao plopped down on the lazy sofa. Well then, I'll wait. However, while Yen Chao said he didn't care, he kept picking up his phone and talking about sister-in-law's news. From charity galas to catching criminals. Unexpectedly, the more he talked, the more jealous he became. The green hat on his head was more than just a metaphor. Yin Chao's face turned green with anger. He felt like he was redundant, seeing Yin Chao's gloomy face. When Shu stood by the sofa and softly explained, "Big brother, don't mind these. The media just writes nonsense gossip." "That's right. What's there to look at?" At this moment, the bodyguard came in carrying bags. "Boss, where should I put these things?" "There's an empty room on the 3rd floor." The servant immediately told Yin Chao, "That room has been turned into Madam's study. Madam likes to read books." Yin Chao tried to imagine that scene, but he just couldn't picture it. He found it even more absurd about his sister-in-law. Realizing he couldn't hide it from Yin Er, he confessed everything. "Look how you treat sister-in-law. She's prepared to go farm to support herself after the divorce. Yes, it's all your fault." The words of the 3 little ones, though foolish, still made Yin Chao react. He had always thought the old man's children weren't very smart, but now he saw they were simply stupid. But the clear-headed Yin Chao could recognize sister-in-law's value. "You're overthinking. She has money." The usually not-so-smart Yin Si surprisingly spoke up. "Does having money mean sister-in-law won't divorce you?" Seeing the 3 little ones panicking as if the sky was falling, Yin Chao felt like the family had changed completely. But there was one thing Yin Chao was really curious about. Is sister-in-law so good to you? Just then, sister-in-law came down, well-dressed and graceful. She had the full aura of a noble grandmother. Her entire demeanor showed no trace of past weakness. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Yin Chao could only blink at the sight. "Mrs. Yin, long time no see." Yin Wenhong was given an IQ test as soon as he was born into the Yin family, and sister-in-law was also known as a genius youth. Yin Wenhong's intelligence turned into an antisocial personality. But sister-in-law wasn't afraid. She even proactively asked him, "What have you experienced?" Yin Wenhong hit at his sore spot, remembered and felt relieved. "It's just a tragic memory of being used and abandoned. I can expose all my dark and ugly thoughts to you, let you see how terrible I really am. My mother has always loved beauty and money since she was young. All her efforts were focused on pretending to be from a noble family. Then when she hooked up with my dad, I was born into the Yin family. They gave me an IQ test as soon as I was born. I was the only one who could match up to Yin Chao. This was the first time my mom thought I was useful. Isn't it laughable? I was never cared for since birth. The first time my mother looked at me with approval, she said, 'This is a little money tree.' Yes, my mom was always immersed in the fantasy of becoming Mrs. Yin. She never thought that after my father's death, she couldn't get anything from me anymore. Then, she took out all her frustrations on me. During that time, Yin Wenhong was like a living dead. She realized this and woke up. And now, because of the title of Genius Youth, she's been targeted by her mother again. Later, she learned to be obedient, pretending to be weak. But because of her responsibility and outstanding intelligence like Yin Chao's, it made people realize. Yin Wenhong looked at sister-in-law without arrogance or servility. His voice trembled heartbreakingly. "Please, sister-in-law, just like me a little bit. Everyone says I'm scary. Indeed, it's quite scary. Do you know that inciting others to kill is a crime?" Though it was meant to be encouraging, Yin Wenhong felt somewhat disgusted hearing it. And sister-in-law's next words made him afraid she would say more. "Killing will land you in prison. If you go to prison, forget about being a genius youth. You won't see anything from the Yin family, including me." Then sister-in-law, slightly trembling, said, "Yin Wenhong, tell me, were you involved in that murder case at school before?" "I didn't do it myself." "Sister-in-law, do you think I'm beyond saving?" "You're still young. Of course you can be saved. I hope you made that vow in a moment of impulse." Yin Wenhong knelt on the ground, both scared and thick-skinned. Those eyes looked extremely innocent. He swore he wouldn't do it again. Sister-in-law raised Yin Wenhong's chin with one hand. "I'll say it again. You don't need to please anyone. Just be yourself. If you don't want to smile, don't force yourself to." Yin Chao returned home, but sister-in-law was preparing for divorce. Sister-in-law had no interest in being a stepping stone for the female lead. She wanted to firmly control her own destiny. And the first step to correct the story was divorce. Sister-in-law recalled the plot in the book. Yin Chao was supposed to bring the female lead back this time. Sister-in-law increasingly wanted to confirm what Mr. Yin had brought back this time. Yin Chao immediately took her to the audio room. The soldier's mood instantly dropped. "Boss, are you really taking your wife to see Bien Chao. He slightly guarded a hidden color, stepping aside. Sister-in-law felt he was hiding something, but the book clearly mentioned the female lead had returned. Although sister-in-law had no interest in being a stepping stone, even if she came, sister-in-law wanted to firmly control the story's development. If not for the need to confirm the female lead, sister-in-law would have divorced him immediately. However, when sister-in-law came to the audio room, she was completely baffled. "Boss, did he put the female lead in a sack?" As a result, sister-in-law found only a pile of gems while searching intently. Rummaging again, she found another box of gold. It really gave sister-in-law a headache. There wasn't even a shadow of the female lead. Sister-in-law was incredibly disappointed. She awkwardly asked where these things came from. "Stolen," he mocked. With just these two simple words, the soldier began to ramble on. A lot wasn't stolen. Tata took money to try to kill the boss. In Africa, the boss became Tata. These are all ransom. He was even killed by a grenade right after paying the ransom. We had no choice but to reveal it. Sister-in-law was surprised how quickly the middleman went offline. But this wasn't the result she wanted. She had thought the female lead was Tata, sent to treat Yin Chao's wounds, later becoming a target because he developed feelings for her again. Unexpectedly, the truth was so simple. The person not only died, but was exchanged for a lot of gold and gems. After confirming these subplot details, sister-in-law wanted to confirm even more. "Besides these things, you actually brought something else back, right?" Yin Chao nervously replied to sister-in-law. She knew the female lead was still brought back. However, when Yin Chao took out other things, sister-in-law was very surprised. She just wanted to know where the female lead was taken. But what was this man doing taking out gifts? The first meal Yin Chao ate after returning home, sister-in-law only cared about the children, letting him line up behind them. But how could sister-in-law forget about the soldiers? She slightly wiped her hands, saying, "Thank you for your hard work in protecting Mr. Yan's return. If you don't mind, why don't you stay and have a simple meal together?" The soldiers pondered, waiting for Yin Chao to speak. "Just do as the madam says." The soldiers were overjoyed. "We haven't had such delicious food in a long time." Unexpectedly, this side was as silent as a cloud. The children didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks, waiting eagerly for sister-in-law to take hers. "This dish tastes good." The children quickly swarmed to get the food. Of course, sister-in-law said it was delicious, so it must be. Yin Chao was stunned, so he even had to line up behind the children to eat. But Yin Chao also felt it was normal. After all, the four little ones had become like baby chicks following sister-in-law. They always brought him unexpected surprises. Now as soon as sister-in-law spoke, they followed, until Yin Chao asked about the news of Jiang and Song families. But how could sister-in-law forget to bring up old scores? She openly went to check the trending topics. "If Mr. Yin doubts the news, why don't you explain this mistress first?" Yin Chao couldn't get angry. He said softly, "I don't know her." After all, sister-in-law was teasing him. Was there anything to explain about a mistress? Yin Chao became anxious. "I'll have Secretary Qin clarify this matter." But then he heard Yin Chao say, "How is just clarifying enough?" Sister-in-law looked at Yin Chao, her eyes narrowing to slits. "So I'll send her to prison." Then Yin Chao was choked speechless. The soldiers were stunned. Sister-in-law is amazing. The boss is actually speechless. He tried to break the silence. Now it's Madam's turn to talk about Jiang Heir. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law was even smarter. With one look, she said it all. "Is Mr. Yin so stupid? What's the story with this news? Why do I need to explain?" Yin Chao was speechless again. Is this his way of doing things now? Now he's become smart, and 100,000 times more interesting than before. But sister-in-law not only didn't explain, she smiled so beautifully. Yin Chao suddenly became serious. "Given the chance, I'll definitely send Jiang Heir to mine in Africa." At this moment, Fenyu suddenly called. Unexpectedly, it made him feel green with envy again. Sister-in-law dressed up carefully to attend a charity banquet. Yin Chao regretted it. He had attracted so many bears circling around him. It turned out that before attending the charity banquet, sister-in-law first received a call from Feng Yun, inviting her to attend another foundation's charity banquet. Sister-in-law was extremely troubled. These 7 bank cards added up to only 20,000. She had never seen anyone so stupid. The original owner was a wealthy family's wife, yet only had this little left after subsidizing her family. But Yin Chao was terrifyingly smart. Sister-in-law couldn't let him see through her too early. She had to find more things related to the original owner to fool him. At this time, Yin Chao happened to return. He had his assistant select some jewelry and dresses for sister-in-law to try on. But before he could find sister-in-law, Secretary Chun had already arranged a styling team for her. Looking at the things on sister-in-law, none were prepared by him. It really made Yin Chao feel wronged. Secretary Chun had never been a bootlicker, but when Yin Chao saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but say, "Since you're ready, let's go." When he and sister-in-law entered the banquet hall arm in arm, Yin Chao couldn't even wear his green hat. Everyone was looking at 1 or 2 male animals, calling out Mrs. Yin, and all wanting to have a glass of wine with sister-in-law. Yin Chao was beyond angry. Moreover, when he talked to the Jian family, he learned that the Chao family had all been sent to prison by sister-in-law. Perhaps the Jian family was trying to save face. The man said he didn't feel any regret, only thanks to sister-in-law. He saw through the conspiracy. So he wanted to thank sister-in-law for the job she got for Yin Zhu. Hearing this made Yin Chao feel absurd. After all, the previous sister-in-law would only make unreasonable demands every day. Yin Chao wanted to know what else happened that day. How did he expose it? And, just as Yin Chao thought, sister-in-law told everything with just one look. But Yin Chao's intuition was accurate. When sister-in-law looked at him, swirling her wine, her actions and face were full of nobility. It was the first time Yin Chao had seen her like this. He instantly felt appreciative, but soon he confirmed the desire he had already acknowledged in his heart. Such a noble soul must be inhabited by someone of very high birth. Yin Chao gave sister-in-law a pair of high-end crystal shoes, but sister-in-law still liked divorce the most. Yin Chao was completely not on sister-in-law's wavelength. Sister-in-law thought he talked too much. This is fine, but he still wanted to give sister-in-law jewels. As a result, sister-in-law pointed to the jewels in his closet, indicating she couldn't wear any more. Yes, these were all given by other men. Yin Chao was jealous. Who gave them all want to please you? Sister-in-law explained clearly. I cooperated with the enemy to create the illusion that you were dead, even causing world-weary turmoil. They hoped I would steal your tricks, but if they thought about it, they'd know you wouldn't leave such things to anyone. In the end, they wouldn't be able to get rid of you either. So that's how it is? Mrs. Yin knows so much. Yin Chao was stunned by this calm explanation. Sister-in-law's heart fluttered. Only sister-in-law calmly walked away. It's all from books. Yin Chao was stunned for 3 or 4 seconds, and when he opened it, he looked completely baffled. For example, he discovered again that sister-in-law's image gradually departed from her past spoiled and annoying appearance, instead taking on a more mysterious, intelligent, rational, and charming oddity. And it still gave him that feeling of discovering a new continent. But sister-in-law didn't understand the meaning. When she saw the book title, she looked clumsy, just as she put the book back in its place. Sister-in-law still persistently asked about the female lead's news, but he didn't bring back anything else. Yin Chao heard another bout of confusion. Did he want to kiss and hug? Sister-in-law didn't get any clues and turned to leave. Mr. Yin, I'll go rest first. The soldiers were quite helpful. Not only did they predict, but they also revealed a lot. The madam definitely wants a hug and hopes you'll say some intimate words to her. Yin Chao closed his eyes. Shut up. Meanwhile, Feng Yu was in another hotel, watching sister-in-law hang up his call. The waiter awkwardly called out to Feng Yu. Yin Chao is back. Don't you plan to let go? The answer he got was the phone being thrown directly at the wall. Feng Yu felt an inexplicable anger. Remembering how sister-in-law just hung up on him, he was furious. She's even more heartless than me. Yin Chao is back, so she's done with me. Feng Yu's face scrunched up in anger. How could she love Yin Chao so desperately? Just because Yin Chao looked like a good person? Learning that sister-in-law was penniless, the 4 little ones decided to transfer their company's shares to sister-in-law, who told Yin Chao not to give sister-in-law a black card. But Yin Wenhong absolutely wouldn't tolerate it. Sister-in-law had no reliable family, nor a loving brother. Next month, she would turn 18. His dear sister-in-law was being bullied by his brother. He wanted to secretly help sister-in-law deal with this family trouble. A seemingly beneficial plan with no drawbacks. Heiress closed his eyes after hearing it. You want to transfer your shares to sister-in-law after coming of age? Yi Wenhong softened his voice. As long as sister-in-law can stay by my side, Baoxing's equity isn't that important to me. After saying the important things, Yu Wenshu suddenly stood up. I'm already of age. I also want to contribute for sister-in-law. Heiress stood up and directly refuted. Forget it. Sister-in-law won't want us at all. I've mentioned it before. Yi Wenhong, the main person involved, was somewhat disappointed after hearing this. He suddenly stood up. Why wouldn't sister-in-law want it? Heiress stepped back. Sister-in-law said if there's too much money, she'll use it for charity. Heiress might as well not hide it anymore. Big brother is back. She doesn't want to have any connection with the Yin family anymore. Then Heiress went upstairs and closed the door. After being rejected by sister-in-law multiple times, he empathized more than anyone. But he really couldn't take it anymore. He wanted sister-in-law to be happy more than anyone. He discussed with his agent about filming 5 more movies in a year. This way, he might have a chance to be richer than Yin Chao. But the agent completely ignored his delusion. Young, why don't you go take a nap first? We'll talk later. Heiress still didn't give up, changing 5 movies to 7 movies. Unexpectedly, the agent still told him to take a nap first, saying that the few movies he filmed were just a drop in the bucket compared to Yin Chao's empire. Yin Chao was a true capitalist. Heiress was so angry he could die. It seemed he should just obediently listen to sister-in-law and do charity work. Sister-in-law went to attend the banquet alone. Yin Chao checked on her 3 times in 1 hour. It turned out that after receiving the banquet invitation, the organizers, afraid of disturbing Yin Chao, only required sister-in-law to attend. But sister-in-law didn't care whether Yin Chao went or not. She immediately praised the Women's Foundation for being very influential. She agreed right away. Tonight at 6 p.m., Huaiwa Hotel. I'll definitely be there on time, madam. Yin Chao quickly received the news. He suddenly called sister-in-law. Madam, are you sober now? I've asked the maid to prepare some hangover soup for you. Sister-in-law felt awkward hearing this. Why is he making small talk now? I don't want to know anything about him at all. Soon, Yin Chao got to the point. I heard you're going to attend a charity banquet. Those people's intentions aren't pure. Hearing this, sister-in-law thought it was nonsense. It's just charity work. Will my going affect Mr. Yin? Finally finishing in one breath, sister-in-law hung up the phone directly. Yin Chao listened to the beeping of the disconnected call, feeling dejected. Is she complaining that I talk too much first thing in the morning? Gritting his teeth, he dialed again. Sister-in-law dryly looked at the caller ID. Can't even have a hangover soup in peace. However, while sister-in-law greeted Yin Chao politely, she was thinking about hanging up quickly. Is there anything else, Mr. Yin? I've hired an excellent styling team for you. Please use them for the banquet's outfit. I'm worried you might encounter trouble going alone. Then Yin Chao wanted to discuss replacing Secretary Chen's styling team with sister-in-law. But sister-in-law cut him off with you decide and hung up again. Then Yin Chao felt absurd again. Why did she sound so unhappy? The directors waiting nearby were getting impatient. Mr. Yin, are you interested in this 100 billion project? Unexpectedly, Yin Chao couldn't see them at all. He only wanted to know what sister-in-law was interested in. Soon it was evening. Sister-in-law walked on the banquet's red carpet right on time. She exuded the aura of a high-class matriarch from the start. Her beautiful appearance was stunning. Not only did she trend on social media, even other wealthy ladies kept complaining that she stole the host's thunder. They said they would teach sister-in-law to know her place. As a result, when sister-in-law received this challenge, she coolly countered, I'm sorry, Mrs. Song. I don't like this wine. If sister-in-law got drunk, Yin Chao would lose his mind. It turned out Yin Chao had researched the Hongxin Foundation's sister-in-law mentioned at the banquet. The rigid system, the points allocated for participating in activities, made sister-in-law instantly feel it was a pyramid scheme. Unexpectedly, other wealthy ladies agreed with a laugh. Mrs. Yin is so right. I feel much better now. Yin Chao was somewhat worried about the Hongxin Foundation. Those people invited you to attend a charity banquet, but sister-in-law declined her concern. I turned it down. Suddenly, someone from the Jian family said, Mrs. Yin seems to love desserts. Yes, they're the world's delicacy. Yin Chao sipped red wine, observing sister-in-law's demeanor. Her eyes were like a deep abyss, as if trying to thoroughly investigate the sister-in-law before her. In the past, he never integrated into the Jin family. Now he was enthusiastically visiting. From this point, Yin Chao felt very strange. A young lady nearby helped. Today, Mrs. Yin really looks like the mermaid in the Yin family's ancestral hall. So Yin Chao awkwardly complimented sister-in-law for the first time. "Today, madam really looks like a mermaid." "Thank you for the compliment." The Jian family was very hospitable. "Mrs. Yin, the wine prepared today is quite strong." Sister-in-law felt a bit nostalgic. "I like strong alcohol." But more than that, she missed her parents from another time. His first time going to battle, his mother poured a bowl of strong liquor to see him off. Later, when he returned victorious, he and his soldiers drank baijiu. Sister-in-law thought she would go back, but now she could never return. This was the first time sister-in-law directly faced the pain of separation and her tragic past. But now, just having baijiu could temporarily numb everything. So when sister-in-law was drowning her sorrows in alcohol, Yin Chao came over. "I'll accompany madam." The moment Yin Chao drank the strong liquor, everyone was instantly stunned. Then the banquet ended. Sister-in-law was a bit drunk and doing as she pleased. Seeing sister-in-law in this unrestrained state, Yin Chao obediently followed her into the car. While feeling sorry for sister-in-law, he was also unexpectedly moved by the tipsy sister-in-law. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, with a sharp turn, sister-in-law's body swayed unsteadily. Startled, Yin Chao quickly supported her head. Unexpectedly, the intoxicated sister-in-law lightly stuck out her tongue, tasting the wine residue. Those hazy eyes, the slightly flushed cheeks, enchanted Yin Chao, nearly making his soul float away. Allowing sister-in-law to lean on his broad shoulders, he looked at sister-in-law's relaxed expression. The stark contrast struck him deeply. His heart was touched. It made him feel like he wanted to fall in love. Sister-in-law received 500 million from Yin Chao for the first time. Poor Yin Chao. Only his 100 billion assets could interest sister-in-law. It turned out sister-in-law had been binge-watching a series for days. Seeing the unsatisfactory ending, she couldn't take it anymore. She directly called the director to invest 500 million. Sister-in-law studied it all morning. Indeed, Yin Tu was still the most suitable to star in it. At this moment, Yin Tu's heart was bursting with joy. Sister-in-law is caring about my work. A director approached me for investment. Due to poor box office, they lost quite a bit of money and almost had to pull it from theaters. "Can you read scripts?" Yin Tu could. He attentively looked at this script. The script is good, but many domestic directors and investors don't dare touch it. This subject matter would be scrutinized domestically. But sister-in-law was quite displeased. Forbidden true love. But sister-in-law wants to escape, and she's ecstatic about it. Turning to the second act, sister-in-law. "Who do you want to cast?" "Of course I want you to play it." Sister-in-law had also observed Yin Tu's true nature through their past interactions. Not only was he changeable, but he also loved seeking thrills. Reasonably, part of the reason was that in her youth, she had played too many superficial roles. Because she was always walking on clouds, perhaps she needed to struggle through pain in this role to find an answer. Anyway, her disconnection from life would be cured. Then sister-in-law immediately called the director to finalize the contract. "Sign the contract tomorrow afternoon." "Is 500 million enough?" Yin Tu, moved by sister-in-law's attention, perked up his ears and heard they were still short 300 million. So he decided to actively support with a huge investment. "Sister-in-law, are you still short?" "Actually, I'm very rich." Only sister-in-law calmly spoke, but Yin Chao should be richer. Yin Tu was immediately drenched in cold water. Yin Chao was also quite supportive. Not only did he receive a call from sister-in-law, but they also exchanged pleasantries. "Is it convenient, Mr. Yin? I want to invest in a movie, but I only have 5 million in cash on hand." Hearing sister-in-law's voice, he would agree to any request. And in a fawning manner, he said, "The secondary card and new card are in your room. I won't interfere. Invest as you please." After such a quick approval, sister-in-law immediately hung up the phone. Only Yin Chao was left fuming, his face turning green. How could she use her husband and then discard him? Sister-in-law decided to be independent. She wouldn't rely on Yin Chao's secondary card anymore. Also, she'd split any earnings with him. Yin Chao was quite self-aware. This was the first time he felt like he and sister-in-law were like a married couple. But when sister-in-law mentioned getting another bank card, Yin Chao felt uneasy. But sister-in-law didn't care. That was childish. Yin Chao had never been close to those illegitimate children, but somehow he felt like sister-in-law had seen through his poor relationships. It turned out that when sister-in-law attended a charity gala, she encountered several wealthy socialites. They said exclusive reporters treated sister-in-law like a celebrity, releasing news with phrases like outshining others and generously donating millions for charity. Sister-in-law saw this charity as no different from a pyramid scheme. That socialite came with another boastful comment, very pleased with herself. She felt it necessary to take a good look at the current sister-in-law. When sister-in-law returned home and just put down her heavy handbag, she heard a call, "Mrs. Yin Zhu, you're back." But sister-in-law couldn't understand why she only attended a small party. Was it necessary for him to wait until now? But Yin Chao was stubborn. "I was looking at documents." "Did Shihua give you a hard time?" Sister-in-law was about to go upstairs. But as soon as he spoke, she turned her head to the right. Suddenly, Yin Chao's inquiring gaze made sister-in-law kneel. This second unnecessary comment seemed like he was lecturing her. At this moment, sister-in-law sat on the sofa. Yin Chao kept talking endlessly. Shihua isn't the original wife. He met Song Qingde and immediately became allies. He would stop at nothing to get Qingde. Sister-in-law was truly bored listening to this. She kicked her feet and said, and then Yin Chao finally closed his mouth and went to get slippers for his wife. So the once high and mighty Yin Chao personally helped sister-in-law lift her skirt. "If you wear it like this, you won't step on it." Their eyes met. He was very concerned. "Did you drink today? At someone else's place? It's not good to drink there." The phrase "someone else's" made Yin Chao ponder. "So at the Jin family, I'm just being myself." But sister-in-law made 10 million today. Yes, she picked it up using Yin Chao's name. However, sister-in-law decided to be generous. "I'll split it with Mr. Yin." Hearing someone offer to share money with him for the first time, this sincere sister-in-law, Yin Chao couldn't process that special feeling in his heart for a long time. 2 hours after sister-in-law left, Yin Chao became distracted. He didn't understand. The banquet had been going on for 2 hours and 17 minutes. Why was his phone completely silent? Could she have been kidnapped, bullied, and unable to contact him? He couldn't wait like this anymore. But just as he stood up, Secretary Chen told him, "Mr. Yin, you have an international conference in 10 minutes. But how could a meeting be more important than his wife? He was about to cancel it when sister-in-law appeared, her aura like a queen. "Mrs. Yin, please, let's sit and talk." 3 wealthy ladies putting on a show. Sister-in-law was speechless. How could people still play such low-level household drama? But sister-in-law sat down directly. "What does Song Tai want to discuss?" Unexpectedly, the words from across were quite good. First, they set their sights on sister-in-law's fund, then suggested merging the 2 funds. This proposal was like a lion's open mouth, using sister-in-law's abacus. But sister-in-law dared to make a counteroffer. "Let his fund acknowledge sister-in-law's new fund. How about that? Otherwise, we'll just play with your fund." But the other party wasn't afraid and even bit back. "Your fund is very powerful. It leveled a school. Such skill and destruction. Ordinary people can't achieve that." However, this chattering sycophant, the praise was nothing but a small thing to sister-in-law. She suddenly felt arrogant. She didn't want to use such small things to join the pyramid scheme excitement. Those few broken ladies wouldn't stop, speaking as if it were a small thing. "Maybe it's a big treasure here. Or is it that Mrs. Yin doesn't want to join us?" Their shouting grew louder. Sister-in-law closed her eyes and retorted, "You two are joking." Without any mercy, sister-in-law completely disrupted their plans. "I understand my own fund better." One of the women who had been bustling about was shaken. Neither had expected this outcome, but sister-in-law knew they wouldn't give up like this. Using the auction, they gave sister-in-law an easy 10 million opening. If that didn't work, they'd keep adding until Yin Tai was satisfied. After seeing through their tactics, sister-in-law became more cautious. The amount of money was too large. She felt their goal wasn't as simple as merging funds. Since she needed to figure out this fund's nest, sister-in-law had to wait and see. Then from a first-person perspective, sister-in-law explored these gathered investors. But she really couldn't accept mindless investment, because letting a group of wealthy ladies who had never dealt with investments throw money around was like throwing meat buns to a dog, gone without return. Sister-in-law spent 500 million on the secondary card. Yin Chao instantly laughed so hard he could barely contain himself. He even wanted to double sister-in-law's secondary card limit. It turned out Yin Chao had been neglected by sister-in-law for several days, while sister-in-law had been moving among the film crew for several days. She even ignored her husband, constantly busy with work. Learning that the male lead hadn't been decided yet, sister-in-law was getting a bit anxious. The director wanted to hire an expensive actor, but in this situation, sister-in-law would have to squeeze another $300 million from Yen Chao. But sister-in-law wanted to get it for free. She then thought of the second child at home, who was an actor. I'll recommend someone to Director Sunday. He's a good actor and won't charge a fee. The director was instantly excited. Then we can start shooting tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yen Er was on vacation at the beach. Although his agent had found many resources for him, Yen Er only listened to sister-in-law. Even if sister-in-law sold him off without a fee, he would be willing. However, when Yen Chao saw the $500 million transfer, his mood improved a bit. That woman still had such courage. After all, he was just standing on the sidelines. He could only double the secondary card limit again. But it was precisely because Yen Chao only had a withdrawal function. For example, spending money on the children. Being ambitious was always a good thing. However, when sister-in-law brought the second-generation heir, the director was so scared he almost lost his breath. How is it this second-generation heir? It turned out to be the creatively exhausted Director Sunday. Second, he was accused by this director of being a vase who didn't understand acting. Furious, he looked pitifully at his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you have to stand up for me. Director Sun criticized me 3 years ago for having dead fish eyes and soulless acting. 3 years ago, he called me a second-generation heir who only relied on looks. Sister-in-law smiled confidently and beautifully. Knowing the director heard, she said with an absurd look, Miss Gu, she really can't act. She can't handle creating the soul of the lead character. Second exploded again, his eyebrows furrowed and eyes wide. I was waiting for you to say that. Anyway, you have to listen to me, because she's my sister-in-law. Surprised? Destroyed? Only sister-in-law remained calm. Director Sun, I've seen when Ji is acting, but you don't need to worry about him not fitting the character, because I will teach him. With one sentence from sister-in-law, the director directly compromised, because sister-in-law's confidence assured him he wouldn't lose. Second was also quite smug. If you want me to agree as the lead, post 3 Weibo posts praising me right now. The director was furious. Yuan Wenjia is a genius in 4 ways. Not only is his acting good, but he's also handsome. And that shameless second was delighted beyond measure. Sister-in-law spent $500 million on the children. Not only did she get 2 movies for Yen Er, she also selected a stack of painting teachers for Yan Wenhong. Then sister-in-law returned home empty-handed. Yen Chao was about to die of anger. How could this woman only think about the children? However, sister-in-law wasn't finished. Just out of the film crew, she went to the art gallery, mainly using Yen Chao's money, all for the sake of the children at home. I want to find Winter Night. The gallery owner quickly bowed and brought the person. Madam, this is Lu Dong, the creator of Winter Night. Seeing he was too nervous, sister-in-law suggested walking around the gallery. The artist quickly introduced the paintings to sister-in-law. The scenery in this painting is full of vitality, but the colors are extremely gloomy because it was created during the late stages of cancer, expressing the decaying and distorted mood. Sister-in-law was very impressed after listening, because from this perspective, not only did he use techniques skillfully, but the manager also understood clearly. The artist also resonated more and more. Paintings can reflect a person's inner world and hardships, life experiences. Although somewhat similar, there's some rock and roll in life. Sister-in-law nodded in agreement. People who paint well despite life's difficulties. Can you recommend a big stack of them to me? The owner suddenly felt the street was full of wealth. His words became sweeter. Madam, please come again. Visit often. Then, back at home, Yan Wenhong called out sister-in-law. Yen Er looked at the instruments. This guy had been waiting at home all day just to intercept sister-in-law. Meanwhile, sister-in-law also brought the artist back home. Yan Wenhong, this is the teacher I hired for you. Seeing sister-in-law's emphasis, Yan Wenhong's first reaction was excitement. He immediately grasped the teacher's hand. Thank you, sister-in-law. I will definitely study hard under the teacher. I won't disappoint you. The teacher, hearing this, felt his hair stand on end. Do all young masters in wealthy families speak so formally? Meanwhile, Yen Er was constantly sticking to sister-in-law, playing the role of a pitiful child, listening to sister-in-law talking on the phone with the director, speaking well of him. Arwen Jia's temperament, I hope Director Sun can guide and take care of him more. Yen Er was full of gratitude. It's so good to have sister-in-law. Sister-in-law had a request for Yen Chao. He directly called Secretary Chun. Yin Er exploded with anger. How could she call someone else instead of her husband? Unfortunately, sister-in-law only wanted to divorce him, but it was just rumors. Jiang Er came to the Yin family again to poach. Unexpectedly, when he heard that sister-in-law had spent 500 million of Yin Chao's money, he became very worried about sister-in-law being naive. Anyway, this Yin Chao is two-faced, deep-minded, even harder than me. If you're so carefree, really carefree, he might take advantage of you when you least expect it. Little did he know, sister-in-law thought it was nonsense. She didn't even raise an eyebrow, just kept saying, thinking Jiang Er would stop. Unexpectedly, he started to reveal a bunch of Yin Chao's dark history. The little essay made sister-in-law raise her head again. But Jiang Er wasn't finished. Actually, with these 500 million, I think you'd be better off coming to the Jiang family. Teach our bunch of little brats. Sister-in-law had a matter-of-fact expression. That's all possible. Unexpectedly, Jiang Er broke into a cold sweat the next second. He quickly passed it off as a joke. Yin Chao returned home right on time. He immediately started questioning. Jiang Er, what are you doing here? Jiang Er said he was just chatting with Mrs. Yin. Yin Chao was a bit angry. Seeing this, sister-in-law gave a scrutinizing look and explained, he was reminding me to be careful of your two-faced, deep-minded nature. When sister-in-law said this, Yin Chao's gaze could kill. Jiang Er was so scared he ran away quickly. So, Mr. Yin, you're not angry, right? Want to try some? It's very sweet. Yin Chao was relieved. Looking at the strawberry in his hand, he was stunned for a moment as it passed his fingertips. Even though the strawberries were brought by Jiang Er, how come he couldn't get angry as soon as she spoke? The TV station has an outdoor swimsuit show. If Madam needs any help, feel free to ask anytime. Ever since seeing Yin Chao's professional behavior, sister-in-law found it convenient to deal with him. If he always behaves like this, being Mrs. Yin wouldn't be bad. But if one day he suddenly announces he's with a female lead, sister-in-law can't make a fuss. At this moment, Yin Chao stood up and spoke. The secondary card's limit has been increased. Madam, feel free to continue using it if needed. Sister-in-law noticed he didn't get her a separate bank card. She opened her mouth and said, "Thank you, Yin Zhu." Then Yin Chao still didn't leave. Yes, he wasn't giving up. What else did Jiang Er say bad about me? Sister-in-law immediately recited a small essay. Cold-blooded, heartless, vicious methods, saying one thing but meaning another, saying it's up to you but actually being very petty. Yin Chao was so angry his fingers were about to break. He laughed coldly. It was time to make Jiang Er disappear. Sister-in-law officially began training the divine beasts. As mentioned before, sister-in-law spent May 1st with the kids. Not only did she hire a top-level art teacher for Yin Wenhong, but she also learned about the artist's daily life and habits. Now, sister-in-law took the fourth princess to the hospital. It was also a lesson on the meaning of life for him. Yuan Hong was looking at sister-in-law. What sister-in-law said surprised him greatly. Teacher Li's mother has cerebral palsy. His wife is also in the hospital for surgery because of her dislike. Yuan Hong listened and thought, feeling only indifferent. So sister-in-law gave him a second lesson. Teacher, I heard your wife is ill. We've come to visit her. Thank you, Miss Gu. Please come in. The man introduced to his wife. This is our benefactor, Miss Gu. The wife's face beamed with a smile. Then she instructed her husband, Lu Dong, quickly go peel an apple for our benefactor. He looked at sister-in-law, his eyes full of gratitude. Lu Dong said, you sold his paintings very well. He was able to pay off all the previous medical bills at once. You two are both benefactors to our little family. But the next second, the woman's fingers started twitching. Her hands and feet began to convulse violently. The two watched helplessly from the side. With a bang, the man returned. Sister-in-law calmed down, pressed the emergency call button. Lu Dong, hold her down. Don't let her hurt herself. Soon the nurses arrived. After giving a sedative injection, the man finally calmed down. Bien Wenhong looked a bit helpless. She was fine just now. The man sat beside his wife. This illness comes and goes. I don't know how many more injections she'll have to endure. Sister-in-law felt very sympathetic and handed him a card. This is Yin Shi Hospital. Call this number. They'll arrange everything for you. After the hospital, sister-in-law wanted to give Yin Wenhong a third lesson. Look over there. What do you see? In the distance, a boy was standing in the rain, falling down, but he was happy like a child. Bien Wenhong was confused. Does that person have some other problem? Sister-in-law held an umbrella for him and said he had a high fever when he was young. It damaged his brain. He's been bullied since childhood. Then sister-in-law crouched down, looking at the flowers struggling to grow by the roadside. Life indeed has countless sufferings. No one knows how beautiful the flowers blooming in these ruins are. Bien Wenhong didn't understand. Sister-in-law told him, "Isn't this exactly what you've transformed into your needs?" So, when life falls into hardship, living earnestly is what most ordinary people do. When sister-in-law said this, her eyes were shining. Wenhong, maybe you think life itself has no meaning, but every ordinary person is giving it meaning. Sister-in-law called the men. Yin Chao was jealous. He was the legitimate husband, yet she didn't call him. Yin Chao's eyebrows drooped, unhappy just a second ago. Sister-in-law's apologetic attitude was good. She said it was only because Yin sure couldn't cover some areas. She also hoped Yin Chao's business scope would expand greatly. Just then, Yin Wenjia made a video call. "Sister-in-law, I've finished my class. Can we go play now?" Seeing Yin, Wenjia grasped the soul of acting. Sister-in-law smiled and nodded repeatedly. Being able to find the answer is like experiencing a second life. Having a heart for the country and a mind for the mountains is enough. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law's words refreshed Yin Chao's favorability again. His puzzled gaze sank deeply. "She's different from me. She's smart and rational. Under her cold exterior, her heart is actually warm and gentle." Yin Chao couldn't bear to blame her anymore. He just wanted to have breakfast with his wife. Seeing Yin Chao had appeased sister-in-law, his mind turned, and he asked about the company's busyness. Yin Chao smiled like a devoted dog. "If Madam needs anything, I'll have someone arrange it." But sister-in-law had already found a business opportunity. She closed her eyes contentedly. "By the way, I recently noticed that when I use the card, my phone receives a message. I've received many. Does Mr. Yin also get notifications?" "Yes." Sister-in-law suddenly stiffened. Yin Chao couldn't help but tease his wife. "I've received notifications for all the ice cream, spicy noodles, roasted pork trotters, and spicy hot pot Madam has bought." Sister-in-law felt utterly embarrassed. Living 2 lifetimes, she had never been this awkward. That shy blush on her face caught Yin Chao's eye. "Were those things delicious, Madam?" Sister-in-law felt awkward for 2 seconds. "Not bad, but I haven't tried them. Next time, please bring some for me too, Madam." "All right." Sister-in-law handed over a box. "A souvenir from Mr. Yin. It means safe journey." In the moment, Yin Chao was stunned. He liked it so much he stuttered his thanks. After all, this was the first time sister-in-law had given him a gift. However, this scene of loving harmony and mutual respect between husband and wife was truly enviable to others. Knowing that sister-in-law knew how to handle men, they didn't expect her to start feeding Yin Chao this time. When sister-in-law was sending the children to school, the 4th princess kept clinging to her. The unfamiliarity with the new school made Yi Wenhong hesitate to enter the school gates. But a smile from sister-in-law made Yi Wenhong feel warm and completely at ease. She had turned back countless times before, but it was always empty. This time was different. With sister-in-law there, she was also becoming better. She was no longer that lonely person from before. However, after watching the children enter the school, sister-in-law was thinking about what to eat next. Spicy hot pot, sour and spicy noodles, fragrant duck, ice cream, milk tea, snail noodles. Finally, sister-in-law arrived at the snack street. Looking at the street full of food, she was drooling more and more. "You go queue on the street, I'll go to that one. We'll meet at the ice cream cone shop later." Then sister-in-law, accompanied by bodyguards in black, bought from both streets. Sister-in-law's afternoon tea had just begun. Probably no store was left out. Without Madam thinking of this, sister-in-law wanted to buy from a 3rd street. However, just as sister-in-law was happily enjoying her ice cream, she thought of someone at home. A mischievous idea naturally arose. When sister-in-law returned home, that certain someone came back right on time. "What's that smell?" "Sir, it's Madam's afternoon tea." Bien Chao gazed. He saw the coffee table piled high with packages of snacks. Sister-in-law was sitting on the sofa, focused on reading a book. As he approached, sister-in-law closed her book and smiled. "The portion for Mr. Yin has been heated, but I don't know how it tastes. Let's try it together." Under everyone's gaze, Yin Chao began to protect his wife domineeringly. This scene of favoritism instantly amazed everyone present. At this moment, no one questioned sister-in-law's status in the Yin family anymore. Sister-in-law's feeding continued. Yin Chao looked at the snacks with furrowed brows. "What's this?" Sister-in-law handed it to him. As soon as he ate the sour and spicy noodles, Yin Chao's throat burned. At this moment, the maid was scared half to death watching. Sir's diet has always been managed by professional nutritionists. He absolutely can't eat anymore. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law, with an experienced expression, handed him milk tea. This helps with the spiciness. The maid shook her head, as if facing a great enemy. The sugar content is too high. Sir will get sick. However, Yin Chao wiped his tea stains and told his wife, "My stomach isn't that fragile. Let's try the next one." And Yin Chao finished every snack. Sister-in-law seemed to ask about the details more than once. "How does it taste?" Such a gentle and considerate sister-in-law, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for a reaction. Yin Chao finally realized he should praise his wife. It's quite delicious." Later, with the opportunity of a charity banquet, Yin Chao's attention turned to sister-in-law's wardrobe. And sister-in-law, because of matching the gown, had been unable to choose the most dazzling pair of shoes. Knowing the situation, someone immediately bought a pair of high-end custom shoes. "I brought a new pair of shoes for you to try." Upon receiving the shoes, his tone became sweeter. "This pair perfectly matches Madam's makeup today." Just as sister-in-law was saying Mr. Yin was truly timely, Yin Chao took her hand. With a doting expression, he pulled his wife close. "Do you need help putting them on?" Sister-in-law calmly raised an eyebrow and put them on herself. Afterwards, sister-in-law, wearing a gorgeous gown, arrived at the venue with Yin Chao. Yin Chao held sister-in-law's hand as they entered the scene together, stunning everyone from the moment they appeared. The original female lead looked at the two with a dumbfounded expression. However, with the appearance of Old Deng, things quickly became chaotic. As soon as he saw sister-in-law, Old Deng openly assumed she was Yin Chao's female companion. Sister-in-law noticed Old Deng's expression. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold. Yin Chao immediately grasped his wife's hand. Protecting his wife domineeringly, he said, "What's wrong, Mr. Song? Brain damage? You should check if there's a tumor in your brain." The first thing Yin Chao and sister-in-law did at the party was to get revenge on their rivals in front of his wife. So regardless of whether they were men or women, or Jiang Er, the crazy woman Yin Chao, he made them all jealous. He had originally worried that sister-in-law might have issues, but sister-in-law's sophisticated face seamlessly connected. What drama was the green tea playing? Yin Chao didn't even bother to raise an eyelid. However, Yin Chao's face was very important to sister-in-law. "How much did you invest in green tea?" It quickly reached 80 million. Sister-in-law chuckled. "Isn't this just begging for money?" Sister-in-law wanted to use Yin Chao's face and capital to make the green tea back off. When Yin Chao was particularly curious about his wife, what did Madam invest in? Sister-in-law immediately raised her eyebrows high. "A blockbuster. Both the plot and the capital are unparalleled." "So, Mr. Yin, it's a rare opportunity." Yin Chao smiled like an idiot. "Madam has a lot of money." Unexpectedly, two rivals also came to join the fun. Not only did they want to show support, but they also sarcastically remarked that Yin Chao is usually busy and only knows how to throw money around. When sister-in-law heard this, she remained calm and proud, even praising Yin Chao to the skies. "Yes, he has the most money. How pitiful." However, when everyone talked about real estate development, sister-in-law didn't hesitate at all. "That piece of land isn't a good place. The feng shui is bad, with a protruding front and no backing." However, Jiang Er, who took these words to heart, could understand that sister-in-law was reminding him to cut his losses in time. That land, the Jiang family isn't interested, but it was precisely because of his foolishness that he had good luck. Still confused in his heart, he went to ask sister-in-law again. After all, Yin Chao and sister-in-law's knowledge was evenly matched, so the couple's expressions of not wanting to waste words were the same. Of course, Yin Chao understood sister-in-law's meaning. Mr. Jiang is really like a preschooler, always asking why. Yin Chao, happy with his revenge, turned and left. Jiang Er was so angry he exploded on the spot. But Yin Chao was particularly curious. How did Madam know to warn Jiang Ah? Sister-in-law frankly said, "He's useful." Yin Chao looked at her with a puzzled expression, but sister-in-law still patiently explained to him. "Son Erhuaji, pull one and hit one. This is the most stable and fastest way to deal with political enemies. It's also a brilliant strategy on the battlefield." Yin Chao wondered where sister-in-law had read Sun Tzu's Art of War. She was surprisingly familiar with political enemies and battlefields. Looking at the person before him, he increasingly wanted to unravel and understand more. His love rival was right in front of him. He could open a store with all the vinegar he drank. Sister-in-law thought something was wrong with him. To protect his wife, he glared angrily. The two rivals' knife-like gazes turned into low pressure. He was clearly the legitimate husband, yet sister-in-law was chatting and laughing with the rival. Was she trying to give him a heart attack? However, when old Deng congratulated them on attending the 70th birthday banquet, sister-in-law withdrew her hand to applaud old Deng. Yin Chao was unhappy. His wrist now felt truly empty. If he let sister-in-law hold it again, where would he put his face? But sister-in-law didn't care about all that. While happily conversing, she mixed into the group of rivals. But sister-in-law could also laugh last. She wouldn't lose to anyone or any situation. Seeing the green tea unable to come up with anything good, sister-in-law found it quite amusing. She had an attitude of settling both old and new scores. Has old Deng's brain finally grown? He can't remember I'm Yin Chao's wife, but he remembers these few hundred wrong words very clearly. Sister-in-law's mouth was absolutely sharp and self-serving. Yin Chao was increasingly fascinated by sister-in-law. My people don't need to care about anyone's face. When Yin Chao turned his gaze, seeing those two dogs, his face darkened even more. He felt increasingly displeased in his heart. The rivals also felt his knife-like stare, feeling a chill all over. As a result, Feng Yu became ineffective, understanding with one look. Then old Deng invited them to be seated. Mrs. Yin, this is my most capable son. Song Jin and these three, Song Wen and Song Wu. Yin Chao interrupted. This useless introduction is not necessary. Then, sitting at the dining table, all introductions were explained by sister-in-law, especially that bootlicking green tea. Sister-in-law directly pointed out his particular admiration for Yin Chao. Yes, I can recite everything about Yin Chao backwards. Immediately, the couple spoke in unison. So, are you going to write a biography? The green tea was immediately stumped. Yin Chao instantly became happy because his wife was so in sync with him. A meaningful smile simply made Jiang air sour. He imitated Yin Chao's annoyed look. Stop showing off. You two even have the same style of insulting people. Sister-in-law just said, I dare. The man's spirit was instantly crushed. It turned out that as soon as sister-in-law finished dealing with the green tea's report, she made a statement that completely overshadowed a certain famous female star. Although sister-in-law was really impressive, the green tea still wouldn't give up. She wanted to settle scores with sister-in-law, using public opinion to drive the rhythm, directing photos to sister-in-law's Weibo. But in the blink of an eye, the MLM Foundation targeted sister-in-law's parents. Looking at these two foolish parents, a member of the foundation immediately struck up a conversation. Seeing that sister-in-law wasn't around, these people could scam as many as they could. Fortunately, the scumbag father knew to be cautious and consulted with sister-in-law about this matter. Originally, these people's plan was to use sister-in-law to manipulate Gu Jia as they had manipulated Chang Jiao before. But they couldn't handle sister-in-law. It also proved that Gu Jia was a typical parasite. Whether it's reputation or land, the only thing the two parents could cling to was sister-in-law, this big tree. After receiving this call, sister-in-law knew that Shihua would still learn to cultivate new experiences. She planned to start with the not-so-bright Gu family members. But sister-in-law knew she couldn't fully trust the two parents' words. They were somewhat short-sighted and exaggerating. But the next second, danger approached. The Song family from Huaining Middle School strode over. They said they wanted to teach sister-in-law a lesson. Sister-in-law realized these were the human traffickers she had taken down before, the school's backers. She looked indifferent, thinking, walk in the night often enough, and you'll meet ghosts. Then sister-in-law flicked her hair and said, I've been waiting for you to deliver yourself to me. The scumbag got angrier as he listened and directly grabbed sister-in-law's wrist. Not feeling he did anything wrong, he continued to harass sister-in-law. Sister-in-law had no patience to waste time with the scumbag. After noticing this was a blind spot for surveillance, her expression immediately changed. Then with one hand, she directly flipped the scumbag over. Then, lifting her long skirt, she stomped on the scumbag's kidney with her high heel. Indeed, sister-in-law was ruthless with few words. One kick decided life and death. It was sister-in-law's first time doing something bad. All the rivals came to cover for her. Yin Chao's face darkened with anxiety. However, sister-in-law's hair was messed up from the fight. Unexpectedly, when Yin Chao saw this scene, he took off his jacket, very supportive of his wife, saying, "Don't catch a cold." Without a word, he joined in the beating. He then pushed the scumbag's head into the pool. "What did you just say about my wife? Say it again." But at this moment, a child walked by. The couple was immediately startled and a bit embarrassed. They even took away the child's toy gun. With a bang, Yin Chao instantly shot down the surveillance camera. During the confrontation afterward, the child was as innocent as a child could be. So innocent that he blurted out, "Yin Chao's aim is very accurate. Sister-in-law taught me to count 1, 2, 3. The scumbag was so angry, he felt his lungs would explode. Disdainful of the lie, he said, "A high heel stepped on my head." Yin Chao even squatted down and pushed me into the fountain pool. But hearing old Deng warn not to provoke Yin Chao, the scumbag's anger suddenly flared up. "Don't scold your own grandfather. Is the Song family's young master not as precious as a woman?" On such a cold day, he was pushed into the fountain pool. Sister-in-law still thought it was too light. The scumbag now couldn't help but shiver when recalling it afterward. Meanwhile, after helping his wife, Yin Chao finally asked what happened. Sister-in-law found it absurd when she heard this. Apparently, he didn't know that she had taken down one of the Song family schools. But Yin Chao only cared about sister-in-law. He even said that if it would make sister-in-law happy, he'd turn the Song family into the Yin family too. The next second, the air suddenly went quiet. "You two go play in the back garden." In contrast to Jiang Er's stupidity, Feng Yu swirled his wine glass and hit the nail on the head. More accurately, they went to play with people. How daring of this couple. Jiang Evaskarit stiff. Unexpectedly, Feng Yin asked sister-in-law, "Mrs. Yin, aren't you afraid the Song family will hold a grudge?" Yin Chao instantly shielded his wife. "Why are you getting so close to my wife?" Sister-in-law thought both were childish, but admitted that the Yin family name was indeed useful. But hearing Feng Yin say his name was also good, sister-in-law stood on Yin Chao's side. "What does that have to do with me?" Sister-in-law was just playing mahjong. Yin Chao called out, "Wife, lose 800 million first." Everyone laughed, excited at the thought of earning a few hundred million. But what they didn't expect was sister-in-law immediately won the next hand. Though the winnings weren't much, sister-in-law enjoyed the feeling of dominating the game. Yin Chao stood beside her like a stick figure. Sister-in-law sat there exuding urgency. "Someone keep track of all this money. It's like we're nouveau riche." The wealthy ladies gritted their teeth. Their expression seemed to mock sister-in-law as a pig eating a tiger. Sister-in-law smiled widely. "Thank you, ladies, for your generosity." Then she looked up at Yin Jihao. "I've saved Mr. Yin some money." "You're welcome." Seeing sister-in-law's game record, the four old men playing cards were laughing their heads off. "Mrs. Yin, would you like to try cards?" Yin Chao stood behind his wife, looking a bit unhappy. "What about cards?" Sister-in-law now had a strong hand every round. The old men were also losing badly. "This freak is clearly an expert. Why didn't you say you were so good at mahjong before?" Sister-in-law rested her chin on her hand nonchalantly. "Well, no one asked me." Then, the waiter announced that sister-in-law had won 75 million. But old Deng insisted on rounding it up for sister-in-law. Yin Chao didn't even look. Instead, his face darkened with anger. By 10 o'clock, sister-in-law had received 600 million in winnings. So the couple left with smiles, patting their bottoms. Then sister-in-law looked down at her crumpled suit jacket. She took it off and put it on Yin Chao. But on the way back, sister-in-law thought about the children's things again. Yin Chao became melancholic again, feeling very unhappy. Was his presence too low, or was his 1.95 meters not tall enough? His wife didn't seem to notice him at all. So Yin Chao directly asked, "Don't I have any?" Unexpectedly, sister-in-law said she forgot. Then she realized there was still this little darling. "Then I'll take this one to compare hearts." After that, sister-in-law went home and finished rating the snacks. Yin Chao began to question his love rival. "Madam seems very familiar with Mr. Jiang and Mr. Feng." Sister-in-law was speechless after hearing this. "Doesn't Mr. Yin have any friends?" Yin Chao blurted out, "No." Without much ado, sister-in-law sighed, turned around and waved. "Mr. Yin, get some rest early." Yin Chao, hugging the planet cup, was about to break down. Then he treated it like a treasure, placing the planet cup on the out-of-place antique cabinet. Worshipping it, sister-in-law just called Secretary Chun. Yin Chao could open a store with all his jealousy. He really couldn't take it anymore. He was waiting for his wife to call him. But sister-in-law completely ignored this man-child. For everything, she called Secretary Chun. She wanted to donate all the money won at the card table to the foundation. She also earned another $200,000 to pay Secretary Chen's salary. Unexpectedly, when Yin Chao found out, he was jealous enough to open another store. His face was full of absurdity, wondering why she didn't call her husband. He felt it was unfair. Does Secretary Chen's wife always call you? Secretary Chen raised his eyebrows. Occasionally, she also sends text messages. But precisely because he heard about the text messages, while his phone had none, Yin Chao was so angry he was about to explode. For the first time, he thought about firing Secretary Chun. Put your phone on the table. Can you clock out? After work, don't take any more personal calls or texts. As Secretary Chen was leaving, the green tea bitch came to find Yin Chao. About your wife, I have something to say. Your father made it clear back then. The children should be raised separately. Now Aunt Gu Shui is interfering. Isn't this a mess? Oh, so that's how it is? Yin Chao finally had an excuse to call his wife. Madam, you arranged for Yin Wenhong to enter a new school. Regarding this matter, my father has clear regulations. We should raise the children separately. Sister-in-law received the call very calmly. To raise someone into a distorted, humanity-extinguishing form? Tell him Yin Wenhong won't return to his hands. And Yin Chao was quite supportive. Very well, I understand. Then he seriously asked, Madam, do you always call Secretary Chen? Sister-in-law was a bit puzzled. When I need Secretary Chen's help. This tone of not turning to him, Yin Chao couldn't stand it. There are some things Secretary Chun can't handle. For example, the matter of Yin Wenhong's custody. Only by finding me can it be handled more cleanly for Madam. Upon hearing this, the green tea bitch beside him became uneasy. Then Yin Chao hung up the phone. All right, you can leave. My wife said no to you. Tomorrow, a lawyer will contact you to reassign custody. The green tea bitch wouldn't have it. She says no, and you just listen? The great Mr. Yin listens to a woman? Unexpectedly, Yin Chao raised an eyebrow and gave a reasonable explanation. Because I do listen to her. Then Yin Chao closed his eyes, ordering his assistant to drag the person out. Then he resolved his wife's worries. Soon, the green tea bitch received a call. Miss Hu, please come to the People's Hospital. Your brother's hand was cut off by loan sharks chasing debts. Then the green tea bitch trembled in fear again. She turned to look at Yin Chao on the top floor. Moina just wanted to get back the 1 billion, but unexpectedly brought back the fourth son, only because Gu Shirong had scammed her own father out of 1 billion. Moina immediately brought over a dozen bodyguards to surround the hotel. The little chubby boy woke up from his sweet dream in anger. He looked down his nose at them. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my room? Meanwhile, Mingjing squatted down to put shoes on the child. The little chubby boy felt an inexplicable sense of dependence. Seeing that he wasn't making a fuss, Mingjing smiled gently. Don't be afraid, little one. We're not bad people. Your guardian has committed fraud. We've lost contact with our 1 billion. Unexpectedly, the little chubby boy laughed out loud, saying, You're the idiots who transferred 1 billion. This angered Mo Inha to the point of boiling. Even Mingjing felt a familiar feeling. He patted the little chubby boy's head. So where did Yi Jingjia go? The boy turned his head away. He quickly got into bed and wrapped himself in the blanket. Anyway, baby doesn't know. Baby wants to sleep now. Please yourselves. Mo Inha was so angry his intestines turned black. He reached out to drag the child off the bed. Frightened, the little chubby boy quickly hugged Mingjing's leg. Beautiful Annie, help. The debt belongs to the debtor. I'm just a child. Looking like a pitiful little dog, Mingjing didn't bite at all. So you know how to think for yourself. Then call that Yi Jingjia of yours. The little chubby boy felt inexplicably scared, so he couldn't expose himself. He obediently made the call. Yi Jingjia, you bad thing. You scammed others out of 1 billion yuan. Come pay it back. Now the creditors are here and want to take baby away. Moina got a bit impatient and snatched the phone. No need to pay back. Just bring the necklace over. Yi Jingjia was really angry. If you dare touch Gu Shirong, I'll make you wish you were dead. Suddenly, Mo Ina's face darkened. I'll give you 3 minutes to appear before me. Otherwise, what you'll see is a disabled Gu Shirong. Listen, I'll give you back the 1 billion now. Of course, Mo Inha wasn't short on money. He was just pressuring them. He only wanted the necklace. Meanwhile, Yi Jingzhe decided to stall for time. Indeed, Mo Ina wasn't easy to fool. The little chubby boy suffered for it. He was directly packed up and taken back to the Yi family. No matter how Gu Shurong cried and begged, it was useless. Sister-in-law rented out an amusement park for the children's birthday. But Yin Chao came to shut off the power. It turned out that after sister-in-law took the 3 little ones to the amusement park, Yin Chao returned home to find himself all alone. It was really pitiful. When he heard the maid say that Madam had taken the children to the amusement park, Yin Chao was nearly angered to death by his wife. So she didn't take me again? Just then, sister-in-law sneezed, feeling like someone was talking about her. She thought about the poor, lonely person at home. When is your big brother's birthday? The mountain boys looked at each other. Looking at sister-in-law, they turned their heads away. Who knows? Yin Wenhong showed a gentle smile again. Because the amusement park was fun, he had never been to such a place with sister-in-law before. And sister-in-law, sitting on the roller coaster, was happy to the point of flying. At that moment, sister-in-law and the children were immersed in this ocean of joy. They played round after round on the spot, until nightfall approached. Everyone wanted to go see the night view from the Ferris wheel. But on this side, someone quietly came to the amusement park. As soon as he got out of the car, he went straight to the control room, complaining that his wife had played all day without thinking of him while pressing the main power switch. However, sister-in-law, seeing the dark restaurant, thought it was a malfunction. She waited another 5 minutes for the backup power before going out. But at the door, a strong light shone directly on sister-in-law's forehead. Someone pretended, "It seems there's a power outage. Good thing I came." Sister-in-law was more surprised, even thinking, this person is really two-faced with deep thoughts. His wife's unhappy expression, Yin Chao didn't notice at all. Even the 4th princess beside had a black face. Yin Wenchu also said regretfully, didn't get to ride the Ferris wheel. Sister-in-law wanted to see the night view too. Yin Chao heard his wife sigh, and with a stern face said, the staff have a separate power system. The Ferris wheel can still be ridden. Unexpectedly, when Yin Chao got on the Ferris wheel, the 4 little ones were lifeless. Until the Ferris wheel reached the bottom, sister-in-law was truly amazed, and someone's eyes were almost glued to sister-in-law. He saw his wife, overlooking the city lights, looking very happy. Yin Chao's heart immediately fluttered. Sister-in-law just wanted to check the funds. The saved love rival immediately cut off the fund connection. It turned out that while sister-in-law was managing finances, she had also infiltrated the Foundation's alliance. But what sister-in-law didn't expect was several people were involved together. The wealthy lady was now spending lavishly, having invested in a movie. But the company invested in last year still hasn't shown any progress. Sister-in-law just sat there and understood at once. Is it a problem with the project proposal or the company's person in charge of review? The wealthy lady closed the investment book. They could only understand. Anyway, they wouldn't know. They've been on that chain until now. However, sister-in-law was quite disapproving. She suggested they invest in technology or state-supported projects. But the wealthy ladies were confused and unanimously rejected. Sister-in-law was speechless. Fui felt it was beyond help. No wonder the Hongxing Fund is growing bigger. The target audience is really all promises. But sister-in-law was also troubled. Sammy immediately threw over an investment book. I'll now explain to you the standard investment process, popular projects, and investment trends. Until sister-in-law answered a phone call. Her plan was simple. Just get the donation form through her mother, lay the groundwork, step-by-step trace the fund source, and finally get the evidence. It would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Meanwhile, the leader was also setting a trap for the parents, listing out the benefits for each position of the general and the involved ranks. Not only not mentioning sister-in-law's 50 million investment, but also trying to tempt the parents to invest 100 million. Such blatant freeloading, sister-in-law on the phone couldn't bear it. While instructing her mother's family to invest 50 million, she was considering investing another 100 million herself. After saying that, she wanted to see the donation form and immediately added another 50 million on the spot. Sure enough, the leader finally wavered. He would show her, but wouldn't let her take it away. Then sister-in-law would find a way to get the form from him, saving one step. At the same time, Feng Yu on the plane heard the news and became unsettled. She was about to explode with anger. The assistant still looked confused. This time, Feng Yu finally learned her lesson. That woman is heartless and cold. The fund will collapse quickly for sure. Then she frowned and immediately ordered the phone group fund to cut ties with Hongxing. Otherwise, if we're late by one step, we'll all be late. It was sister-in-law's first time celebrating a child's birthday. Unexpectedly, Yin Chao intercepted midway. He hurriedly rushed his wife into the car. In his heart, he wished he could bury the 4 little ones in the North Pole. The little ones were furious. They really hated that Big Brother came and took sister-in-law away, while sister-in-law sat in the car, leaning away from someone. But Yin Chao didn't explain anything about his actions at all, his face showing no ripples of emotion. "Has your highness had dinner?" Yin Chao just said no. Sister-in-law decided to appease this prince first. She suggested having dinner together. After all, it's better than letting this prince do something in 5-star. Then sister-in-law returned home, turned off the lights, and lit candles. The whole family gathered around the big cake to celebrate. The wishes and birthday song blessings sounded simultaneously. Even sister-in-law hadn't expected that she could be so easily moved to tears. Yin Chao's coldness. The 3 little ones were like a soulless choir. They only cared about the cake sister-in-law personally chose. Sure, it would be delicious. Yet they couldn't perceive at all how large the princess's shadow area was at this moment. Yin Wenhong was still thinking this was chosen by sister-in-law for him, and after giving a few big eye rolls, wanted to hog it all. But with Yin Chao's intervention, Yin Wenhong could only provoke to vent his anger, then obediently cut the cake. Unexpectedly, after the birthday celebration, sister-in-law started to worry about his 800 million. It was only when he saw it with his own eyes that he realized. Secondly, to prevent sister-in-law from losing money, pursuing stamp-collecting shots, he used all his skills and filmed one take after another. As a result, when sister-in-law came to visit the set, he was as happy as a child. He tightly held onto the snacks sister-in-law brought, not letting go, and when he saw sister-in-law about to leave, he became as heartbroken as a child again. The director thought Yin Er was quite easy to get along with, but in the blink of an eye, he turned into a possessive young master again. Even the director couldn't find the cause. Well, Yuan Ji, let's get ready to shoot the next scene. But Yin Er was having another episode. Needless to say, he absolutely wanted to show off his dear sister-in-law. The director saw it all, finding it absurd. Yin Er's condition could only be cured by sister-in-law. Yin Chao realized he liked sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law accepted an interview about their arranged marriage. "Mrs. Yin, can you answer if your marriage to Mr. Yin was a business arrangement?" He stared intently at his wife's interview program, desperately wanting to hear the desired answer. But sister-in-law, without any emotion, said it wasn't a business arrangement. As soon as she said this, everyone was eager to know more. It's rare for a wealthy couple to be so sweet, and sister-in-law's answer immediately trended on social media. Meanwhile, he also met the female lead. It turned out she was Yu Xiao. Then sister-in-law sorted out the plot. If Yu Xiao had returned to the country with Yin Chao and became an assistant in the entertainment company, they would surely have ended up together. So the current deviation from the storyline was because of this link. Although sister-in-law was reluctant to part with her current life, it was indeed because of her butterfly effect that invisibly changed the female lead's life. The moment the female lead saw sister-in-law, it was clear at a glance who was fragile and who was noble. When sister-in-law raised her eyelids, the female lead's heart couldn't help but feel afraid. Even though there were 4 fearless reporters, they became like mice seeing a cat when they saw sister-in-law. Sister-in-law really couldn't stand such a helpless female lead. If you're interested, come help me do more meaningful interviews. But the female lead never expected sister-in-law's sincerity. Although sister-in-law's face was cold, her words were gentle. Our domestic foundation's welfare homes and 3 district primary schools need to be reported on once a year. Only this way will they continue to be discovered and not forgotten. The female lead was instantly stunned. She felt sister-in-law was radiating light, just like an angel descending as the protagonist of this world. Indeed, only someone this beautiful and strong could match someone like Yin Chao. Now the female lead only wanted to support their relationship, saying, "I wish Mrs. Yin and Mr. Yin happiness. I'm going back to resign now." After saying this, she still lingered on sister-in-law's beauty. Mrs. Yin, I want to ask why you chose me. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law smiled beautifully and replied, because you are a righteous, kind, fallen, but always strong female lead. The female lead now found sister-in-law more and more enchanting. Thank you, I won't let you down. Then sister-in-law returned home, changed into an evening gown, and went to invite Yin Chao to a movie audition. But she didn't expect that someone had been staring at the computer the whole time. She couldn't say that the most important thing was watching sister-in-law's interview. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law saw through Yin Chao's little act at a glance. It's all right, I'll wait for Mr. Yin downstairs. No one dared to believe that sister-in-law, who had recently invested $300 million in the Borix Foundation, would actually go straight into the enemy's lair to completely destroy the Red Apricot Foundation. Remember a month ago, sister-in-law used $300 million as a guarantee to get the donation list. As it turned out, mother's infiltration for a month finally paid off. Without anyone suspecting anything, sister-in-law looked at the donation list. 1,100 cotton jackets for girls in 3 districts. She felt something was off. It was indeed fake accounting, donating on one hand and taking back on the other. These things probably never even left the warehouse. Mother got worried and said, but the fake accounting isn't our business, right? However, sister-in-law sighed, it's such a stupid trick. You donate $10 million first. They quickly return $20 million to you. Then they entice you to donate $30 million. Your money keeps going like this. Don't you find it strange that doing charity can actually make money? Mother looked confused. So what's their plan? Sister-in-law smiled scornfully. Of course, they want to keep digging into the Yin family's money. Initially, they used large donations to exchange for cheap items. Constantly raising membership fees was to stimulate wealthy ladies to bring in new members. Then it became a disguised pyramid scheme for others. The foundation even brought in a famous doctor, an endless investment ghost. It's a publicly visible party position. This way, all the money in people's pockets will be stolen clean. But sister-in-law particularly wanted to do some public service by eliminating this harm. Rather than going all out at once, she preferred to drag it out slowly, striking at the vital point to destroy the foundation. So, Mother, please get out of the car first. But Mother still looked at sister-in-law. Aren't you taking me home? Sister-in-law's thumb closed helplessly. It's not on the way, and I just learned how to drive. Mother realized, and her face turned purple with fright. Then she quickly got out of the car. I can go back by myself. Daughter, drive slowly. Then sister-in-law stuck her head out and sped away with a press of the gas pedal. Yin Chao's attempts to gain favor had to come after the children. It was really pitiful. Having just finished watching his wife's interview program, Yin Chao dressed up to find sister-in-law. He also saw the 4 little ones dressed up nicely, which frustrated him to death. Why did they have to go to? But sister-in-law wanted family harmony. We're family. Of course we should all go together. Yin Chao was so happy he couldn't express it. He took his wife's hand. We'll do whatever you say, dear. Then let's go. Because someone's eyes were constantly on his wife, sister-in-law didn't even raise an eyelid. Unexpectedly, Yin Air just pouted, and it was enough to steal sister-in-law's attention that should have been on him. At this moment, Yin Air was very irritated, scratching his ear like a pig. If he couldn't act well in this movie again, he'd feel like jumping to his death from the Grand Canyon. At this time, sister-in-law handed him a peach-flavored candy. Don't think too much. If you're nervous, just eat it. The 3 little ones behind saw the candy and instantly jumped in front. They all reached out for candy at once. Sister-in-law, where's ours? Yin Chao also wanted to gain favor and finally reached out to his wife. Dear, what about mine? But his wife stood in front of the 4 little ones, smiling awkwardly. I remember Mr. Yin doesn't like candy. Besides, this is for comforting children. At this, a certain big baby embarrassedly scratched out a villa, constantly complaining, I used to have a passionate heart before. Then the 2 of them made a stunning entrance, hand in hand. At this moment, Yin Chao was escorting sister-in-law, standing beside his wife. He couldn't be more proud, occasionally throwing glances at the 3 male animals in front, tossing sickles, making the 2 love rivals cover their faces in embarrassment. He even provoked that the whole Yin Chao family bought tickets, showing off shamelessly. Finally, Yin Chao struck back, not to be outdone. Looking at the 2 love rivals, he smiled from ear to ear. He was on cloud nine. I don't need to buy tickets. My wife personally invited me and gave me tickets. These words directly angered Jiang Er, his face darkening. As the two were exchanging fiery glares, they were calmed down by sister-in-law in the middle. You two, please take your seats. The movie is about to start. Since sister-in-law's film investment became a hit, Yen Chao finally understood how to cater to her interests. He even showed off in front of all his love rivals. Yen Chao couldn't believe that his wife had educated the wolf cubs so well. Moreover, this time his wife's investment in the sci-fi drama film industry also set a new milestone. The sacrifice for this movie was quite significant, but the only person he wanted to thank was sister-in-law. The story begins with the end of the world. The male lead, as the last celebrity on Earth, struggles to survive on Earth for 40 years. Finally, he receives a signal from aliens. From then on, Earth experiences rapid changes in climate and environment. Humans gradually can adapt to Earth's changes. A team called White Robe begins to investigate alien civilizations. The male lead changes from a widely adored superstar to an ordinary person. His only shelter is the estate he once bought at a huge cost. After the movie ended, his wife didn't forget to ask someone's opinion. Mr. Yin, how was the movie? Yen Chao was obviously delighted and praised his wife's good taste. On this side, Yen Er couldn't help but glance. As a result, the socially anxious director had already disappeared without a trace. Yen Er, worth two people, blocked all interviews. Especially when back in the car, sister-in-law praised her. Second princess, you acted wonderfully. All the exhaustion disappeared. The three little ones also praised more. Indeed, sister-in-law is amazing. Second brother acted even more vividly as an idiot than before. Yen Er was so angry his mouth twitched. What do you mean I always played idiots before? Sister-in-law was amused by little Ji. Yen Chao's displeased look was extremely lonely. You all talk too much. Then sister-in-law looked at the TV ratings and felt inexplicably gratified. And Yen Chao became more humane. He wanted to make a fuss in front of sister-in-law. He's been paying attention to his wife's foundation. Dear, have you seen anything interesting? Sister-in-law took the phone and glanced at the news. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile. She found it inexplicably amusing. It's New Year, and Yen Chao personally cooked to feed sister-in-law. On the festive New Year's Eve, sister-in-law had asked the Soldier Brothers to buy a truckload of New Year goods, from various candies to New Year paintings and spring couplets. After hanging up the auspicious Fu character ornaments, sister-in-law originally wanted to ask the Soldier Brothers to go home for New Year. But she learned that these Soldier Brothers were all war orphans with no home to return to. Then sister-in-law made up her mind. Looking at the Soldier Brothers with a smile, she invited, "We're all family. Stay and spend New Year's Eve together. It's more lively with more people." On the other side, Yen Chao waited for his wife at the company for a long time. There was no response to his calls. Even if there was activity on the phone, it was about work. But Yen Chao didn't want to sit and wait anymore. He was dying to see his wife. After all, if he didn't take the initiative, his wife might forget he existed. Thinking of this, Yen Chao quickly returned home. But the next second, he was dazzled by a warm and joyful atmosphere. The originally gloomy and cold home was now decorated everywhere to welcome the new year. Second brother came home and saw Yen Chao as if seeing a slave. "Rare to see you come home on New Year's Eve." Yen Chao retorted, "Aren't you the same, second brother?" Excited, he said, "Of course. Today, sister-in-law is cooking personally. She called me home for the reunion dinner." In the kitchen, Yen Chao saw the three little ones circling around his wife. He came up and sent them away. "Go play outside. I'll take care of the rest of the dishes." Although the three little ones were very unhappy about sister-in-law being taken away, blood ties suppressed them, and they reluctantly left, feeling sour. Sister-in-law watched someone cutting meat quickly, skillfully wielding the spatula. Sister-in-law was amazed, her mouth watering. "Mr. Yan's cooking skills are so good. Can I order dishes?" Yen Chao was immediately happy. He turned and increased the heat. The ingredients in the wok began to sizzle. But sister-in-law still brought him an apron. She quietly passed behind his waist and tied it for him personally. Yen Chao was instantly captivated, trying to adjust to the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat. Looking at sister-in-law, "Thank you, dear." But little Ji, peeking from outside the door, felt sour. Big brother isn't concentrating on cooking. The food is about to burn. Sister-in-law just stir-fried some wasabi shrimp. But Yen Chao almost cleared the plate. It turned out little Ji saw sister-in-law point with her jade-like hand. Thinking this was sister-in-law's specialty dish, he couldn't wait to snatch up this plate of food. As a result, he picked up a piece and chewed it from start to finish. His tongue was left indescribable. No one expected sister-in-law's cooking to be this bad, and sister-in-law was still smiling, waiting for praise. The shrimp symbolizes reunion. Isn't it delicious? The four little ones didn't know what to say. They now had a mouthful of dry water taste. Seeing his wife approaching Yin Er step by step, teasing, Yin Chao directly swept up all the wasabi shrimp, finding it extremely delicious. The shrimp is great, as expected of my wife's specialty dish. The four little ones looked at Yin Chao's sycophantic behavior, feeling even more intense. Has Big Brother's taste buds gone bad, or his brain? He actually ate it all. Soon, Yin Chao pushed his specialty dish in front of his wife. Dear, here's the steamed base you ordered. Try if it suits your taste. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law fell for it at first bite. She immediately ate 3 large bowls of rice. After the hearty meal, she suddenly felt greedy. She looked directly at Yin Chao. Mr. Yin has such good culinary skills. I wonder if I'll have the pleasure in the future. Yin Chao's heart was pounding. It seems that to win his wife's heart, he needs to capture her stomach first. If I'm not busy, I can cook for you anytime. After the reunion dinner, sister-in-law suggested watching the Spring Festival Gala. However, sister-in-law showed a joyful expression watching the Spring Festival Gala. But everyone else had a calm and serious look while watching. Someone's eyes didn't have a trace of the gala in them. He was completely watching his wife as if she were the gala. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere of the family, sister-in-law shook her little head, revealing a smile with different meanings. But this New Year's Eve, Yin Chao had prepared plenty of surprises for his wife. Today, besides the New Year's Eve dinner and decorations, I've also prepared various fireworks in the courtyard. Dear, let's go watch the fireworks. It'll feel more like New Year. Sister-in-law took it to heart, rarely hearing Mr. Yin talk about the New Year atmosphere. After a burst of colorful fireworks blooming in the sky, the family's New Year became more heartwarming. Sister-in-law's invested film broke $1.5 billion. The small investors were jealous of Yin Chao to death. Yin Er was about to die of anger. This movie has already earned $2 billion. Then he turned and asked his assistant, is my net worth higher than Yin Chao's now? Unexpectedly, the assistant said with a gloomy face, this seems to be still 100 billion short. But Yin Er was only disappointed for 3 seconds. He immediately went to sister-in-law again. Sister-in-law, haven't you followed my Weibo yet? Sister-in-law just said okay. Yin Er then talked nonstop for 15 minutes. Finally, in the 18th minute, he refreshed and saw sister-in-law's post. Such an excellent sister-in-law. Yin, when uncle came home calling for sister-in-law while rushing over. Sister-in-law, the movie is about to break $1.5 billion today. With Yin when uncle's congratulations. Yin Chao, who had been constantly paying attention to his wife's box office, immediately said he wanted to throw a celebration party for his wife. Sister-in-law just smiled and followed the low-key Mr. Yin. It's too early to celebrate now. Let's wait a bit more. I'm confident this number will double. Yin Chao frowned, but couldn't resist coming over to watch his wife practice calligraphy. However, Yin went downstairs was almost dying of envy. So impressive. Sister-in-law does everything well with $1.5 billion. His $500 million actually wasn't needed, was it? But sister-in-law took Yin Wen's family to understand the grassroots, proving she's a real actress. What could he prove about himself? Thinking of this, Yin Wen Hong immediately went back to his room to seclude himself. Perhaps the proof would be that he must win a place in the math competition, striving to go abroad with sister-in-law and win championships soon. Following that, Yin Wen Shu also went to do 5 years of college entrance exam practice, 3 years of mock exams. Yin Si was thus left alone in the living room until he saw this comment on the box office. He got more and more headaches as he read. Finally, he also got annoyed and went to do practice questions. Just then, sister-in-law received a phone call. The voice on the phone was somewhat evasive, stating the purpose. But sister-in-law was only confused for 3 seconds, immediately asking which family's wife she was. I'm Mrs. Wong. The project I invested in before. Does Mrs. Yin know what's going on? Sister-in-law laughed in the end, writing the first smart person on the window. It was even slower than she thought. True love is a two-way journey. When Yin Chao smiled at sister-in-law with his whole heart, sister-in-law had completely won. It turned out that when the wealthy wife wanted to learn investing from sister-in-law, she made it clear that she was just a trophy wife. But her husband's affection wasn't good at all. Sister-in-law found it truly pitiful and told her to bring relevant documents over. She had an investment lawyer here. Meanwhile, the woman was watching the man's expression. Even going out, she was timid. The man said in one sentence that if they were stopped at the Yin family's door, it would be his face that's lost. So for the sake of investment, the woman decided to be brave once. However, Yin Chao quickly got the news. The security guard was asking whether to let them in. But when Yin Chao heard it was his wife's guest, he didn't interfere. The wealthy wife was quite scared after entering, not expecting to see sister-in-law just like that. Clearly, sister-in-law was also looking forward to it. "Hello, Mrs. Huang. The lawyer hasn't arrived yet. Please have a seat first." The wealthy wife enthusiastically offered a New Year's gift. Then she sat down looking at sister-in-law, not feeling sister-in-law's coldness at all. Just then, a certain investment lawyer came uninvited, grinning and calling out to his wife. The wealthy wife only realized then how abnormal it was. Seeing Mr. Yin, she didn't have to stand up. At home, she always had to. However, sister-in-law casually chatted with Yin Chao, showing no intention of watching her husband's expression. "Mr. Yin, are you done with work? I've been holding your hand these days. Can we have that snail noodle pot again tonight?" Facing his wife's greedy question, Yin Chao's smile reached his ears. Glancing at the wealthy wife opposite, she thought Yin Chao's smile was abnormal, almost forgetting why she came. Then she took out an investment proposal. "They say this project uses new technology not yet available domestically." Yin Chao glanced at it and immediately said it was a scam. This clause also had loopholes. More importantly, the breach conditions were also time-sensitive. The wealthy wife panicked and took out a second proposal. After a glance, he frowned again. "This project would lose money even with a 10,000 investment. You invested 1 million. Sister-in-law nodded in agreement. "So you really encountered scammers." The wealthy wife was completely stunned. Looking at over a dozen investment proposals, it was a bottomless pit. They said I could see returns immediately. I invested over 17 million in total. Sister-in-law wasn't surprised by this result. First using charity donations as a cover, then privately organizing investment meetings. If not a pyramid scheme, what is it? The wealthy wife was even more shocked. "What should I do?" Sister-in-law looked at Yin Chao's face. He immediately understood. "We can have Yin Corporation stop them." Sister-in-law patted his hand, telling him not to involve Yin Corporation and that he had already arranged everything. Then sister-in-law smiled thoughtfully. "The commotion at Hongxing Fund will happen tomorrow at the latest. Remember to call the police then." Yin Chao learned to cook separately for sister-in-law. Rarely, sister-in-law was moved. It turned out that in front of everyone, sister-in-law put an apron on Yin Chao. The assistant beside widened his eyes in surprise. Hearing sister-in-law even ordered snail noodle packets. The assistant was quite scared. "I'll leave first." Sister-in-law not only smiled warmly, but also thanked the assistant for his hard work. But Yin Chao had cooked for his wife so many times and never received a word of appreciation or concern. Wasn't he working hard too? But he wasn't petty. His wife even cared about such small matters. His wife looked serious. Li Xiaoxiu has seen many big events. Hearing his wife say this, Yin Chao felt surprised. After all, a wife who cared about helping people without finding it troublesome wasn't like the original Gu Xuanjing at all. Thinking this, Yin Chao looked at his wife, who needed feeding. "Does Madam prefer fresh shrimp or crab meat?" "The snail pot needs crab meat." Yin Chao looked doting. "Then let's use big crabs." Sister-in-law watched Mr. Yin, who could handle both high society and the kitchen. She had a regretful expression, because she really couldn't imagine the male protagonist in the book being such a good cook. And she was the most useless one. Having finally managed to feed him a bit of meat, how could she bear to divorce after just a couple more months of eating? So sister-in-law not only didn't want to rush the divorce, but was willing to stay and enjoy the food. Coincidentally, today's news was just to sister-in-law's taste. She praised her husband as awesome while helping him prepare the sauce. Remembering his wife liked sour and sweet flavors, he added a spoonful of honey. Sister-in-law, looking at the news, she stirred up achieving multiple goals at once. Immediately felt the food smelled irresistible. "Thank Yansu." With his wife's thanks, Yin Chao even thought of names for their children. Even the maid beside, seeing Yin Chao's cheap smile, felt that the couple was just a thin paper away from complete intimacy. After all, what a loving couple. Meanwhile, Yin Wen-shu rushed to sister-in-law excitedly. The movie's box office has broken $3.9 billion. At this close-range light bulb, Yin Chao already had a murderous look in his eyes. Even sister-in-law, beside, rarely blushed. She even thought to herself, how did the child discover that Yin Chao was cooking specially for her? Sister-in-law was going abroad. Yin Chao had truly become an empty nester now. His rivals were still constantly chatting on the phone. That woman did everything so perfectly. She disrupted the Hong family, withdrew the Song family's reserve funds, and cut off their lifeline. But now she was accompanying the child abroad. The Song family, crushed instead of succeeding in their schemes, must be in quite a spectacle now. And now, the Song family's old man was not only furious to the point of almost passing out, but also under investigation by the supervisory committee. It's said that the Song family's ancestors had once defected. Mrs. Yin had long seen that Shihua was more like a despicable rat, living by leading dogs. Soon, Shihua brought a dozen red, floating, thorny flowers. But he didn't have as much tea as Yin Chao gave. If Mrs. Song really wants to drink tea, I have better tea. Today he insisted on inviting Mrs. Song for a cup. Although these were all backup plans Yin Chao made for his wife, sister-in-law was most worried about the fourth princess now. She felt her forehead, no fever. It must be due to the long flight. Have a candy first. Hang in there until we get to the hotel for some hot water. Now it's finally over. Yin Chao smiled happily with the fourth princess. Every moment he spent with sister-in-law now was priceless. Sister-in-law's candies were all his. So according to someone's plan to protect his wife, another eye-catching package appeared. "Welcome, madam." The soldier took the luggage. It was someone arranged by the boss. The princess's face instantly darkened. The eye-catching package enthusiastically came up, about to give sister-in-law a bear hug, scaring her a bit. After receiving a kick from the soldier, the eye-catching package put away his frivolous attitude. "Hello, madam. I'm Hades Yin, here to pick you up." But the eye-catching package didn't expect that. The weirdo really didn't recognize him. In the pause of speaking, the eye-catching package opened a super cool yellow sports car. Sister-in-law looked and finally understood what it felt like to be a spirited young man. But the constant clicking sounds beside left sister-in-law genuinely confused. The eye-catching package was very happy. "Those are all taking pictures of me. Don't mind them." Then he smiled at sister-in-law. "I'll make sure this trip is very interesting." Liking someone is indeed impossible to hide. Yin Chao even wanted to give his private number to his wife, because the bomb sister-in-law dropped was huge. The Song family was in complete chaos. At this moment, the old man was scolding the young one. "Use your brain when doing things. You went and announced it to the world using our own cinema." Hearing such big news from sister-in-law, Shihua, who specialized in pyramid schemes, didn't want to let sister-in-law off so easily. He still had stupid parents to squeeze. He had already gathered over $3 billion in hand. At this time, the maid ran over in a panic. "Madam, something terrible has happened." Now those wealthy madams were coming to the door in droves. At this time, the maid handed over the Public Relations Department's report. The Red Heart Foundation was exposed for fraud, and news of the Song family's talent recruitment for their own use spread. Shihua desperately hadn't sorted out the ins and outs yet. Netizens supporting sister-in-law had already reported to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Finally, the Red Heart Foundation was also exposed for embezzling funds. The huge foundation immediately became a focus of attention for major corporations. Following that, the director's sister-in-law invested and also woke up free from plagiarism accusations. All at once, sister-in-law helping a depressed and disappointed director make a comeback became a hot topic online. Director's son was still moved to tears by sister-in-law. Not only did he return to being himself, but he also acknowledged that Yuan Wenjie was truly a genius. On the other side, Yin Chao put down his phone and looked at his wife, saying, "Madam is so impressive." Now the Song family has been taken away by supervisors. Hanwen doesn't dare to go out, and netizens are busy condemning Hongxing, while also lavishly praising the celebrity's main mine investment. But his wife's face showed no expression. The foundation should be more despised than rats on the street now. Yin Chao glanced at Yin Wenhong. "How did your competition choose this time?" Yi Wenshu stuck close to sister-in-law, sourly asking, "Why does sister-in-law have to accompany you abroad?" The princess secretly laughed inside. "Because she's my sister-in-law. At this time, Yin Chao was waiting for the actors to come downstairs. "They're going abroad with you." Looking at these soldier brothers who had been through life and death with Yin Chao, sister-in-law's face showed a smile when looking at Yin Chao. The air seemed to fill with bubbles of love. Yin Chao smiled. "Madam, remember this number." Sister-in-law was startled. Suddenly, Yin Chao leaned in close and whispered in his wife's ear, "Madam, it's best to memorize it," making sister-in-law blush quickly and memorize it. But the princess behind them darkened her face. How dare he get so close to sister-in-law? Never mind. It's just a peacock's deliberate display before parting. It was sister-in-law's first trip abroad. She was unexpectedly given extra care by the playboy of the Cliff Group. Not only did he put aside a 200 billion party to run errands for sister-in-law, he even declared he wanted to be the Yin family's lackey, just to call sister-in-law madam like Yin Chao. The wealthy ladies all felt dejected. Shihua thought about fighting to the death with sister-in-law. His threatening style would only make all-powerful families view him as a menace. It was clearly a mouse challenging a cat. Sister-in-law, with her victorious hair, remained calm in the face of danger. "Mrs. Song, just enjoy it slowly," knowing there was no room for maneuver in such a situation. But then as soon as sister-in-law hung up the phone, the math genius turned into the weak and pitiful fourth princess. "Sister-in-law, I don't feel well." On Shihua's side, hearing the beep of the call ending, his nose bent with anger. In the restaurant, Hades' two peach blossom eyes curved. "Weirdo, you came at the right time. Thanks to Madam for avenging me." The two sat in the same seat. Hades proudly chattered away to sister-in-law. After listening, sister-in-law raised her head proudly and said firmly, "I did it for the Yin family. Mr. Hades can be an errand boy for the Yin family." Then sister-in-law stood up. "We're done eating. And please, Mr. Hades, don't call me Madam anymore. Please call me Ms. Gu." When Yin's mouth twitched, "This Madam is completely different from what you described. Whether it's online or in foreign media, she's a leader in both fame and fortune." When Yin Chao heard someone call his wife Madam, he immediately called to check on her. Otherwise, sister-in-law would almost forget about him. "Madam, I wanted to say that Hades owes me a big favor, so you can order him around like a dog." Sister-in-law couldn't help but sneer. "So this is what Mr. Yin specially wanted to tell me." Yin Chao said, "Oh, you're not used to Western food. I'll ask Hades to find a Chinese chef." Sister-in-law was happy, but the chef wasn't as good as Yin Chao's cooking. Sister-in-law heard his voice was a bit hoarse at this time. Yin Chao chuckled. "Madam guessed right. Hong Qing left me such a good opportunity. How could I waste it?" Sister-in-law smiled slightly. "Mr. Yin, you've worked hard. Everything will be perfectly harvested. Get some rest now." The next day was the first round of Yin Wenhong's biology competition. Not to mention that this lackey was very rich. But compared to Yin Chao's aesthetic style, those eye-searing luxury cars that looked like color palettes were almost blinding sister-in-law. Sister-in-law had to admit, in terms of style, Yin Chao was really likable. A mere lackey dared to call sister-in-law Madam, who didn't know that was Yin Chao's exclusive title for her. As soon as sister-in-law scanned the foreign media, she immediately realized this lackey's identity wasn't simple. Did Hades suddenly pick up this woman? Good heavens, did Hades actually help her carry luggage? Although sister-in-law only understood woman, she still needed to find a teacher to learn English when she got back. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Sister-in-law could only say okay when hearing English. But when she turned around, she saw the lackey still addressing her as Madam. "Press this button anytime you need servants. Call me anytime you need me." Then sister-in-law comforted Yin Wenhong. "Go in and rest well." Inside the room, Yin Wenhong stood by the window. Through the thick glass, he felt everything around him was so strange, just like when he was forced to transfer to Huaining Middle School. And with this feeling, fear increasingly surged in his heart. He hated this feeling of loneliness the most. On the other side, sister-in-law was at a loss with the coffee machine. She struggled to figure it out, still couldn't help but press the doorbell. Unexpectedly, the lackey was quite helpful. He carefully taught sister-in-law how to boil water. "Madam, I see you don't seem very good at English. It might be more convenient to communicate with me in sign language." But the next second, sister-in-law was annoyed. The original owner knew English. Unexpectedly, the lackey called her Madam again. Sister-in-law felt a strong aversion from her heart. When facing the window, she didn't have this feeling. At this time, Sister-in-law boiled a cup of hot water and placed it in front of Yin Wen Hong. The fourth princess was still sweating profusely, constantly calling out, "Sister-in-law, save me." Seeing the child having a nightmare, sister-in-law reached out to wake her up. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law is here." Looking at the beautiful and caring sister-in-law in front of her, Yin Wen Hong's eyes were filled with disbelief and anxiety. Afraid that the sister-in-law before her was just an illusion, sister-in-law took out fever medicine, told her to drink some hot water first, and if she still felt unwell, they would call a doctor. She became as obedient as a little bird again. Since sister-in-law went abroad, Mian Chao finally felt a sense of crisis. He couldn't believe his wife could speak English on the third day of her trip abroad. Moreover, sister-in-law's overseas trip yielded unexpected gains. The princess perfectly completed her first biology competition, and sister-in-law also found the escaped criminal. However, for the fugitive who had walked into the tiger's den, sister-in-law decided to go all out. Sister-in-law politely instructed the lackey, "Mr. Hades, this is the most beautiful third daughter-in-law of Sherwa." The lackey's sharpness obviously weakened a lot. "I see." Sister-in-law glanced at his hair, then lifted his chin, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Especially seeing him kneeling and begging for mercy, sister-in-law smiled even more beautifully. She agreed to stay for a while, but she turned around and called the domestic prosecutor. "Zheng Yusan is at the Midcliff Group in Mr. Hades' home. If repatriation is needed, we can arrange it here." Hearing sister-in-law's voice, the prosecutor's hand involuntarily trembled. After so long, hearing her voice still made him nervous. Then he became serious and questioned, "Gu Shui, how could you get married?" Sister-in-law was stunned by the question and directly hung up the phone. The prosecutor's face instantly turned black. "Gu Shui, have you forgotten me after transmigrating?" On this side, sister-in-law, who had always been sensitive to intuition, felt that the person's tone just now was very familiar. "It seems to be that child, no doubt." The prosecutor called sister-in-law again, using a private number. "Do you remember Sheng Chongqing?" Hearing the familiar voice, sister-in-law felt inexplicably comforted. "Of course I remember. When you were sick, you kept holding on to me, saying you didn't want to die." The prosecutor excitedly jumped up. "I knew you were grandmother Gaomen." "Gu Shui, how did you transmigrate here? Who killed you?" Sister-in-law smiled. "No one killed me. I just woke up like this." Such a brave and resourceful grandmother made She's heart race. But letting the fugitive escape was sister-in-law's doing. Except for the hostage who was tied up, once there's a rift, Hong Xing's confession is just a matter of time. However, a certain internet-famous cafe's sister-in-law became explosively popular. Rumors spread that this was due to the green hat on Yin Chao's head growing more intense. When Yin Wenshu learned about it, he rushed all the way to the top floor of Yinshu Tower. Big brother and sister-in-law are going to run away with foreigners. Seeing this, Yin Chao not only paused his 200 billion position, but even had the urge to kill the lackey. In this chaos, he called his wife again to check on her, but he heard that the line was busy. Yin Chao felt like he was falling apart. After sister-in-law went abroad, the happiest thing was being called sister. Because of this, she broke 8 ribs of a foreigner who called her sister. Just before the 4th princess's exam, sister-in-law saw Hua Tuo's flower bud being drenched by a foreigner. It was really too much. Sister-in-law handed a handkerchief to the boy. "Wipe your face." The boy smiled and took it. "Thank you, sister." The 4th princess's face instantly darkened. Sister-in-law became even more angry. "Who poured water on you?" Because the water was still dripping from the boy's body, and he looked scared when answering. It could even be said that the person who poured water was nearby. Sister-in-law looked around and finally locked onto the target. At this moment, the soldier brother's bloodline fully awakened. "Madam, leave it to me." But the foreigner still looked at sister-in-law with disdain. "You are looking at me, Chinese woman." To be honest, sister-in-law got a headache whenever she heard English. What did he say? The soldier brother translated. He said Chinese people are stupid and lack competitive spirit. Sister-in-law immediately had murderous intent in her eyes, insulting our citizens with rude words. If it were in the past, I would immediately dispatch the army and trample his country. The princess, seeing this, pushed the foreigner away with a stern face. She directly said, "China has never lacked great scientists. and more Chinese scientists will excel. Then she laid down a harsh statement. The first place in the competition can only be mine. Listen, the first place in this competition belongs to me. At this time, sister-in-law looked at the overbearing foreigner. What are your numbers? You and that girl. The foreigner reported his information without thinking. Then sister-in-law patted the fourth princess. Go to the camp. I'll wait for your good news outside. Afterwards, sister-in-law's eyes lit up. She asked the soldier brother about the local security. In this district, rich people pay protection fees. As long as you have money, even if you rob someone, the police will have tea before coming. Sister-in-law waved her hand. Is that so? Then let's find a good place. Let's help Mr. Jack loosen up his muscles and bones. On the road where he was being cuckolded every day, throwing down a 2,100 contract, he had to ask every day what his wife was doing. Because if he didn't pay attention to his wife, even a little bit, his silly and naive wife would be taken away by someone else. So before the Yin Chao meeting even ended, he shouted, "Postpone all schedules. If he doesn't see his wife soon, he'll completely fall apart." But his assistant was also helpless. "Boss, a royal princess is getting married. Aren't you going?" Yin Chao looked indifferent. "What's so special about a wedding? Chasing after my wife is most important." Then he rushed to the private airport. Sitting on the plane, he only said, "Forbidden to take off." Blondie was being a bit bold. Meanwhile, Blondie only knew how to mock the silly and naive sister-in-law. Sister-in-law couldn't tolerate it anymore. She grabbed Blondie's collar. "I didn't expect Mr. Hades to be two-faced. No wonder you're called a lackey." Blondie suddenly became cowardly. "Mrs. Boo, please relax your hand. Let's go somewhere else to talk properly." Sister-in-law thought of a good idea. "Let's start with hand and foot exercises." Actually, Blondie was quite wrong, because those media outlets just love to focus on his private life. Looking at the playboy Blondie, sister-in-law wished she had gathered the media to expose him immediately. The young master of the Cliff family couldn't even control a few reckless media outlets. Blondie talked big without considering consequences. Thinking about how he was almost killed by his brother a few years ago, he became emotional. That life of fraternal conflict, it was Yin Chao who saved him. Blondie's performance didn't even include fake tears. Sister-in-law was speechless. In terms of playing pitiful, he was far behind Yin Wenhong. Trying to use this trick to avoid the main issue, he was still far off. "Enough. I don't care how many hardships you've had. Using me will have consequences." Blondie was now truly scared. Sister-in-law walked over to Blondie, exasperated. "This redhead, is he the ugly and stupid brother you mentioned?" Soon, Blondie exploded in anger. "Unreasonable and ignorant stupid woman." The atmosphere became very tense. Even so, sister-in-law could tell that Blondie had fallen for her at first sight. He even joked about being sister-in-law's lackey. Blondie kept denying it. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law delivered a powerful line in English. "You guys are indeed dogs. But Hades is a bootlicker, while you're a judgmental dog." Hearing this, Blondie immediately got into character again. Redhead was so angry his nose almost twisted. "Liking to be Juliet's dog, you're a disgrace to the Cliff family. You've offended Yin Chao's woman. There's only death for you." Watching this terrible acting, sister-in-law smiled. "Remember, you owe me a favor." Blondie sighed in relief. "You're a great help. I'm extremely grateful." Suddenly, a phone rang in the air. Blondie's smile immediately froze. Anxiously, he answered the call. It was Yin Chao's cold voice. "Hades, I give you 10 minutes. I'm at the American airport. Come pick me up personally." Yin Chao chased his wife to America for the first time. It warmed his wife's indifferent heart. For once, sister-in-law also had some things she wanted to discuss with him. It turned out when foreign ladies mocked sister-in-law, sister-in-law's tone was very dismissive. "Speak that bird language again, and you'll give me a headache. If you can't speak Chinese, you're not qualified to talk to me." However, Hades, who came to pick them up, was sweating. Yin Chao didn't waste words. "Where's my wife?" Hades immediately spilled everything. Mrs. Boo is currently relaxing at a party at home. Hearing this, Yin Chao was very displeased. His wife clearly didn't like crowds, but wherever his wife was, he would go. Until Yin Chao strode into the party entrance, his eyes scanning the crowd for the figure he longed for. Finally, he found his wife. In that instant, Yin Chao's eyes were filled with only his wife. Seeing his wife wearing only a thin qipao, Yin Chao thoughtfully draped a coat over sister-in-law's shoulders. His wife's heart inexplicably warmed. She gently took Yin Chao's hand. "Come upstairs with me." Everyone was stunned. Was this still the same Yin Chao who had always kept his distance from women? Unexpectedly, sister-in-law had already pulled Yin Chao to the room. Mr. Yin, I want to ask about Hades. Is he indebted to you or holding a grudge? I understand. Do you want him to hold a grudge? Mrs. Sister-in-law still wanted to confirm the situation. In your understanding, what kind of person is Hades' brother? Yin Chao quietly explained. Hades is patient and can endure. His brother is arrogant but principled, not as cunning as him. Sister-in-law smiled. That's right. Hades said that for the sake of family power, he's willing to offend us this time to assist. Yin Chao became serious. Indeed, Hades' connection with me has always been his most important bargaining chip. But whether he truly intends to challenge Yinshur, it's hard to say for now. Hearing this, sister-in-law suggested, he always leads the Cliff family and maintains a delicate relationship with Yinshur. Actually, is it possible they're aiming for something bigger? Just as sister-in-law was getting to the crucial part, they were interrupted by a mysterious person's arrival. They came out to see it was the family's third child. Having his alone time with his wife interrupted, Yin Chao's eyes could kill. Whether at home or abroad, the family's burden always prevented him from pursuing his wife. The children sister-in-law raised were all pitiful creatures. From childhood, they lived under the neglect and guilt of their birth parents. Countless times this melancholic love, but he didn't like this kind of love. But completely ignoring his birth parents' efforts seemed unfair to him as well. If his birth parents came to him crying, he wouldn't even show a pitying glance. So Yin Er decided to tell his mother. He had grown up, whether it was not noticing his growth or the parents' belated affection. In any case, let the parents live their own lives well. Before, he always needed his mother's love. But now, what his mother could and couldn't give, sister-in-law had given him all. After saying this, Yin Er left without looking back. The driver beside him was very worried about his state, but only Yin Er knew. As long as he heard sister-in-law's voice, all his unhappiness would disappear. He dialed sister-in-law's number over and over, and the moment sister-in-law answered the phone, the fatigue in Yin Er's eyes now moved him like a 22-year-old child. He confided in sister-in-law. I told my mom I'd grown up and don't need her anymore. Is that too heartless? Sister-in-law, however, had a clear perspective. Your thought is, making choices has always been painful, yet precious, because it means you're no longer avoiding making decisions and paying for them. Facing the results of choices is often painful, but I believe long-term consumption would be even more tormenting. I think you expressed your true feelings. Yin Er's sobs grew quieter. Sister-in-law still cared for his feelings. You've grown up, you just can't handle your emotions for now. But you don't need to think about it, nor deal with it alone. Isn't that right? At this moment, sister-in-law's voice was like a warm stove, giving Yin Er immense comfort and warmth. Meanwhile, the two little ones at home repeatedly worried that the blonde guy would run off with sister-in-law. Sister-in-law would no longer be their sister-in-law. Thinking of their mission to protect sister-in-law, Yi Wenba rushed directly to the United States. As for Princess, just looking at this banner, there was no doubt. Although she knew he came to snatch sister-in-law, could they drive him out? But Yi Wenba's toughest part was his mouth. He said he came to cheer him on. Yin Chao closed his eyes speechlessly. He's already won the award. Sister-in-law also chimed in. Indeed, he won awards in both competitions. Just because the child raised by sister-in-law won 3 Intel Science Awards. His birth mother wanted to use Yin Wenhong to fight for the Yin family's property. It turns out when sister-in-law learned that the first Yin Wen's birth mother came, Yin Chao was worried his wife would be full of sorrow. But sister-in-law always smiled at these children. Yin Wenjia just said he really likes the current Yin family. Even in Yin Chao's eyes, these children, to him, only shared the same surname, each with their own exceptions. But now that his wife has come, his feelings towards them, towards this family, have changed for the first time. And now, the indescribable wife sighed. Fourth princess's face was like black coal, feeling unwell. Let's go call sister-in-law back. Just then, fourth princess received a message. She blushed like a child again. What should I do? Should I invite them? This is too strange. After 3 seconds of inner struggle, fourth princess finally spoke up. Are you free the day after tomorrow night? Yi Wenba looked confused. Sister-in-law's eyes lit up. Is there good news? The Intel competition results are out today. Yi Wenba finally realized. You won awards in all 3 competitions? Fourth princess nodded. But the committee invited me and my family to attend the awards ceremony. Yin Chao looked at his wife. 3 days passed so quickly. Let's go together then. That night, at the Intel Science Awards ceremony, fourth princess stood confidently on the award stage, gazing at the sister-in-law who truly cared for him. In the past, when he stood in this position at school, he was treated abnormally by everyone. But now, everyone applauded warmly for him. It was then that Yi Wenhong understood why he was born smarter than many people, making others unhappy. If he hadn't met sister-in-law, he wouldn't feel happy today either. Standing here, looking at sister-in-law, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Wenhong felt his world becoming brighter. The person he respected the most was sister-in-law. The person he loved the most was also sister-in-law. At this moment, he wanted to let the whole world know that the person he wanted to thank the most was sister-in-law. Then fourth princess walked towards sister-in-law. He handed the trophy to sister-in-law. This trophy belongs to her. Without her, I couldn't have won this trophy. This glorious trophy belongs to her. Without her, I couldn't have won this trophy. Yin Chao's favorite wife's blonde guy, however, wanted to become Mrs. Yin. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law couldn't even remember his name, and the blonde guy didn't take sister-in-law seriously at all. He kept saying sister-in-law's name was too hard to remember, not having any Chinese dragon culture at all. Fortunately, Yin Chao embraced his wife and said, "My wife's name means pure and flawless. It's where the snow's heart serves." Can you remember this explanation? Even the listening wife was surprised. It was the first time she heard someone explain her name like this. Here comes the business partner. He handed them the key card for the most luxurious sea view suite. The wife was so embarrassed. She hadn't reacted before Yin Chao took her away. The business partner also educated his wife and daughter. "You see, that's Mrs. Yin. Why did you, pig brain, go and provoke Yin Chao?" Meanwhile, the wife was curiously asking Yin Chao, "This cruise party lasts for 7 days?" But Yin Chao didn't know. He only knew there would be big movements within these 7 days. When sister-in-law returned to the room, she somewhat figured out the partner's intention. She then asked if Yin Chao had observed the Red Star logo. But in his impression, it was just a big red star. What a good memory. Such an even color. Yin Chao instantly connected red star with red flower. However, at this time, sister-in-law, after careful consideration, still brought up the divorce agreement. But she was interrupted by Yin Chao. "Wife, someone's eavesdropping at the door." Outside the door, the blonde guy wished he could drill his ears in, listening to every move in the room. And sister-in-law's only solution was to have a fight with Yin Chao. She fixed her hair and kicked towards Yin Chao's door. Yin Chao quickly dodged to the side. But in just a few seconds, sister-in-law's foot was caught by his hand, pulled back hard. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law kicked again, and it became like this. Yin Chao suddenly dared not look directly. "Wife, your martial arts skills are impressive." Sister-in-law looked confused. "I must say Mr. Yin is also impressive. Can you put me down?" As soon as Yin Chao let go, he was pulled forward by his wife. With a thud, they fell onto the bed. At this moment, they were left with only eye contact, silence speaking louder than words. Hearing the crackling sounds, the blonde guy outside the door was furious. Sister-in-law couldn't believe it. Wherever she and Yin Chao went, guests spoke to her in Chinese. It turned out that after fourth princess thanked sister-in-law the most for her award, Yin Chao quickly issued a statement, repeatedly instructing his subordinates. They must use Chinese when meeting his wife. But when the couple came out after attending the Intel competition, Yin Chao had just been alone with his wife for less than 3 seconds. The eye-catching guy came again. "Congratulations, Yin Zi." He introduced again. "Thank you, Mr. Fuller. This is my wife, Miss Xue." Just as old Fuller was inviting the couple for a casual meal, the couple exchanged glances. "Mr. Fuller, thank you for the invitation. My wife and I will discuss it." Then they left without looking back. Old Fuller watched their backs. The next second, someone beside him blurted out, "Did you hear that?" Discuss with his wife. "Your brother daring to go after Yin Chao's woman is really stupid. But still be careful. He might be supporting your brother." The man sneered. "My brother is an idiot. That's why Yin Chao refused like that. Are they going to old Marlowe's place now?" Old Fuller snorted. "You know the answer." On the other side, sister-in-law just realized. "Mr. Yin, was the Fuller family you just mentioned doing business with the Yin family?" Suddenly questioned by his wife, Yin Chao put on a smile and confessed. "Old Fuller is smuggling flour to stabilize part of his business. We've temporarily suspended cooperation." The wife got goosebumps all over. "So why did that old scoundrel invite us for dinner?" Yin Chao exclaimed. "It's the Marlowe family inviting us. We'll attend their cruise party the day after tomorrow." Sister-in-law glanced at Yin Chao. "It's not an ordinary party, is it?" Yin Chao marveled at his wife's intelligence. "Marlowe's son-in-law is currently running for office. Guess we'll consider you as Yan's representative." Sister-in-law agreed without hesitation. 3 days later, Yin Chao held his wife's hand as they boarded the cruise party. Familiar Chinese tunes, familiar faces. Sister-in-law was overjoyed. Yin Chao smiled confidently. Of course, if they don't speak Chinese, forget about doing business with Yin. But sister-in-law's face changed when she saw the party hall. "Why is it a swimsuit party?" Sister-in-law took out the divorce agreement. Yin Chao was about to start his journey to win back his wife. But his wife told him that her first thing after returning to the country would be leaving the Yin family. Originally, Yin Chao had planned for love to grow over time. Now it ended before it even started. This meant that sister-in-law only treated him like a business partner. As a result, Yin Chao sadly took a cold shower, only to hear his wife on the balcony talking on the phone with another man. Yin Chao felt terrible. When they were alone on this ship, the person his wife wanted to confide in wasn't him. Was he not good enough? Had he not given her enough sense of security? Hearing his wife outside hang up the phone, he walked out. "Wife, about our marriage, I have something to say to you." Unexpectedly, his wife took out the divorce agreement. "I just received $1.7 billion from the celebrity's profit share. I'll return the $500 million investment to Yin Zhu immediately. Then we'll sign this divorce agreement." He became anxious. He immediately grabbed his wife's hand to explain. This divorce agreement was prepared for the previous Gu Shui, not for now. But sister-in-law had made up her mind, so he knew I wasn't her. The specific situation is like this. My marriage was just to help Jian Songming resolve a personal favor. It's just business, so I hope you forget about this divorce agreement. He gently took his wife's hand. "Because you're still you." Hoping for Yin Chao's reconciliation, his wife pulled her hand back. "But the one who married Mr. Yin was also the past Shui, not me. When did Mr. Yin realize I wasn't her?" Yin Chao fell in a deep thought. "The first time I saw you. The way you looked at me nobly, that feeling was like a different world. Also, when I sat on the sofa, watching you scold Yin Wenhong, I knew without thinking that you weren't her. But later what I cared about most was that this kind of life felt pretty good. I even became somewhat addicted to being by your side. Although sister-in-law didn't want to come to this point either. Frankly, Mr. Yin is a good husband and an excellent business partner. But I don't know which day I'll wake up and no longer be here." Yin Chao looked at his wife dejectedly. "So, are you planning to divorce me and leave the Yin family immediately after returning to the country?" His wife nodded. Yin Chao was instantly shattered. Seeing someone looking a bit pitiful, sister-in-law turned her face. "But before returning to the country, I'm still Mrs. Yin. I'll face the troubles we've discovered together with you." Sister-in-law was moved. Yin Chao was going to chase his wife. This time, it would be sister-in-law accompanying him to clear the last trouble. But the difference is after this, when people hear sister-in-law's name, they'll keep their distance. And for Yin Chao, besides being reluctant to part, a thought of thoroughly chasing his wife naturally arose. At this moment, it seemed as if sister-in-law had also shed the shackles of being in the original world. Without much rich emotion, only the conquest of stars and seas. But that night, sister-in-law dreamed of Yin Chao. She woke up confused, occasionally thinking of that passionate man. So, had she fallen for Yin Chao after just a few meals? Sister-in-law was still thinking about thanking someone for the thoughtful Xylong Bao. She saw that someone had a willing-to-give look. "I'm glad you like it, dear." At this time, Yin Chao closed his laptop. "This morning, Long Jun and Hei Tao were insisting on going with us." "Ah, dear, have you used a gun before?" Sister-in-law only knew that firearms were very backward in her world. "But I'll have to learn sooner or later. I'm also curious about what they're up to." Just as the couple arrived at the shooting range wearing matching outfits, another man handed sister-in-law a gun. "Come challenge Long Jun." Sister-in-law's eyes darkened. "I don't know how to shoot." Seeing the man reach out his hand again, Yin Chao anxiously grabbed that paw. While embracing his wife, he calmly said, "My wife, since when is it your turn to teach?" Then Yin Chao taught his wife hands-on from the top of the mountain, then to deep breathing, pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, sister-in-law's 8 bullets only scored 69. The blonde behind couldn't help but sneer. saying boring while pushing out a Tibetan antelope. At this moment, sister-in-law's eyes completely changed. The blonde swung his gun and warned, "This is specially prepared for Miss Boo." Sister-in-law's fierce eyes gradually became focused. Suppressing the urge to finish off the blonde, she said, "It seems Miss Long doesn't know. It's a first-class protected animal in China." The blonde laughed while aiming at the Tibetan antelope. Sister-in-law quickly pressed down his hand. "It's a first-class protected animal in China. Which word of Miss Long don't you understand?" Unexpectedly, the blonde scoffed again and raised his gun. Fortunately, Yin Chao snatched the blonde's gun and unloaded the bullets. Only then did the blonde stop causing trouble. Sister-in-law then talked to him. "This Tibetan antelope is undoubtedly obtained through illegal trade. It must be kept here." But the blonde said sorry. He handed sister-in-law another gun. "Put 3 holes in it, and it's yours." Just as Yin Chao was about to say he'd do it, sister-in-law swiftly and deftly took the gun. However, sister-in-law's gun moved from the hunted animal to the person. Like an imperial female general, the first shot of the army went directly next to the old man's head. This was all thanks to Yin Chao. Using the highest level of play, he made Yin Chao's gun aim at the heads of the 3 people. The blonde had already been scared to the point of wetting himself. As soon as they got off the boat, he immediately gave the Tibetan antelope to sister-in-law. Then sister-in-law took Yin Chao's hand. "Thank you for your invitation. We'll be leaving now." Sister-in-law had only used a small trick, but she saw through all the plans of the terrifying power organization, making the blonde lose his life. It turned out, after sister-in-law guessed it was Hades' handiwork on the ship, it made Yin Chao even more surprised. After all, the relationship between Adino and Yin Jia was delicate. They needed to eliminate Adino, reverse black and white to seize the family position, then tell everyone it was a puppet connected to the Yin family. Sister-in-law became serious. For the sake of congressional votes, the U.S. election is indeed a system involving interests and complex structures. Moreover, Old Marlowe's capital and discussions. Sister-in-law only knew their cooperation had an absolute advantage. But now there's been a shooting in that hall. Everyone had no reaction at all. They still looked unscrupulous, continuing to revel as usual. As a result, Yin Chao asked his wife, "Should we go directly to fight with Old Marlowe and Blackhead?" This division of forces undoubtedly aimed to make sister-in-law draw out the last trump card among the 4 suits. Knowing this, it was time for sister-in-law to have Feng Yun fulfill his 2 hours of servant time. His wife's lack of hesitation surprised Yin Chao. Later, he came to the noisy banquet. Sure enough, everyone wanted to take advantage of Yin Shi. Now the blonde was really asking for trouble. On the other side, during the phone call with Feng Yu, sister-in-law exposed the small trick of the 4 suits. They want to interfere with economic internal affairs through the interests of small European and Latin American countries. Truly infiltrating China? There's still the last trump card. Mr. Feng Yu and they support an inconspicuous Hades to rise to power. Then spades control weapons and mercenaries. As for diamonds controlling wealth and clubs, hearts manipulate Israeli military, achieving a massive power relationship with Israel. Feng Yu hadn't expected this at all. The organization was seen through by sister-in-law, just like that. He dared not imagine how bitter it would be if this woman came to power. But sister-in-law still advised him, as a Chinese person, you should give up cooperation with them. Then sister-in-law smiled with satisfaction and asked Feng Yun to come up, to use up the 2 hours of servant time he owed before. But as soon as she finished speaking, sister-in-law's expression changed. Sure enough, just as she told Feng Yun who their next target was, there was a loud bang behind her. Sister-in-law couldn't believe it. This ordinary cruise ship banquet was actually the criminal paradise of the entire power organization. Because the blonde kept emphasizing they were far away in international waters, just waiting for the best opportunity to act. However, Old Deng's first reaction was to remind them, "You've seen Gu Shui's skills. Yin Chao won't let this go easily." Yet the blonde was stubborn. "This time, once we act, we'll leave no trace." Moreover, now there are people even more eager to act than us, causing trouble with spades. This cruise ship was organized with full effort to eliminate one's own paradise. The hunter becomes the hunted. Sister-in-law didn't seem to care much. Instead, she thought the blonde's gun had been tampered with at the shooting range. Yin Chao also checked. Based on his feeling at the time, there should have been 2 bullets inside. Sister-in-law also cleverly thought this was strange. He fired a total of 11 shots, never counting the score. unless he had already quietly changed the actual capacity and intentionally left 2 bullets. But if so, if someone unknowingly used the gun and it misfired or exploded, such an accident occurring here would be due to cold palace pressure, not surprising if untimely. At this moment, Yin Chao suddenly remembered a group photo. Who does my wife think their next target is? Unexpectedly, at 5 o'clock sharp, a small incident occurred in the banquet hall. After a muffled gunshot, the couple understood that they had already made their move. When the two ran to the target location, they were still a step too late. He asked about the gunshot while protecting his wife behind him. The waiter was unconcerned, saying, "It's nothing. Guests on this ship often accidentally touch the trigger." Sister-in-law naturally walked to the body. "How can it be nothing when there's been a murder on the cruise?" The waiter replied, "Sorry, we're just servants from the Mallory family. We know nothing about murders on the ship." This angered Yin Chao more. He grabbed the person's collar. "I don't want to repeat myself. Tell me who the dead person is." Hearing it was Edner who died accidentally, sister-in-law was surprised. Hades pretended for so long in front of his brother. He finally couldn't resist taking action. At this time in the banquet hall, the blonde looked smug. Brothers indeed know best how to harm each other. Old Ma Deng snorted coldly. "Now is not the time to let our guard down." But Hades indeed understands the way of Dyke. Since sister-in-law became the target of the terrorist organization, at the end, sister-in-law finally had to go back. The rumor that sister-in-law had deeply infiltrated the situation quickly reached Feng Yun's ears. He panicked instantly. This poker game was actually invented because he thought it was fun, but later when that group had their own agenda, he stopped cooperating with them. Unexpectedly, they were so unscrupulous, bold enough to target Yin Chao's people. Anxious, Feng Yun immediately packed up and rushed to the airport. On the other side, sister-in-law had been waiting for this day. After all, the blonde came to challenge him single-handedly. So he thought of a way for the blonde to seek his own death. Rather than killing himself, he wanted the blonde to pay the price. Hearing sister-in-law's interesting question, who wins within 7 steps? The blonde impatiently pulled the trigger, but sister-in-law jumped up, skillfully avoiding the fatal blow. Then he suddenly threw a punch and kicked the blonde's shin, breaking it. How could sister-in-law give the blonde a chance to breathe? His eyes turned cold. Looking down, he said, "Put down the gun. We can talk." Unexpectedly, the blonde didn't give up, pulling out a dagger for a final attempt. "No, out the phone." Sister-in-law saw the blonde going back on his word. He couldn't just stand by. Then with an amazing speed, he jumped gracefully. While counting the 3 bullets in the blonde's gun, he grabbed the phone on the ground after the bullets and threw it hard. With a bang, the gun fell into the water. The blonde also grabbed at it with his small hands. Suddenly, sister-in-law circled behind him and called out, "Game over." The blonde, enraged, threw another punch. Sister-in-law closed his eyes, performed a waist chop, endless. The blonde's waist instantly made a cracking sound. His whole body flew out. At the critical moment, sister-in-law forcefully pulled him back. But the blonde saw a weakness. He grabbed on tightly, determined to drag sister-in-law down with him. "Aunt Goose Snow, you're afraid of water. I want you to die." Even sister-in-law's thoughts became panic. Images of drowning flashed through his mind. Sister-in-law couldn't hold on for long. He also had a deep fear of seawater. Unexpectedly, the next second, a cold bullet pierced through sister-in-law's ankle. The pain made him sweat all over, unable to support his body. He fell directly into the cold seawater. Sister-in-law's trembling hands splashed around. Was this really the end? Yin Chao became domineering. He said that after today, anyone who touches you is seeking death. As sister-in-law sank into the deep sea, eyes closed and trembling, a light inexplicably appeared before him. Sister-in-law thought it was a near-death hallucination. The next second, a warm hand embraced her. She was met with a scorching breath. Then Yin Chao held his wife and swam upwards. With a splash, both of them burst out of the water. Sister-in-law coughed violently. She hugged Yin Chao tightly, gasping for breath. Then she felt someone's heavy hand comforting her shoulder. "I'm here. It's okay, it's okay." Meanwhile, the blonde in the water saw sister-in-law being rescued and became furious. "Aunt Goose Snow, you're so lucky. You can even be saved from this." Yin Chao angrily raised his gun at the blonde. "You're seeking death." The blonde mocked. "Brother, you're gonna kill me?" Sister-in-law stood up and lowered the gun. "Don't be hasty. The shot that hit me in the sea wasn't from him. He has an accomplice." The blonde, pressed by sister-in-law, started to ramble. Mrs. Xia Yin, I only act personally. Yin Chao directly pointed the gun at his forehead. The blonde looked excited. If you don't shoot, I'll get on the boat. Seeing this, Yin Chao felt a bit regretful, but looking at his wife's weak and helpless state beside him, he took out another phone as a backup. He contacted sister-in-law to unlock the phone and check the messages and its usage. A long string of bank transaction information jumped into his eyes. His wife was stunned. The numbers looked so familiar. His eyes were so mocking they could barely be seen. I loved using this phone to read messages when I was in Africa. On the other side, a behind-the-scenes mastermind wore a crazy smile. He made the fallen blonde struggle in the seawater. At the very end, Feng Yun finally arrived. He boarded the cruise ship. His first task was to find sister-in-law. The returning crew looked at Crazy Fish like a deflated balloon. Trembling, they said, "Mrs. Yin, we're not sure where Plum Blossom disappeared to." Crazy Fish was so angry his frown could kill. "I'm really sick of these lunatics. Do they not know their limits? Are they prepared to be wiped out by Gu Shui?" After sister-in-law was rescued, the leader of the terrorist organization finally appeared. After boarding the ship, sister-in-law thought about the blonde's attempt to die with her. She found it extremely unexpected. Plum Blossom and the mastermind, two forces, both chose to start in London's drunken sea. Perhaps he really had no accomplice, but Yin Chao didn't think so. It's possible the accomplice changed his mind. After all, Longjun definitely had another force forcing him to act. That's why they wanted old Fu Le to lose his daughter. Yin Chao's guess wasn't far off. Upon receiving news of Longjun's failure, the leader was also eager to quickly fill the suit. But at the moment, even the ship was difficult to keep going. The leader indirectly sent room service to Yin Chao. But Yin Chao never imagined this person was a lackey. Even though Hades told him Longjun was missing, Yin Chao still thought Red Robe was playing tricks. The lackey also didn't know how Longjun disappeared. But Yin Chao thought, if the lackey and Longjun had a conflict, he knew clearly the plan to pin the murder of his brother on him. But he was disappointed in the lackey's choice to snatch Cliff while not knowing his own position. Yin Chao didn't want to say that while enjoying the support of the power organization, he had already lost his value. Hades also blurted out that he had no moral bottom line. Value was returning to that place to compete. Red Star and Plum Blossom's comfort reminded Yin Chao that military power is an alluring thing. On the high seas, the remaining two suits would only be in chaos. As long as the position was filled, everyone would be calm. Then the lackey waved goodbye, inviting Yin Chao to the upcoming show. Don't misunderstand, when sister-in-law heard about the show, she knew a certain suit was feeling guilty. Plum Blossom had just lost weight and was rushing to fill the position. The lackey, who had gone back to test the waters, just as the leader had guessed, was delighted by Yin Chao's indifferent attitude towards this matter. After all, what he wanted was indifference. This was perfect for getting rid of his woman. Unexpectedly, just as the lackey was leaving with hope, Old Deng said a complete lie. He was the biggest mole. The leader instantly gave a cold laugh, complaining that the mole was completely useless. We need to let him know that the price of being a mole is to avenge Plum Blossom by killing Gu Shui. Sister-in-law was going back to the country to divorce. It was extremely desolate. It turned out that after Spade was killed, the newly appointed Hong Xing couldn't believe his eyes. The couple just stood there watching, and it turned into a killing frenzy. This was all Old Deng's doing. He betrayed two cadres. With one hand, Wang Kei was shouting. The newly appointed Hong Xing pointed a gun at sister-in-law, threatening, "Cunning Aunt Gu Shui, today you must stay on this ship." Seeing this, even Yin Chao was careful with his gun, including when the highest-ranking cadre arrived. But upon seeing the banquet hall, Feng Yu couldn't control his temper. "You're seeking death. Who allowed you to point a gun at her?" The cadre was extremely displeased. "Mr. Feng, two people have been killed by them." At this time, Old Deng once again emphasized that Longjun's death had nothing to do with Mrs. Yin. Just as he was saying that Spade was also dead, Feng Yu came over and kicked the corpse. "You should have died long ago. I've saved a lot of effort. Clean it up. We'll return immediately." Then Feng Yu turned around fiercely. The next second, the gun was pressed against the cadre's throat. "I'll say it again. Those people deserve to die, but no one can touch Gu Shui." Although sister-in-law had only made a phone call with Feng Yu, Yin Chao was still sour and jealous, protecting sister-in-law behind him. My wife and I invited Mr. Feng here to discuss something with you. Feng used eyebrows and nose wrinkled. So you called me here? It was planned by you too? Sister-in-law looked at him, knowing he was pretending. This Black Pearl cruise ship needs an owner to guide its direction. Feng, you can only play along. Even if we keep sailing, desire will always be there. If it reaches too far, we need to redefine the rules for them. Sister-in-law bent down, chuckling. We hope Mr. Song remembers he's French. Let's say we partner to take over this ship, along with some fully loaded desires, and peacefully withdraw. Even now, Feng Yun hadn't recovered. Was the person in front of him really Yin Chao, saying cooperation is pleasant? Soon, according to sister-in-law's plan, on the 6th day of fair weather, those who craved status, those from the past, reflected on their pain and emotions as they returned. And those protected animals that had been lost in foreign lands also returned safely. Until Yin Chao and his wife boarded the plane, he was completely panicked. But sister-in-law felt that divorce was just the beginning. Sister-in-law made her first stunning appearance with Yin Chao. It caused everyone to exclaim in admiration. Mrs. Yin is truly a stunning beauty. It turned out that after Yin Chao escorted his wife to watch the show, the lackey disappeared as a candidate. Even the candidates to replace Red Star and Plum Blossom had already gathered everyone's opinions. Seeing everyone's change of allegiance, Yin Chao and his wife quietly observed the situation. This was a celebration banquet held among the VIPs. The first honored guest was the biggest mole and lackey, Mr. Hades, the new leader of the Cliff Group. This position is what you begged us for. But now, Black Robe's eyes were filled only with the desire to kill. The lackey was very clear that his initial intention wasn't to become the leader, but to continue playing dumb, letting the Oriole behind him counter Spade, considering Spade's constant distortion of facts, falsely accusing sister-in-law of harming a VIP cadre. Sister-in-law wasn't panicked at all, even pulling Yin Chao behind her, calmly looking at everyone. Everyone was in an uproar, but the criticized Spade still pointed at sister-in-law. According to our investigation, Long Jun had a conflict with Mrs. Yin. Then they both fell into the sea. Long Jun disappeared. Mrs. Yin, I'm afraid you can't explain this. Everyone was waiting for sister-in-law's explanation, but she burst out laughing. After all, she could not only explain why Long Jin disappeared, but was also curious if Spade's rush to fill the position indicated he had something to hide. Unexpectedly, Spade couldn't refute a single word and had already fallen to the lower position. Then sister-in-law silently set up the stage. Spade made excuses, saying the organization needed stability. He went to Old Ding's side to sow discord. I admire you. Your chance for revenge won't wait. Do you want me to assist? But sister-in-law was best at fanning the flames. You always rely on power to make them accept your choices, on sophistry to make them kill for you. Since I'm the murderer, you should do it yourself. Thinking about how his self-esteem had taken a huge hit in front of everyone, Spade gritted out sister-in-law's name. He snatched the gun from Old Ding's hand. His eyes fiercely aimed at sister-in-law. Aunt Gu Shui, you'll regret angering me. At this moment, the trigger was pulled. The next second, Spade exploded. Sister-in-law laughed. As do I. The defeated opponent is too weak. So weak that he can be overthrown by a lackey. Old Ding also knew the truth and fired a second shot. Ackerman, don't pretend. I'm not so confused as to not know who killed my daughter. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Everyone is a hunter. You're the prey. Remember to apologize well to my daughter in hell. Sister-in-law took out the divorce agreement. Yin Chao was completely terrified. His face showed disbelief that this day had come so quickly. He really wanted to find an excuse to keep his wife in the Yin family. But when sister-in-law returned to the Yin house after the cruise ended, she quickly received an invitation from the Sheng family, only to find that after they returned, they hadn't talked about divorce for 2 or 3 days. Sister-in-law was extremely helpless. Someone's decisiveness in business was quite different from his personal life, but he always habitually avoided emotional issues. Then sister-in-law, arm in arm with Yin Chao, arrived at the Sheng residence in full attire. Sister-in-law thought the facade was really impressive. Someone was being melancholic again. If Madam likes it, we can set up our own place in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, sister-in-law let go of Yin Chao's hand. We shouldn't have a future anymore, right? Meanwhile, Shengshi extended his hand to Yin Chao. Hello, Mr. Bien. I am Sheng Yidinashchi. Finally meeting you in person. Yin Chao grasped Sheng Shi's hand, his eyes trembling. He gripped it very forcefully. Sister-in-law beside them thought the two were like 3-year-old children, watching speechlessly. Sheng Shi, stop messing around. Sheng Shi immediately let go of Yin Chao. He jumped to sister-in-law's side. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law gave him a pat. You really can't behave. Yin Chao stood there stiffly, wondering when they had become so familiar. Then, the couple had a good drink at the Sheng house. Before leaving, Yin Chao saw Sheng Shi personally seeing his wife off. His jealousy flared up again. He cautiously glanced at his wife. Is he one of the reasons you're leaving the Yin family? Sister-in-law nodded. But it's not what you think. Until they got in the car, Yin Chao's heart was pounding. Clearly, anxiety was of no use now. He had never mistreated anyone in the Yin family, and he clearly knew he was too distant from his wife. At this moment, sister-in-law handed him the signed divorce agreement. Yin Chao looked at the blank space for his name, finally asking his doubts. You've already decided, haven't you? Sister-in-law looked at him, smiling relaxedly. But the life of the former Mrs. Yin has ended. I want to live my own life now. Yin Chao felt like crying upon hearing this. He really wanted to find a reason to keep his wife in this family. He didn't deny that he needed her, just like home. Before, he had thought their relationship was like a cold photograph. But now she wasn't that Gu Xuening, and that's precisely why he couldn't keep her. He had to give her back the freedom to have her own life. Sister-in-law only divorced once, but it scared the 4 young ones in the family into chaos. And a certain someone had been completely distracted for 3 days. Even during meetings, he could think of sweet daily moments with his wife from before. Unexpectedly, Yin Chao's mind wandered. The clever assistant had to pause the meeting for 15 minutes, because the news of sister-in-law moving out of the Yin house last night had already been posted online. Yin Chao could only respect her choice. He even instructed Secretary Chun not to suppress the public opinion, needing others to know she had left the Yin family. Although sister-in-law was now on her own, she also wanted to start her own story group to play with. On the other side, Yin got the news of sister-in-law collaborating independently with the director. Seeing the internet full of hot searches about sister-in-law's divorce, he felt like he was in heaven. He opened the group chat, especially when he saw that even the 2 homebodies couldn't keep sister-in-law. Yin Wenshu felt like dropping out of school. Big brother is really useless. I'm going to win sister-in-law back. But unexpectedly, just as he stood up, the gallery owner caught up with him. Miss Gu said she's interested in buying my gallery. Did you know? This completely stunned Yin Wenshu. In the evening, sister-in-law attended Sheng Shi's birthday party in full attire. The men inside were all dazzled, just for a chance to share dinner with sister-in-law. Even Sheng Shi beside her couldn't help but cheer. Sister-in-law is still the queen. I should call you CEO Gu now. Sister-in-law took out a gift box. Happy birthday. You'll like it. Sheng Shi dazedly opened the box. He cried when he saw the jade pendant. Sister-in-law smiled from ear to ear. Consider it a match for you, you talented little rascal. Why are you crying? Don't let them laugh at you. Sheng Shi, arm in arm with sister-in-law, kept making a fuss. Sister-in-law, it's my birthday today. Let's go for a walk. After they went out, Sheng Shi thought carefully. Sister-in-law, do you want to know why we came to this world? Do you want to go back to the original world? Hearing Sheng Shi's unexpected words, sister-in-law hadn't thought about this question at all. Learning that her ancient Fianca copyright had also come to this world, sister-in-law cried completely. Unexpectedly, this person was also Sheng Shi's older brother. That man who didn't care for romance, only enjoyed etiquette after knowing sister-in-law came to this world, said he wanted to mend a distant marriage. Sister-in-law thought back and forth and felt some things were closely connected. Had he ever seen that book of multiple people's fates? A book recording the past and a series of troubles to face. Turning to that book, sister-in-law thought of the 4 young ones in the Yin family. Yin Wenshu was used to destroy Yin Jia. Yin Wenjia sought thrills and suffocated underwater. Yin Wenbai also fell off a cliff while racing. Finally, Yin Wenhong unscrupulously fought for property, becoming a wolf in sheep's clothing. But the book described her as a vicious and malicious ex-wife. Yin Chao also loved a beautiful girl. Little did he know that when Yin Chao met the female lead, there wasn't a hint of emotion on his face. Hearing the female lead mention an interview about divorce, Yin Chao still responded domineeringly that the divorce news was true. She needed her own career, didn't want to be Mrs. Yin. But the female lead's first reaction indeed made Yin Chao reflect. Why did he want sister-in-law to always be a wife? So now he wanted to break free from the Yin family's golden cage and cooperate with various circles. After all, even if he regretted it with eyes wide open, he couldn't change the established fact of divorce. The information he needed to publicize now was just this. After sending away the female lead, Yin Chao was also eager to know about his wife's other situations. But sister-in-law's side didn't waver further. Because he received news. Song Qingde had an argument with his eldest son about marriage and died suddenly at home. Liang Xiaoji was also shocked and even praised sister-in-law for his timely death. The affair was completely over. Sister-in-law seemed very calm. No matter how much you gossip, watch your mouth when you intern at the embassy. Sister-in-law's call was steady. Wenbai was a bit angry. She originally thought there would be no sister-in-law after the divorce. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law's love for them wouldn't disappear. And sister-in-law was also relieved for the two young ones. This book finally got on the right track. Yin Wenbai got an internship opportunity at the embassy. Yin Wenhong was admitted to a top university with a full scholarship, embarking on the path of scientific research. Now she just needed to support Yin Wenshu to become talented.